Yeah, I bloody miss you guys, man. It's great to be back here, including with the Globies. So, yeah, I miss you guys, man. Yeah, sorry I haven't been for a while. But yeah, anyway, it's great to hear your voices, man. And yeah, fucking keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, brother. It's nice to see you back.
What's up, Skinny Vat?
Hello, Flatsy. Great to see you, darling. Yeah. You know,
Ew.
shit is fucking what it is. But no, it's great to see you guys here. And so any Globies in here that want to have a fucking crack at me or Flatsy or Heretic or Eli or any of the ones in here, have go nuts, man.
Well, there's Sasha 2.0, but
Yeah.
it's not really a Glober even.
So to conclude like our conversation, like with basketball, it's like you know what basketball is. You see it, you go, that's basketball. You look at the moon and you go, that's a rock. I've never seen a spherical rock with craters. So I mean, I like what am I gonna compare the moon to? How am I gonna compare it to a rock? I've never seen a rock that looks like the moon.
I mean, to answer Chargy as well, hey, Eli, you'd be good at this, man. Flatsy, you would be too. When they go, why are the lines for the flight paths curved? And I think I did a good job in the chat last night. But maybe you guys could answer better. Why are the flight paths? Why do they look curved? I came back and said that's photoshopped, and that's not how it works. And when you navigate, that's not how it works. But maybe you guys could do better.
So apparently there are spherical rocks and natural spherical rocks. That's interesting.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's not
There's a
what the moon
difference
looks like.
between natural spherical rocks and astronomical bodies.
Right. They obviously, I mean, astronomical bodies don't look like spherical rocks.
Because they're not even.
But they damn sure do try to make them look that way, right? In the CGI and that.
Bruh. Natural spherical rocks are created by being weathered over time by Earth's climate, being rolled around through dust and sand, whatever, until it eventually just reaches that form. And eventually it will just keep on rolling until there's nothing but a bunch of dust.
Yeah, it's funny, hey, Eli and Wydad. Wydad, I don't think we've met before, man. Great to meet you. But yeah, it's funny how that works, hey. And then when you try and say something so simple to them, apparently we are the retards. Is that really? Seriously?
I'm a Glober.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but you made it.
What you said about the spherical rock is a good point.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. I was about to say the same thing. Just because he's a Glober, it doesn't mean he didn't make a good point. That's a solid point.
Why are you a Glober though?
Because it's true, at least in my belief.
Would you
Belief.
believe that there's a
Belief.
lot to unpack there?
Why are you a flat earther in your belief? Because it is a matter of belief at this point.
I was gonna say, would you believe that there's a lot to unpack there? Just within your statement.
Also, bro, you said belief. You said belief as to you and belief as to Eli.
That's what I
So
was getting to. You know, which
I'm
one of
gonna
us is
say
gonna take?
I'm going to say belief because if I
It's
say
fine.
that it's not belief and that I'm right, I'd be
It's
just
fine.
an asshole to say that.
Fine. Um,
I
We
tried
rely
with. Oh,
we rely
sorry.
on what uh supposed credible sources say about the geometry, and then the geometry and the measurements that we can get based on those claims. Um, and aside from that, we also rely on other methods like celestial navigation, and we can unpack that if you like, um, to say and to validate that Earth is measured flat.
I mean, I spent the last 2 hours arguing with the people in the chat, and I have mathematical evidence, and not just observational, to prove it otherwise. For example,
Well,
one that can.
do you think? I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I feel you. What part of celestial navigation sounds like it's just observational?
I wasn't referring to that as being observational, and I don't know what you mean by celestial navigation.
So you weren't trying to engage with anything I said by responding in kind to the points that I made. You're just gonna tell me about it like someone who just said something about just observation. Because
I
we
was
just
not
had a
claiming
whole
that.
hour-long conversation about how observation alone isn't knowledge unless you've experienced something already. Like we just had that entire conversation.
I didn't claim that it was. I was just talking about my own
I
private
just feel like you agree with us
conversation.
because you're saying, you can't just, you have something beyond observation. And it's like, that's interesting because so do we.
Correct.
But we don't just have math though, we have measurements.
We have measurements and math. Math creates the measurements for
No,
this
the
case.
measurements create the math.
You
You
can
got that
scroll up in the
backwards.
chat to my stuff.
You got
Well,
it backwards. The
measurements do create
measurements
math
create the math.
to an extent, and it goes eventually, once you get the measurements, it just keeps on going back and forth between measurements and math.
But you agree with me, the Genesis is a measurement.
Sure. Yes.
Great,
You have to have measured something.
great. So we agree. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like fight, like there's a fight to kind of agree, which is kind of annoying because like the conversation could go much smoother.
Mm-hmm. You can agree on some points but disagree on others in this case.
Well, we haven't found disagreement yet,
Not yet.
but you're trying to draw a distinction or disagreement between positions. I'm telling you to drop whatever you think someone else has said if we're gonna have a conversation here and now. That would make sense, right?
I will apologize,
Oh man, no
because I
worries.
just had to deal with the people in the chat. God.
Yeah, I don't like text chat either. I barely ever understand feel that way. So math, you said they're math. Okay, based on what measurements?
Based on measurements of circumference and radius of the Earth. Not even just that.
Can you say
I
that again
decided
and just and probably stick with just that? Like we can get to many points, but
based on the
if you
measurements of the circumference and radius of the Earth, that is the math.
where's that?
However, I decided to circumvent that for a second inside the chat because someone mentioned the sun being ridiculously far and not making sense, so I pulled the math, which does not
Well, the
involve
sun
measurements
doesn't
of
have
Earth.
anything to do with the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah. However, they
So
tried to make
that's
the
a good
claim of the
digression from
sun
our
being.
conversation.
Yeah, no, I'm just like saying math-wise. That is just the beginning of what I started with in that context, at least, for that conversation.
Non sequitur.
They mentioned the sun being not making any sense. So I
Well,
pulled the math.
whatever doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense, then it obviously has nothing to do with reality, right?
It didn't make sense in their mind, at least.
So it didn't make sense in their mind. What didn't make sense in their mind?
How the sun can be so far away and so
Oh,
tiny
right.
in a way, but still
That's
illuminate
super
a
non
globe.
sequitur to the geometry of the Earth, though.
It has to do with it because they also
It's
made the claim that
extremely non sequitur to the geometry and measure of the Earth, though.
it does have to do with it because that also
No,
means
no, it's subsequent. So when I say it has nothing to do, I mean you can prove that the Earth is a globe without the sun. It's not necessary.
you don't necessarily have to prove the
It's a
Earth is a globe. You
secondary.
can prove that other objects are globular.
Okay, but again, we're trying to prove that the surface that we're on is globular. So we're not
Okay,
trying to prove that the things in the sky are globular. That's fine.
Alright, so where I get there is once you establish that other objects are globular and are massive and are at their proper distances and whatnot, then it
Excuse
would
me.
make
Are you
logical
inferring
sense.
distance from Kepler?
No.
Well, that's where we get distances from. When you say distance and size and all that, like we got to go to our man's Kepler first. You know that, right?
In what sense?
In the sense that when you look at the math, it involves a horizontal plane. So flat Earth seems to be required there.
Do you not message church inside this? Oh,
But
I got
again, none of all roads lead back to the geometry of the Earth, globular or not. But we're not talking about that. We're just talking about other things. You can see how that would be kind of annoying, right?
in a way, yes. However, let's
So
skip the
you
whole.
said the
Let's.
radius and the circumference was measured, and it's like that was 15 minutes ago, and it just feels like so many worlds away.
Funny.
You
Yes.
see how you're supposed to like kind of have a premise and kind of lay it out and flesh it out, and then somehow when we go on into the conversation, it has nothing to do with that. That's kind of a problem for me.
Okay. Would you like me to start over and focus solely on the actual Earth itself?
I literally said that like
Okay.
15 minutes ago.
Yeah. Alright. Then I can. So regarding the actual Earth itself, math-wise, here's one thing that you can just go measure right now if you really wanted to using a ruler, or no, a tape measure.
Probably can't do that.
You really
Everybody
could.
knows that.
Take any object, for example.
No,
Just take, I mean, that's all you have to do is just two objects.
no,
And you can drop it at a height of
no,
9.81 meters.
no.
It will reach the ground in 1 second.
Okay,
Exactly.
fine.
Why not?
Because it's just like I have a very imaginative mind, and if the argument is a city, I just see you in a boat drifting away from validating the measurements of the circumference and radius of the Earth. Now we seem to be talking about the average of things fall.
No, but
It,
the
you can
reason
understand
why it
again
is that
why I'm kind of
the reason why it takes exactly 1 second for that to fall at 9.81 meters is because the acceleration due to gravity on Earth, on the average elevation of Earth, is 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay? Now, how do you get that?
You get it by measuring it.
No, not
What
even
do you
just that.
mean?
You get that from an equation.
You just detailed.
You get that from an equation, not by measuring.
Oh, you
It
get it
wasn't
from an equation?
an equation which has measurements in it, including the
Hold on.
radius of the Earth
Hold
and the
on.
mass itself.
Hold on. So that's what I'm saying. So that's begging the question. I asked you how the circumference and the radius was measured, not how you can infer
I'm
using.
not. I'm going backwards in my thing here. I'm
Well, I mean,
reaching that
I
conclusion.
feel
You
what you're
stop it
I
every
feel
time.
what you're doing, but it's not what I've asked for. So it's like,
It is what you've asked for. I'm just taking the long way around it, whilst also
no,
slowly explaining
it's
everything
not what I
involving it.
asked for. It's begging the question.
Hey, White Dad, just quickly. Sorry, Eli, to interject for a second. Hey, can you answer him directly, please? Because I'm very, very keen to know your answer directly to Eli's question. Let's be for real's question. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, so can my response be respected instead of
It depends if
Well,
it's respectable.
your response is, we know. Here's how you measure. Because I asked you
no,
how they
I'm not going
measure.
to
I
measure. I can
asked
give you
you.
the original
No, I didn't
measurements.
ask you what you were gonna do. I'm telling you what I initially asked you. So I already know that you're not doing that. Why do we have to get into a tizzy about? We can agree that you're absolutely not gonna engage. 'Cause you said you were. You said this is how you are, but in fact you're not engaging with what I asked you.
I am engaging with what you asked. I am getting there.
No, you're not getting there because the radius is already in the equation.
Yes. And then once we get the radius, how the hell did we get the radius to begin with?
Exactly.
That's why I was going backwards in that. Just getting there.
Well, why do you have to go backwards?
Because it's better for explanation purposes, so you don't ask more questions in the future
Oh,
as to
okay,
how the
so
hell that makes sense.
we've realized that using the assumed radius of the Earth, that things fall 9.8 meters per second square in a vacuum, which we also don't
Not
have.
in a vacuum.
Oh, okay. So it's funny because
Well,
see
actually, no,
things
it would make
falling at
sense in a vacuum.
9.8 meters per second is actually an average, not what things do. Then we'll have to say, well, that's because of wind drag. And then you'll say, oh,
Okay,
well, perhaps there's like, some very long shaft in which you can look, bro. I'm not arguing against any of that. I'm trying to figure out how the earth was measured to be a ball. So far, you said, well, we've assumed it to figure out how fast something drops. Okay, well, that's not a proof, but I'm still waiting. When I say not a proof, I mean you're just supposed to be evidencing supposed to be answering what I asked for. I'm still waiting.
okay. The way that it was initially solved was by Eratosthenes, using sticks and shadows, as people like to insult it for.
Oh, God, here we go. Okay, yeah, sorry, Eli.
That is exactly how it was measured. And it was proven further using actual measurements, not the stadia, which was the Greek measurement at the time.
All right, yeah, Eli, go ahead, man.
That's beautiful. Were there any assumptions in there? So just like in the math, did they assume that the Earth was a sphere first?
They came with the hypothesis that the Earth might be a sphere based on hearing word that in a certain place in the city of Syene, in the south of Egypt, a Greek
Can I
city,
pause you? Can I
again,
pause you there? If you don't mind.
go ahead.
They didn't come to that conclusion based on the method that you're about to lay out. They began with that the Earth is.
I'm explaining. No,
Well,
they didn't
what?
become with the Earth
Well,
as a
I
sphere.
mean, when you explain, I'm just trying to get clear because I'm saying, well, I'm asking, is it an assumption? And it sounds like you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, well, they determined it by, and then you begin to outline what they actually did. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Can I finish the explanation before you completely deconstruct it?
Well, can you correct me if I'm wrong?
You're wrong in a way.
Well, I didn't just repeat everything that you said and
They
how
did
the
not, okay,
conversation went.
they did not start. Eratosthenes did not start with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere.
That's incorrect.
He did not.
All right. Well,
As I
I'll
said,
let you
after.
finish. I'll let you finish, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pull up what I have to pull up here.
Okay. After hearing
So,
word from
mhm.
people in Syene, I forgot the exact names and whatnot, that during I think it was the summer solstice, that the sun shines directly overhead, illuminating the bottom of a well, which north of that point would not happen, even on the summer solstice. Okay. To measure this, he took sticks. He took a stick in Alexandria just to see if the Earth is a sphere or not. Take a stick in Alexandria, take a stick in Syene, measure them on the exact same day again. They have different shadows, different angles. You take that, blah blah blah, and then you get fuck. Since I have it written down, I don't feel like explaining this. 7 planes for the year's distance. Well, either way, you eventually, after doing the calculations for it, you will get the circumference or radius of the Earth and then circumference from that measurement.
So
But
you said that they didn't begin us with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere.
he did not begin with the assumption, but then further created the hypothesis and then created the whole model of it being a sphere based on the circumference and whatnot and the angles of which. And in turn, after that, you can take his measurements, they are wrong,
Less is more,
but after
bro. Because I just listened to you for like mad long. I was asking just a clarifying question. That doesn't mean stop. Just make it concise.
you take those measurements using modern measurements, you can just you can use that for the radius of the Earth.
The question was, did they assume it was fair? You said no, but yes.
Assumed would be wrong.
Okay,
It could
so
possibly be.
okay, so I'm reading from, where did I get this from? I'm gonna have to find it, but it's easy to get. Eratosthenes makes 5 assumptions which he will use as hypotheses in his argument. One of them being that the Earth is a sphere. So, if you're taking measurements with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, then all you need to do is figure out based on the measurements how big the sphere is. So he indeed did begin with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, but these aren't measurements of a sphere. These are measurements of angles that are attributed to the Earth being a sphere.
in which you use those angles and their distances to calculate the radius.
Yeah, we agree. But where we didn't agree is that it was an assumption, which it is.
Okay, you're right. Maybe it is an assumption. I will give you that one.
I mean, it says right here, with a
Hey,
few measurements, some assumptions, and a little geometry, Eratosthenes was ready to approximate the circumference of Earth. Well, if you're going to assume it's a sphere, then the measurements that you take are just going to tell you how big. But that doesn't tell you that you're justified in assuming that the Earth is a sphere. It's definitely not a measurement of the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. However, if you do not have it as a sphere, the calculations for anything else regarding things such as the acceleration due to gravity don't make sense otherwise.
Incorrect.
You know
What?
that the conclusion is that the
Incorrect.
Earth is a sphere. It's
Incorrect.
not an assumption at the beginning.
It's incorrect. Because everything you have and everything that you love comes from a flat plane first and foremost. That's the genesis. That's where it always begins.
That doesn't,
Yep.
then that disregards Newtonian physics at that point.
Well, Newtonian physics was thrown out anyway. I mean, there's no proof of it.
That disregards any modern physics.
No, it doesn't.
That does in that aspect.
No,
One
it
of the-
actually doesn't. Because how fast something drops with respect to level is a horizontal plane. Now, I didn't have to make any inference about spheres or anything. Any forces or anything. When we talk about physics, then we're talking about the physical and natural world. And then if we're talking about the physical and natural world, when we make claims, we can either validate them through the scientific method or we cannot. Those are the two choices. So when you're saying that, when you're saying what you said, I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. Like, no, the Earth works just fine. It is a plane. And there's no physics that would disagree. There's no way for that to be the case because physics and geometry are two different categories. So we're
Okay,
talking
but
about
we're going to
geometry right
explain
now,
gravity.
and you're talking about physics, but you have an assumption that I don't have, and your assumption isn't justified yet.
It is justified because you physically cannot have that. You cannot have that speed. You cannot have the acceleration due to gravity without having it as a sphere. Because in calculating that means you have to have the radius of a sphere and the mass of a sphere. Or of said sphere.
Well, I mean, you're using the radius to tell you to calculate the number. So it's not really a real thing. It's a calculation based
there
on
an
the
alternative?
assumption. It's a calculation, not a measurement. It's a calculation based on the assumed measurement of the radius. So it's not dropping at any measurable distance. It's a calculation. But that's what you just said.
Would you like to offer an alternative for how that functions?
No, I'm just why. I mean, I'm not rejecting what you said. What's wrong with what I just said?
You're rejecting it because you are saying that you're
How are you going
rejecting
to
the
I'm
idea of a
rejecting
sphere.
something that I, in words, didn't reject?
You're
I,
rejecting the idea of a sphere.
well,
Okay.
yeah, because you're saying that this proves it's a sphere. No, like there's no sphere because things drop at a certain rate. No, you already admitted that it's a calculation based on the assumed measurement. So it's not actually like it's a measure of drop. It's a calculation based on an assumption anyway.
If it is true, then it's not based on. It is true.
Okay, just like I mean, you can do maths that are true, but what's that got to? It doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere.
Then that
Like,
just means it's a completely made up number,
I mean,
which makes
because
that entire
if we were to
calculation wrong.
say, it's the bottom line, bro, is what you said was a measurement. You already said is a calculation. Like the rate at which things fall is a calculation based on an assumed measurement, based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. It's not a measurement of the Earth being a sphere. You have no
It is a measurement of the acceleration due to gravity.
with the assumption that the Earth is. It's not a measurement. It's a
Not
calculation.
an assumption. It can't
It's a
be an assumption if it is true. You
it's a
can do the
calculation.
experiment. All right, if the number
It's a
is wrong,
Now you just look. If you're not disagreeing with what I'm saying here, then you don't have. It's a calculation based on the assumption of a sphere, not a measurement.
so are you going? All right, yes or no? Are you going to say that it is wrong? Since it's an assumption.
I'm saying that it's a calculation. You're saying it's a measurement. You're
It's a
you're
calculation
wrong.
that leads to a measurement.
Well, I just said the same thing.
You said you've repeated yourself that it's a calculation. I said it's a calculation that
Yeah,
leads to
it's
a
a calculation based on an
But-
assumed measurement of the Earth.
of an assumed measurement, and you assume, in your belief, it is wrong, which makes that entire
No,
calculation
not
wrong.
why are you doing that? That's weird.
It's not
Not
weird.
my belief. Not my belief.
believe-
When did we discuss my belief?
You believe
We're
it to be
talking
wrong.
about when
Do you-
did we discuss my belief
you
in the
or do you not
conversation
believe
about
that?
in the conversation about you saying this value proves that the Earth is a sphere? Where does that bring my belief? Because when you said that, I said, well, actually, isn't it a calculation based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere? You agreed. So all I'm saying is, okay, then what you said was a measurement is not a measurement. And you have a problem with that. It's not what I asked for. It's what I told you about 45 minutes ago.
That wasn't 45 minutes ago. Regardless, you believe it to be wrong because you believe
I
in
can't
a
hear you. You're mumbling now.
You believe it to be wrong because you believe in a flat Earth. It cannot
No.
exist.
No.
Then what?
No. I believe it to be wrong because you said something was a measurement that was not a measurement. I asked you
Okay,
for
I am getting past that.
I asked you for a measurement of the sphere. We can't say that we're past that. Like, because if there's no measurement of the sphere, then everything subsequent to that for me will be just hand wave. Because I'm gonna want the measurement first. I already know there's no measurement, so it's not, you don't have to go hunt one down. I'm just telling you what my standard is.
Okay.
If you're gonna say something geometry related or geometric related, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for anything else.
Yeah, dude, it's the same thing as when you have a new weapon system come into existence, okay? 5.56, 7.62, doesn't matter what the case is. All right? You had the projected measurements of what that system should do, but it gets proved on the range. That's all Eli's asking for, man.
Okay, and this has been
Not
proved
measurements,
on the range.
proof.
It has been proved. In this specific case, with this specific measurement, it has been proved. It would not be correct or true if it was not using the measurements of a sphere.
Yeah, we know that, but it is begging the question. It's like that's what you're not understanding. Like we're not you. I'm not disregarding what you're saying. I'm telling you that what you're saying is a fallacy. We can pull the fallacy up. We can, you know, put your statement side by side with what the fallacious form is, and that's all I'm telling you. It has nothing to do with my belief, has nothing to do with anything other than that's not a spherical measurement. That's not a measurement of the earth being a sphere.
And what
But the math is correct. So
if the math is correct, that means the Earth is a sphere, because you can't use any other measurement and get that number.
Yeah, so maths
I don't
don't
know.
lie. Maths never lies, right? Yeah, sorry,
That is
Eli,
the
go ahead. Sorry, man.
well, I mean, it's the the measurement you're talking about is an assumption, though.
It's okay. It can be
It's
as much
never
of an assumption as it
so you
wants,
can
but the
use
assumption proves
that
itself to be true.
value. You can use that value to get the same outcome, like over and over again. Like that's not magic. It's like no duh.
Okay.
But it's begging the question. If you're not understanding that, then that's where the issue is, because you think I'm rejecting what you're saying. I'm taking it on board and I'm pointing out to you that, well, this is fallacious reasoning. Like, you can respond with, no, you said it was begging the question. I pulled it up. I know what begging the question is. I, in fact, did not do that. That's what I would expect someone who's being honest to do, because obviously I'm levying that against you. So it's like either I'm right or I'm wrong, because it can't be, well, I'm right, you are begging the question, however, it's still valid. That's obviously not valid. So the only other all like the best outcome that you would have is I'm actually wrong and you're not begging the question. But you are.
I'm half deaf. Am I the only one that can't hear anything?
I'm not gonna lie, I've been up for 24 hours and I'm just zoning out. That's why I keep repeating myself. I should have just went to bed like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, mate, you're talking to an ex-grunt, and staying up for 24 hours is not unusual for us. But look, man, I think about what Eli said, yeah?
I don't even remember what he said. Every time he spoke, I just kept on zoning out.
You were begging the question.
I don't know what that means because I genuinely just kept on repeating the same shit.
Why didn't
I'm
you
not-
just say that then?
I don't know. I'm only just now realizing what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, I realize that when we call people out on logical fallacies, it's a foreign thing. Like, some people. I mean, it's peppered in here and there with pop culture. You might hear some of your favorite commentators talk about fallacies and stuff, but
I know the
most of the
fallacy.
time, most of the time, fallacies are misidentified, or it's not really focused on. So, uh, when you use fallacious reasoning, it just means that you've come to a conclusion that isn't justified. So, with begging the question, you have an assumption in the beginning that proves your outcome, which is what you have with your example. So, if I did it in another instance, I can't even think of a good example right now. You would just say that's ridiculous, and I'd be like, well, yeah, and that's why that's why, people can be contradiction isn't the word, but that's where I'm going with it. Like, people can double speak, or you can see someone be against something and then do the same thing in their life, and you go, huh, how did they miss that? It's because they're not aware of their fallacious reasoning.
Hey, Eli, man, I got a question for you. Just quickly. I was a Globie. Were you ever a Globie? 'Cause what I wanted to say is to this guy is most of us were Globies. Were you ever a Globie?
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, I just assumed that it was a globe. Like, but I didn't know that that was a problem until it was pointed out. I just
Yeah, I am a
assumed it
globe,
was
my friend.
I assumed it was a globe because I assumed that there was evidence. And when it was pointed out that there wasn't any evidence, that my assumption became a problem.
There's lots of evidence.
Yep.
Sure. Or there's lots of evidence. A globe earth.
Yeah, it's same with all of us, man. And this is for this lad, dude, we were all where you are. We were all where you are. And that's fine, and that's no problem. You've been up for 24 hours. Get some sleep, bro. Just quickly, are there any flat earthers on here that were never Globers? Is there anyone here at all?
They indoctrinated all of us from an early age.
No, it's not a moral standpoint. It's not an opinion.
Well, if you give that another 10 to 15 years, you'll start getting a lot of yeses. But I think for now, everybody's a convert.
Anyone else?
What made you guys just stop believing in any given science in that aspect? Or
Shape of,
astronomy, right?
shape of the Earth's not a science question, it's a geometry question. There's no scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so
You would
When I
require a
stopped appealing,
when
when I stopped appealing to
it's fine,
authority, I
no problem.
started.
I only interjected in the conversation for 2 fucking seconds. No problem, guys. I'll fuck off. Fucking ignorant cunts.
relax, Ozzy.
Yeah.
How about we stop? How about we stop talking over Jedi? Okay. How about we stop talking over Jedi and let Jedi speak? Okay, because he's pretty senior here. He's a good dude. How about we let him speak? Okay.
He's speaking garbage.
All right, you. Is science, which is the formulation of a hypothesis and an experiment to test that hypothesis, the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object?
Yeah.
Yeah. You think formulation of a hypothesis and an experiment is how you figure out a shape, is it, dumb fuck?
Okay, but
You're
you
an
didn't.
idiot. You know that,
No,
right?
I'm not talking to you. Shut up. I'm talking to this fucking idiot who decided to interject and said what I said was gobbledygook. I'm pointing out to everybody that science, natural science, the formulation of a hypothesis and test through an experiment is not the fucking tool you use when you figure out the shape of an object. If you want to figure out the shape of an object, you look at it, you measure it. Prick.
I also did that. I looked on some space pictures.
Yeah, that's not science, you idiot. And you haven't addressed anything that I've said, you idiot. You've just said something stupid, you idiot.
Yeah.
And when I've rebutted and demonstrated you're a fucking idiot, all you can go is, well, I looked at space pictures. You're a prick.
I can prove it in 2 ways, right?
Okay. Can you
With
science this?
and with simple
Excuse
perception.
Excuse me. Can you science this? A shape. Can you science a shape?
And I science
Can you
the
science the shape? I want an answer to that question, or you can fuck off.
I can conclude on the shape based on measurements, yeah?
On measurements, did you do any science there? Did you formulate a hypothesis and test an experiment?
No, someone did it for me.
So you still think that natural science is the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object?
I mean, science was never wrong, right?
You're not answering my question. Is natural science the formulation of a hypothesis, which is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship that's tested through experiment where you, the researcher, vary manipulate your presumed cause to see if it changes your dependent variable? Is that the tool that you would use to figure out a shape? Yes or no?
Stop. What are those strange...
Fuck off. You're not answering the question. You've jumped in and said, oh, what I said is gobbledygook. When I break it down for you simply like a 7-year-old can understand, you don't even answer the question. You just talk about something else. You fucking idiot. You don't deserve to be here, let alone let me waste my fucking time on you. Idiot.
Holy shit! I have missed you, Jedi. I have fucking missed you. I've missed all of you, but especially you, bro.
I missed you as well, Skinny Vet. I hope you're doing well, brother. Now, who's the little pussy who's sniggering in the background? What's his name? You need to go to bed, White Dad.
The one you talk about was Haval, but hey, Kiko, great to see you, champion. The guy you were talking to was White Dad.
Yeah, he was sniggering in the background after I'd muted this Hevel guy, so the only microphone that went up apart from yours and mine was his. So, why, Dad? I'm going to ask you, being as you've been awake for 24 hours, see if you can answer a simple question simply. Natural science, the formulation of a hypothesis, which is a prediction into a cause and effect, which is tested through experimentation, where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate what you think the cause is to make that happen. Is that the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object? Yeah.
What you
Silence.
say has no foundation, and that is not what we mean by science.
I don't care what you mean by science. I'm talking about the definition of natural
Don't
science.
use the definition
Natural
when
science.
you know damn well what other people mean by science. You're just using this argument just to disable us completely.
Excuse me.
It makes no
Is
sense to keep
measuring
repeating.
something science? Is measuring something science?
It goes inside of the grand scheme of science.
The
You
grand
know that
scheme
damn well.
of science. So what's the
Why use an exact definition? That's just a stupid
an
argument.
exact definition? What the fucking thing is? Natural science. Would you like me
Okay,
to pull up
what it-
several? Don't talk whilst I'm lecturing you. Fucking idiot. Look, you can either have the conversation with me or you can fuck off and go to bed. I don't mind which. Which one do you want to do? Do you want to have the conversation or do you want to fuck off? Which one?
You need to relax, man.
I need to talk to more intelligent people. That's what I need to do. I'm
Your
failing to
intelligence
find
is
them. I'm
arrogant.
failing to find them in the last two people I've spoken to. Do you know what natural science is?
I'm not going to play this game with you.
Ah, then fuck off. You obviously have no horse in this race. You have no intellectual backbone.
Intellectual doesn't have to do with anything regarding intellect between
It does.
intelligence.
It does. And you don't have an intellectual backbone.
It's just the willingness to deal with the same argument over and over again. That is all that you're doing. You're just using exact definitions to disable any argument I can make.
Your argument or
That's
your
the
question
equivalent-
was,
That's the
why do you deny all
equivalent
science?
of doing. Actually, that is what you're doing. That
It's a
makes
pussy. You're just a
You're
pussy.
just
Sorry, Jedi. Just for a sec. Just for a sec. You're using exact. You're using exact. Sorry, Jedi. I'm just going to say quickly. You're using exact definitions to dismantle any argument I make. Holy shit! Do you realize how retarded that fucking sounds, dude?
Yeah, why would you not use exact definitions for your argument?
exact definitions before versus common speech. There's a difference. I am speaking in common terms. I'm not going to use exact definitions.
That's your problem.
To have a normal conversation.
That's your problem. When we're here, when we're trying to be very specific about the words that we use and the conversation that we're trying to have with regards to very serious matters, it's very important that we use the correct definitions, or we end up claiming that pseudoscience is science. Yes, so what's the definition of pseudoscience?
In the common term definition, not an exact definition, it is fake science that people will just come up with.
What is that? Would you like me to help you along as well? Pseudoscience, something that claims to be science but does not follow the scientific method. Oh, shit. Is there a scientific method? What's that then?
How do you differentiate between the two if you're not going to be precise about defining them?
All right, listen. The issue is
Just
you know exactly what I mean when I speak. You're just
you're just being a weasel.
Listen, lad, you're just
being a
fucking
weasel.
choosing.
Yeah, why are you talking about Jedi? Just answer his questions about science. Fuck. Too much of a simpleton to do that, to stick to the subject matter that you came here to discuss. Why are you talking about us? We're not the subject matter. Too bricked.
He already explained to Eli that when he was having the conversation, he zoned out because he's too tired, and now he wants to fucking try and rebut me when he's too tired. This is a very specific. Shut up. This is a very specific subject matter. You claimed about we denying science. Well, science has got a very specific meaning. It's got a method. There's also pseudoscience, which I've just told you is something that declares to be science but doesn't follow the scientific method. So there's a scientific method then, isn't there? This is what I was speaking about with Havel. You'll notice that scientific method doesn't adjudicate shapes. So we're in a category error already. One's math, geometry, observation, and measurement. The other one's natural science, the observation of a phenomena, your prediction of cause, and testing for experimentation. Not the same fucking thing. So it's poignant that we understand what science actually is.
And look, it's not just that, man. You claiming that you've been awake for 24 hours, like, fucking cry me a river, dude. Talk to any fucking veteran, okay? Talk to anyone that works in the medical field, a nurse, a doctor. Cry me a fucking river, dude. Anyway, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, we want to use. I'm not going to use the word science. This is involving astronomy in this exact case. And don't try and argue it. It is astronomy.
Astronomy is astronomy. How could I argue that astronomy is astronomy?
Okay, so you are denying
Idiot.
the study of astronomy.
And
correct?
You're saying astronomy is not a science then?
So you're
Are
denying
you
that
saying astronomy is not science now?
Does he think the shape of the Earth is astronomy?
it is involving astronomy.
Oh dear.
Okay. Is
Isn't
astronomy a
looking
science?
away from the Earth?
Not
Isn't
geometry.
isn't astronomy looking at everything else but the Earth?
No, astronomy is the entire encompassment of anything revolving around space.
Ah, what space?
You're really going to play this game?
Yeah, I want you to tell me that space is a vacuum. Then I'm going to ask you how you violate the second law of thermodynamics, kinetic molecular theory, and PV equals nRT.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man! If you can even explain what you just said.
Yeah.
In your own terms
Would you like me to start with? Would you like me to start with PV equals nRT? It's the ideal gas formula. It's based on Boyle's law.
going to state that space is a vacuum. I am saying space in the general topic of anything any astronomical body or what's between it.
That's how you sound. I don't want to talk about it. Go to bed.
Who pissed in your Cheerios, bro?
This morning, you did. You did.
Fucking no one pissed in his Cheerios, dude, and holy shit have I missed you guys. Dude, answer a straight question. That's what I was saying before. Answer a straight question. If you're going to fucking bring up, hold on a sec. If you're going to bring up that you've been in without sleep for 24 hours, again, talk to any veteran, any doctor, as an intern, any nurse. People that work in mines, people that work on oil rigs, cry me a fucking river, dude. All right, you're here. So answer a straight fucking question. Answer a straight question, man.
I just answered a straight question, and I asked a question in return. I don't.
Oh, sorry, mate. I've only been awake for 3 hours. I zoned out there. What was that? No, you can repeat your question. I zoned out because you're an idiot. So repeat the question. Come on. No intellectual backbone.
I think he zoned out and wasn't paying attention to himself.
My bad, I zoned out. I wasn't paying attention to your question.
Right, okay, cool. So do you need me to put you to bed?
I know. What did you say?
No. Come back another time. If you're not going to have the fucking conversation because you keep zoning out every 5 seconds, and there's no point you being here. Got two choices. I can either disconnect you or put you in the sleepy go bye-bye room. Which one do you want? Oh shit, I'm muted to figure that out. Do you want me to disconnect you or put you in the sleepy bye-bye room?
I've been talking coherently and responding to you every single time. You're just going back to something I said earlier when I was actually dying of tiredness.
I asked you a fucking question. That was to repeat what you said and then ask you a question again because we all zoned out.
You asked me a question to mock me.
What was the question?
Don't know. I started zoning out.
No intellectual backbone.
You said that for the 5th time.
Yes, and it's fucking correct. That's why I keep saying it. In this instance, you're a very drippy wet pussy. Do you know what I do to very drippy wet pussies? I fuck them.
All you want. I would love that.
I'm sure you fucking would. But ever since you opened your mouth in conversation with me, you've had no intellectual backbone.
Because you sound angry and your accent is funny, so I can't take you seriously in any degree.
Yeah, I mean, you sound like a cunt. What do you want me to do about that? Treat you like one.
You could. You've already been doing
Okay.
it.
Cool. No worries at all. So how do you have gas pressure without a container, man who likes looking at Jupiter a lot? How do you have gas pressure without a physical barrier to press against? Man who looks at Jupiter a lot. Man with sky stories. Hello? How do you have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against? Space boy.
I'm sorry, I zoned out.
Oh, you are still there then, you little fucking cunt. So
That
how do you have
wasn't
gas
me.
pressure without a container?
I didn't say it that time. I was
How
considering
do you have
saying
gas
it.
pressure without a container, Jupiter boy?
I'm not responding to that question because I can't answer it.
You're damn right you can't answer it. That's your
How could
problem.
you? Can you answer it?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? Yeah, you've got two problems. One, if you have no physical boundary for the gas to press against, you won't be able to achieve pressure. PV equals nRT, where P is solved by force over area given in feet or meters of physical boundary for the gas to press against. Problem number two, entropy will increase, the gas will disperse into the next available environment. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. If you have no physical boundary for the gas to exist in, the gas will fuck off. Jupiter boy.
So Jupiter isn't real or made of gas.
Story that you've been told about Jupiter, it being an uncontained ball of gas, cannot be true.
It's not uncontained. It's contained within itself.
So gas contains itself, does it?
With enough mass, an object does contain itself with its own gravity. Using its
gravity. What's gravity? Which one are you speaking about?
Gravity isn't a force. It is. What was the explanation of it again?
Quickly check Wikipedia for this.
Nope, I'm walking around my room. I'm not checking.
Google your claim. Google your claim.
I have 5 feet away from my PC.
I have a clarifying question about this gas that we're talking about.
Okay, well, it's just in the middle of somebody else's question, though.
That's why it's a clarifying question.
Ask.
Well, can we find out what he thinks gravity is, because he claimed it? Let's try to do things in order.
Yeah, we're asking.
Yeah, none of us actually, by the way, sorry, just quickly, none of us actually have to Google. None of us have to Google.
No, Skinny, no. Thank you. So we're the ones that are asking the clarifying question at the moment. He's made a claim to gravity. We want to know which one he's talking about. That's the clarifying question that's on the table. So why, Dad? Gravity you talking about? Which one?
Any object with mass has its own gravity, and therefore it bends space-time around it.
Really? So you're going to go with Einsteinian gravity, are you?
Okay. Yes. It can.
Okay.
From
Is
that,
that
since Jupiter has
scientific?
enough mass, it is able to hold on to said gas.
Is that scientific? This space-time fabric?
That is.
Really? Can you give me the natural science experiment then, please, where we can physically interact with the space-time fabric?
We can't interact with it.
We can't interact with it? Oh, that's a problem for your mass then, isn't it? That's supposed to be bending and warping it. I'm made of mass, apparently, according to you. So I'm bending and warping this space-time fabric. Do you know what a reification is?
What? Your mic is lagged.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
I didn't make a fallacy there.
You did. You brought up space-time. That's a reification of non-concrete things. I've obviously got to do it again. So space-time
had told me by my astronomy professor.
Yeah. Space-time is a reification of two non-physical things given physicality, so you can bend and warp it with math. Is space 3 dimensions, height, width, length? Is that physical?
Depending on what you mean by physical.
Can I interact with it? Can I add energy to it? Can I put it in a jar, paint it red, set fire to it, and kick it down the street? Is it physical, a 3-dimensional coordinate system?
It is not physical.
Thank you.
But
So
it
you
exists.
understand how... thank you. So you understand how point 1, Einstein has reified 3-dimensional space and given it physicality. You've just said that you can't interact with it, that it's not physical. That's the definition of a reification. Point 2, time. Is that physical? Can I put it in a jar, paint it red, set fire to it, and kick it down the street? Is time physical?
Time is not physical.
Yay! Thank you very much. So that's point number 2, where time has been reified into a physical thing, given physicality so it can be bent and warped with mass. So this is a reification fallacy. It is nowhere near natural science because you said they're not physical. You're damn right they're not fucking physical, my friend. It's a 4-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian coordinate system. It's not physical. Dumbass.
It's not physical. You can't interact with it.
Yes, so how do you bend it then? If you can't
That is-
interact with it, how do you bend it?
From my understanding, not
Which is
using
limited.
Google. Okay. Just as yours is just as limited.
No, I just understand the subject matter a little bit better than you. You've already declared that it's not physical, but you said that it's physically bent and warped with mass. You said that we
I
can't
did not say
interact
that
with it.
it's physically bent or warped with mass. It's just the idea of it. How I have had it explained to me in the past.
Mhm.
Put a stretch out a sheet.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, so
stretch out a
It's your
sheet and
reification.
hang it.
Thank you. That's your
Stretch out.
Oh, the space-time, that's a fabric.
I
It's
am
like
not explaining it as a
paper.
physical object. I am saying stretch out a sheet. Put a weight on the center. And then put smaller marbles going around it. Just throw them in there with a velocity. They'll keep
Cool
circling around
imagination, kid.
until eventually they get pulled in.
So it is physical then, this space-time paper fabric that you put balls on, that is bent and
I'm
warped
not
by the
saying
physical
that
thing.
it's physical. I am
It
just
has to be
explaining
physical
that
for you to interact with it, you fucking idiot. It has to
Yeah.
be physical for it to be distorted. You seriously, dude, you're way above your fucking head at the moment. Go and play in the kiddie room or something.
Greetings,
Well, if you're done talking, then
everybody.
hello. I'm kind of curious about like that equation PV equals nRT, right? Do you think that like describes gas how it like functions in the real world, in the physical world?
For the most part, yes, but we can use the non-ideal gas formulas if you want to. But
So-
however, every single part of PV equals nRT has been experimentally demonstrated to be true.
Well,
If you talk about gases
not really, right? Like when you account for all the other variables that you're conveniently letting out here, right? Because it's called the ideal gas law. Why?
Yes.
Because like it's an
Did I
idealized
say
gas.
that we could
And
use the non-ideal gas formula as well? Did I say that we could do that?
do you have to
30
overtalk me?
seconds ago. Did I say that not 30 seconds ago?
Okay, yeah, but that's not what I'm referring to, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But I know why you say that. That's like
Be honest then. Don't put words into my
Well,
mouth that I didn't say.
I'm
Don't say things that I
you
didn't
did
mean.
you did refer to the ideal gas law, correct?
Damn correct I did. And I also referred to the non-ideal gas laws as well. If you want to treat
Exactly.
gases non-ideally, then yes, they
What do
may
you think
have
that means? Non-ideally.
non-ideally.
Yeah,
So
what does that mean?
Not exactly within the formula as we propose them within the ideal gas formula. Now,
No,
if we
that's not what
want
that
to look at
means.
them, yeah, if we want, I haven't finished my fucking explanation yet
I disagree. I don't know why you'd continue.
because you keep interrupting me like a fucking prepubescent kid. Shut up.
Because I want to have
Okay.
a conversation, not listen to you preach.
Good.
Okay,
Maybe you should
great.
talk to somebody else then. You challenge me. I'm trying to rebut, but now you're saying that I'm preaching when I
Okay,
haven't
go
even
ahead.
finished
Go
my
ahead.
rebuttal to you.
I don't like what you're telling me. You're preaching.
Well, go ahead then. If you want to talk more, go ahead.
No, I'm just surrounded by fucking pussies this morning, apparently.
Okay, great. Then you're not going to talk. So, ideal gas law, it's called ideal because it's idealized. What does that mean in science? Well, we're like leaving out some like parts that are true in the real world, but are really hard to factor in or calculate, right? So, like, we simplify the conditions in such a way that things become easier to calculate. Like Newtonian gravity. Not perfect, but it's a form of idealized where we leave some things away, like relativity or like general relativity, special relativity, right? So like that's what the ideal gas law is, and that's what ideal means in this state. Not that like it's like perfectly applying to something, as you were trying to imply there.
Can we treat oxygen and nitrogen ideally?
We can treat them as such, but that's not treating them as they are in the real world. That's treating them in a simplified way.
We can treat them ideally because they're so close to ideal. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Would you like
But it's not.
Would you
It does
like
make a difference.
Would you like the references and citations to back up what I've just said with regards to oxygen and nitrogen? We can treat them ideally. They do not have any interactions with each other apart from the physical collisions. Now, the physical collisions
Yeah, exactly.
might not be. I haven't finished. The physical collisions might not be ideal because of the shape of the gas molecule. And every other force that you will get to, like the magnetic force, before you even come anywhere near some force of
Or
gravity,
gravity.
which is what's gravity?
Well, it's like really funny that you use
what
the
is
ideal
gravity?
gas law as like a
What is
refutation of like all these
What is
underlying
gravity?
particle physics.
No,
Like,
excuse me, you didn't listen. You clearly didn't listen again. I said you used a non-ideal gas formula. It's not any skin off of my nose. I'm just talking about what's been scientifically
okay, which
validated.
one are you talking about?
What?
Yeah, which one are you talking about? Like non-ideal gases. Okay, sure. Like, what do you think an equation is then for that? And like, what do you think that specifically calculates?
Depends what you want it to calculate, mate.
Okay, so
Unideal
now we're talking about
situations
real
require more
gases,
specific
right? So-
mathematics.
Yeah, so like, are we talking about like the van der Waals forces and their models?
No, we're talking about the general behavior. We're not talking about like freezing gas down to 450 degrees minus.
Okay, but like to what you're doing here, Jedi, is pointing like to the ideal gas law and be like,
And
hey,
non-ideal
look,
gas
like that's
laws,
a
you're gonna
perfect
keep fucking
explanation.
forgetting that.
That is, you're
Are you
actually the
gonna
one
keep
committing a
forgetting that?
reification fallacy, by the way,
Are you
because
gonna
you're
keep
treating the
forgetting that?
hypothetical thing
You're a
as if it was
pussy.
real.
You're a pussy. You keep forgetting that I said you can use the non-ideal gas formulas if you
Yeah,
wish.
but you don't know them, and that's also how you portray it in the conversation.
What do you mean I don't know?
Like if you think you can use other like explanations, then I don't know why you point to the ideal gas law to be like, oh, why do we need gravity? Why do we need like more advanced form of physics? Because they.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you
go
why.
ahead.
I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't matter which fucking formula you use, ideal or not, pressure is still solved by force over area. Area being the physical boundary for the gas to press against, given in feet or meters. I don't care
what's
which
force?
formula. I don't care which formula you use.
Yeah, but what's force?
Pressure will be solved by the force over area.
Yeah, but what's force?
The area is the point that I'm pointing out.
Yeah, that's very cool.
You can't have gas pressure without the area to press against.
Yeah, of course. But like,
thank you. That's my point. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but like, do you think a gas molecule has an area?
No, dude.
Are you just gonna run away with that one thing? Like, and then
Yes,
like
but
completely
Containment has
misconstrue
the
it.
area. It's the containment that you measure the pressure against, you weirdo.
And what's force? Can it be maybe the force due to gravity, the force due to
No.
electromagnetism? Oh no,
No.
we have all the like standard concepts of science
No.
back.
No, you don't
Yeah.
even understand what you're talking about. This is the gas movement. The force of the gas as it pushes against the area.
No, not for real gas. You're
Yeah.
stuck in your ideal gas laws. That's your problem, not
No,
mine.
you're the one who keeps asserting gravity. It's the force.
Well, yeah, because in a real
over the
gas, if you
area.
like simulate how
fucking
real
idiot.
gas works,
You fucking
What?
idiot. You think the force bit's gravity bit because it says force, so that's gravity. You think
no,
that's
no,
what
no, no,
gravity
no.
Yeah,
Force
yeah,
can
yeah.
mean literally any force
care.
under real
don't
gas,
care.
right?
I don't
I
care.
agree
That's
that with an ideal gas that doesn't happen
that's
because that's a
movement in pussy.
simplification where you don't
How is
take
gravity
these
a
things
force?
into account, right?
Let me say this to you again. It doesn't matter if it's ideal or non-ideal. You're still going to have a P. That stands for pressure, and that is solved by force over area, a physical boundary for the gas to press against given in feet or meters. I don't
Are you
care
really that
whether it's
retarded that
ideal.
like you don't understand that different forces can be like used? Like you have the force due to friction. You know, that's just what force means. Like they are interchangeable.
Is that what force means in force over area for solving for pressure? Is it?
In an ideal gas, no, because there you specifically do
Yes,
not
it is.
include
That's
more.
what P is for, you idiot.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just like pointing out that's under ideal gases, not with real gases. There
and
you take
non-ideal
these
gases.
things into account.
And non-ideal gases, because it's still got pressure in there, and every single time that pressure is solved by force over
Sure,
area.
but like, what's pressure?
Force
I don't
over
think you can-
area.
Okay, but force. What's force?
The gas movement as it collides with the physical bounds.
And friction, correct?
Is that in? Is that in here? Is it? Is that friction against the physical boundary? Is it?
No, like what I'm trying to
Is
do with
that
you here,
friction
okay?
against the physical boundary? Is it?
Yeah, or the gas molecules, correct?
Yes. So either the physical boundary or the gas molecules themselves, or some. And
what's a more complicated
your
understanding
point?
of friction?
What's
How
your
does
point?
friction happen?
What? Oh my God! See, now you're just wandering off into the weeds.
No, I'm not wandering off into the weeds. I'm trying to drill down to like a more.
My point. You've
We're
already
talking
conceded.
about what the friction is, and then you ask what is friction. Come on, stick with it.
I am sticking with it. It's not my problem if Jen. I can't answer the question. Right?
Weeds, random little fucking pussy weasel.
Well, you
I'm
could just
telling
answer the
you,
questions,
I'm
but clearly you're
telling
unable
you.
to, right? So you're getting triggered. That's okay.
No, I've been triggered ever since I got here because you're now the third stupid person that I've spoke to.
I mean, you can keep attesting that I'm stupid when you're failing to answer
person.
my questions. That's really funny.
Yeah. How do you solve
Okay,
for pressure?
we're on real gases. Okay, keep up. Okay, we're not on the ideal gases anymore because we both agree that those are just like simplified explanations, right? So real gases, right?
Simple, fun explanations. How do you solve for pressure?
Under what?
How do you
Under what
solve
model?
any?
Any?
Yes. How do you solve for pressure?
Why are you just interested in any? Why aren't you like interested in a specific model? What are you trying to explain here? Like you just don't simply solve for pressure, right? Pressure means something holistically in what you're trying to explain or understand, right?
Yeah, I understand what pressure is. Do you?
Like it depends on the context. Like I don't have a PhD in like astrophysics or like physics or particle physics, you know. So like I understand it to a degree, but I don't understand as much as an astrophysicist would.
Is how you achieve pressure. How do you achieve pressure?
How do you achieve pressure? Well, pressure can be due to like a heating of the of the molecules, which just means an excitement of the molecules, so they start moving faster and they like start interacting more severely, and that makes it so that the pressure of the molecules increases, which means just like
what do they interact with? With what? No, what do they interact with? With what?
What do particles interact with? They interact
at the
with
moment,
like
you just said temperature. If I heat the gases up and move fast, if I heat the gases up, they'll move faster. They'll have less physical collisions with each other because they keep expanding outwards until they reach what? The limitation of their environment where
no,
they
will
can
have
achieve pressure.
there are more
They've got a
collisions. You're wrong.
physical boundary to press against. All you did was bring up temperature, you
But
idiot.
you're wrong. No, the higher the temperature, the more collisions you have.
Collisions with what? What are they colliding against? Can you answer that?
Gas molecules
Oh, just other
And-
gas molecules in a vacuum?
in a vacuum. Yeah, sure. They would
Yeah.
only collide with gas molecules in a vacuum, right? Because
So how do you measure pressure in a vacuum then?
So they'd
Well,
keep expanding. If you give them more energy, as
Do
in
you want me to
temperature,
answer or not?
I'm explaining it to you. So if you
Well,
give
I
the
mean, I don't know what you ask a question and explain it, but okay, sure. Tell me what you
okay,
think.
you little pussy, shut up.
Well, I'm
if
not a
you
pussy.
just
I'm
give-
literally trying to answer, but you're not letting me. If
Shut
anything, you're
up.
the pussy in like this
Shut
weird,
up.
like convoluted way.
Shut up. If you give the gases more energy, they move faster. If they've got no
Mhm.
physical bounds, they will move further apart from each other.
No,
I'm
because they
asking you
move
how-
faster on their local like space, right? Not
No, they're gonna move
it's not like
apart.
they take a car and they start driving off, right? They just like they're
Gases move
more
opposite directions
excited, so
away
it's
from
like
each
more like
other, you
wiggling.
Stupid idiot. Stupid idiot. They move
Well-
apart. Gases disperse outwards. If you give them more energy, they're going to move apart faster.
Yeah, but they
Demonstrated.
move apart faster because
Because
you're
you
like
give them
you're
more
wrong
energy.
because you don't you're like right because you
giving them
don't
more
understand how
energy?
wrong you are. That's like really
I don't.
funny. So can I try and explain it, or do you not care?
No. I
Okay,
don't
you
care
don't
to listen
care?
to when you're wrong. If you give them more energy, as in increase the temperature, they will move apart faster
And why is that?
because you've given them more energy.
Yeah, can you explain that? How that works?
So
Yes,
you've
they
never
will fly.
played with gas laws in school before? Like, what's your highest level of education,
Well, I'm
kid?
trying to explain it, but like you're not letting me, so I have to ask the questions, right? So like you give me the explanation or I tell you wrong. Those are really the only like answers here, right?
Pressure.
If you want to know my education, I can tell you,
How
but
do you
like
achieve
I
pressure?
don't think you're going to be
At the
very happy
moment,
with
you've
that.
just given more energy to the gases. I'm asking you how you achieve pressure. How do you achieve
No,
pressure?
like first, like
How
I
do you
asked you,
Can you
remember,
answer his
right?
question?
Yeah.
Keep it
I'm
very-
asking a question here. Originally, this was my question, okay?
I'm asking you how you achieve pressure. You said temperature. That's just making the gases move faster. How do you achieve pressure? Last
I mean,
chance.
are you just going to mute me to hide that you don't have?
Yeah, basically when you don't answer the fucking question and rattle onto something else and drag me down a fucking corridor, I don't need to go down to you because you've already conceded my point twice. You don't realise that I fucked you in the arse. You're just going to keep fucking going, aren't you, sweetheart? No problem. How do you achieve pressure?
Very cute. So you're stuck in your
How do you
dialogue
achieve
tree?
pressure? How do you achieve
Well,
pressure?
I want an answer to my first question. Like, ask the question first. So if we were going to be fair here.
No, you didn't. I asked
Also,
you
how do you
first.
achieve pressure? By heating. You can achieve pressure by heating. You can also achieve pressure by gravitational waves, I guess. There's multiple ways to achieve pressure. Like with achieve pressure, like what I hope you mean by that is like increase the pressure, because like I don't know, like otherwise the achieving pressure doesn't make much sense, right? Like the way you phrase the question.
God's sake, you rattle on and don't fucking mean anything, sunshine. If you don't have a physical boundary for the gas to press against, I don't care how hot or cold the fucking gas is, how do you achieve pressure?
Pressure is just like the how many molecules there are of a given thing per like area, right? So like you don't achieve pressure. Pressure is just something you observe.
Kid, I told you that 20 minutes ago. Why are you stuck? Can you answer his question?
I answered his question.
Well,
No, you
okay,
didn't.
no, you didn't.
I literally told you how you measure
I
pressure.
didn't ask you what it fucking was. How do you achieve it? Specifically with regards to gas.
You know how they have like Bloom's taxonomy of knowledge?
How
At
about
the very bottom are like definitions. I think this guy's stuck there. He hasn't
I
ascended
also
above
love
the definitions
also
page
love
of knowledge
how
acquisition.
you guys, I also love how you guys just like are.
Hey, let's not talk about what you love. Let's go back to how you achieve gas pressure. Let's just try that again. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like you heat it up, and also
No, you don't heat it up. You'll increase the pressure because the gas molecules have now got more energy and there will be more collisions with other gas molecules and the fucking container.
can you yell really loudly again? Because it's really funny to me.
No problem at
Like
all.
I love how you start
Not a problem. No, it's
muting me
okay,
because
want
you
me to
know you're
shout at you? No
wrong. Or
problem, I will do. No worries at all, sunshine. I'll repeat it for you. All you've done is increase the temperature, which is going to make the gas molecules more excited, where they have more physical collisions with each other and the walls of its container. That's how you achieve pressure. It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship. The antecedent is the container, and by consequent, the gas is under pressure. You don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, at this point, you're just preaching, right? You're not allowing me to answer because you mute me as soon as I do. So, like, very
As soon as
cute.
you don't answer the
I just
question,
know.
yeah, that's what's going to happen.
I just know that you're stuck in your ideal gases and you don't know anything about how it actually works in the physical world. But that's cool because
Yes,
you're
I
flat
do.
earthers, right? So that's kind of obvious.
There you go. So you're a bigot. All I've asked you to do is solve for pressure, where it's defined as force.
Yeah, I answered
over
you multiple times.
area. So I'm
Wait,
asking you, how do you have gas pressure without a
Well,
physical boundary for the gas to press against? I don't
But
care
we're
how
real
hot the gas,
gases now, right?
I don't care how hot the gas is. How do
You
you have
don't
gas pressure
care?
without
But
a container?
that influences the
How
pressure.
do you have gas pressure without a container? Tell me now.
By gravity pulling on the gases, so making them interact with each other, increasing their temperature, which is
Okay,
an
can you-
indication of increasing pressure.
Okay, so which gravity are you talking about?
We can go with Newtonian gravity, I guess.
We can go with Newtonian gravity, can we? We can do that, can we? So
Yeah.
massive objects attract gases to them, do they?
Sure.
Okay, can you show me this in a scientific experiment where you have a big mass and the gas is attracted to it, please?
Well, yeah, look at the Earth.
No, that's not a scientific experiment.
Well, I mean,
And
like,
if you're
what do you want me
talking-
to
if
do?
you're
Like,
talking
stream
about-
you a scientific
No, you want to
experiment?
beg the question
Clearly, I
that there is
can't
a
do
sky
that, right?
vacuum up there. No problem. You want to beg the question that there is a sky vacuum up there and the gas
No, I'm
isn't
not begging
expanding
the
into it.
question. I'm just explaining you the model.
I know
we
what
can
the
ask
model is.
Dokevi
The model's
where
begging the
Newton
question.
described gas laws in the context of gravity himself. If you're
He
going to invoke
didn't,
Newtonian
but-
gas laws, Newtonian
He
gravity
didn't.
for gas laws, then Dokevi, you need to show me how Newton described gas
No, I
behaving
don't.
within the context. Well, then it doesn't apply, does it?
Well, he
Newtonian
asked
doesn't
me,
apply to gas laws under Newtonian gravity. Newtonian gravity does not
Yeah, let me
describe
know
the
when you're
behavior
finished.
of gas.
Are you finished?
Right, because Newton
You are.
classified matter into two classes. One that disperses and one that condenses. Yeah, oh yeah, that's psi. You know what I'm talking about.
No, like the
Okay,
size
so try
because
again.
you can. Oh my god!
I'll step
Like,
back.
I
Sorry
still
for
can't
interrupting.
answer. Just let me know when you. Okay. So like you can take a mass, right, and just describe that as like the mass, right? You just take the mass, whether it's a gas or whatever, right? You can just take the mass and you can interact with that in Newtonian gravity. It's not because he didn't write any laws for gas that you cannot treat it as just a simple mass under Newtonian gravity, right?
You messed up.
But no, like, can you not interact with what I'm saying? How is that wrong?
I explained it already beforehand.
No, you're just
Yeah,
soliloquying
gas
about something that's
molecules
unrelated.
disperse.
You don't understand
you know why
how
it's
you
also
can
wrong?
apply this.
Newton also posited that all mass in the universe universally attracts itself to each other simultaneously, disregarding the speed of light. So maybe you're an
Yeah,
Einstein
clearly
denier.
because he didn't know about that.
Yeah,
right?
so do you deny Einstein then?
What? No.
Okay,
do you
so
think that's what I mean? Like, do you
well,
think
you're
if he
accepting one version
refers
of
to the
gravity when the
ideal
other
gas
version of
law,
gravity
that he
debunks your
denies
version
the
of gravity.
real gas laws?
Which version of gravity are you going with? Because one debunks the other.
No, oh my god, you have such a childlike understanding of that. It's not debunking,
Okay,
it's
childlike?
accuracies of
Go
the
ahead.
model. Yeah, it's like accuracies
Which
of the
model?
model, right?
Okay, according to
Newtonian
which
gravity is less
what
accurate.
observations for what model?
What observation for what model? Like what are
You
you
started
asking me?
invoking a
Can you,
model,
like,
so I'm
say more
asking
than
about
2 words?
observations for which model you're talking about. What observations and what model?
Wait, what observation? Like
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
know.
you need
The
an
apple falling
observation
from
for a
the
model.
tree, I guess. No, you don't need an observation for
Yeah,
a model.
you do. Otherwise, you're not modeling reality.
Yeah, that's true. But that doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's necessary for the model, right? It just means it doesn't apply to reality, right? Because don't fuck now. But yeah, so like what we're talking about, like the apple falling from the tree, that would be like I guess an observation for the Newtonian model, right?
Yeah. So do you witness gas
Mass
falling
attracts
down from a
mass.
tree?
No, but if you treat the mass,
Okay,
if
good.
you
So you
treat the
don't.
gas,
Perfect. Let's
but
stop
if
there. You don't witness gas
but-
falling down. So, does Newtonian gravity describe
I love
gas
how you're
falling
just
down?
stopping me there because you're not allowing me
Yeah,
to
because you're going to
explain,
continue
because you know
prattling
how
on
you're
off
wrong.
topic, and I'm trying to keep you on
Well,
topic.
instead of saying that I'm prattling, just point out how I'm wrong, right? Which you
Okay,
can't.
why doesn't Newtonian gravity describe the behavior of gas?
It does. Like, it can. Like, under gravity,
How?
right? You because they just take the mass of the gas, just input that in your Newtonian equations.
Define
Boom.
mass. Okay, what is mass? Define it, please.
Mass, an object that attracts another object, I guess, under Newtonian gravity. Is what that would
Okay,
be.
how do you witness an object attracting another object? Where's that observation?
I mean, you drop an apple attracted by the Earth.
Oh. How do you know it's attracted by the Earth and it isn't displacement
Because that's
within
what
the
the
medium?
model posits, and observations
No,
are
the
coherent with
observation is for the model. You got the cart before the horse. The observation is an apple falls from a
What?
tree. Guess what? Apples float in water too. So, what is mass?
Yeah, but the water is attracted to the body, right? Like, so now
Water
we
is
have to
denser than the
create.
air around it.
So
Listen, if you
yeah,
were to remove all
so
the air, the air is what contains the oceans to Earth. If you were to remove that and create a vacuum, the oceans of the Earth would boil off into existence and vaporize.
yeah,
Well, I mean, you're
Yeah.
laughing.
Like,
but
do
that's
you have an
actually,
observation
that's
of
actually,
that?
yeah, that's actually demonstrable. You can put water in a vacuum and it'll do
Yeah.
just that. You can't demonstrate
Wait,
your
so
cause.
so
Shut up! Shut up!
if I
Shut up!
if I
Shut the fuck up! You can't demonstrate your cause claim of mass attracting water to anything, or mass attracting anything to anything. Can't be physically demonstrated with a scientific experiment unless you're ready to show us one.
Okay, so if I put like a ball of steel, right? I put that in a vacuum chamber. Is it gonna fall to the ground?
Of course, there's no medium to support it except for the medium of the ground.
Well, why doesn't it go up then?
Wow.
Because there's no medium to support it but the ground.
Like, it's like magically attracted. That almost sounds like
It's
gravity.
not, get
but I
your
think
head
we
out of
kinda did it.
attracted, you dumbass. You said that you're not an Einstein denier. If that's the case, then there is no attraction.
answer
There's
my
no actual
question?
force. There's no force. You're in a contradiction within your own paradigm. If the
Yeah,
bending
I
and
mean-
warping
Can I
of
answer my
space-time,
question?
that's
Yeah,
not
and within the vacuum, the
I'm
steel
telling
ball-
you, you're in error within your own paradigm. There is no
Very
attraction.
cute.
Then the heliocentric paradigm, the bending and warping of space-time, is
Wait,
not an attraction,
Why are
dude.
we talking about Einsteinian like models now? We're
Okay.
Listen,
still
your
stuck
steel
in
ball in a
Newtonian
vacuum has
gravity
reached a
because that's
state
all
of
you guys maybe
equilibrium.
are able to
The
understand.
reason why it's not moving is because a steel ball reached a state of equilibrium within the chamber. The end.
And what if I push the
State of
steel ball
inertia.
up then and it falls back down to the ground?
It falls because you picked it up. You imparted energy into it when you pick it up.
No. Like
Yeah.
I like,
Thermodynamically,
I like-
yes. Let's diagram out the thermosystem here. You input energy when you pick it up. It returns to equilibrium when you let go. Done.
Sure. Okay. So like I have a vacuum chamber, right? In that I put a steel ball, and underneath the steel ball, I put like a little device that like just jumps it up into the air, right? Well, the absence of the air because there's nothing, right? And then why does my steel ball go up when I activate the device and then fall back down?
Oh, because
does it
you
fall back
impart a
down?
medium into the chamber and it's buoyant. Hey, listen, can I pour gas onto a
Wait, how is it
scale
buoyant?
inside of a
There's
chamber
nothing
and
in
measure
it.
the? Can I measure the weight of gas by pouring it on a
Can you answer
scale?
my question?
I just did. I said because you
No,
imparted a medium within the chamber and it was buoyant, so it went up.
How is it buoyant? There's nothing in your vacuum
Because its
chamber.
relative density depends on the density of the object relative to the medium it's in, and this determines its direction.
Yeah, so why does it magically go up and then fall down? Like, why does it
It's your
always have a
claim,
bias
you
towards the
dumbass.
ground?
Why do you keep asking us these questions?
because you're
Because
answering the
How come you
question.
can't
Because it's
answer why
you.
gravity
It's-
doesn't?
It's this guy
Why
who
can't
has,
you?
he has
Yeah.
the fucking claim about it. Why do you keep
Yeah.
asking us? These are questions
claim.
that you claim to have the answers to already. So why can't you do anything to just back those up?
I know. I've been answering your
You
questions
guys are so
gracefully, and I
fucking
don't even
triggered.
have to.
Holy shit.
No, I
love
didn't
it.
have to answer your questions, but I'm answering them for the
Yeah,
benefit of
because
the
you
audience.
can't, right?
No, because these aren't my questions. These are not my claims. What you still have yet to
Yeah, but
demonstrate
you
is the
can't
topic
simply
at hand, which
explain
is
why a
gas.
ball falls to the ground,
Well,
right?
we're
But I
talking
can
about
explain
gas.
it.
Gas is a different phase of matter than a steel ball, which is condensed matter. Gas is not condensed matter. I'm speaking in Newtonian
Well, it's all
terms because that was
relatively
your
condensed,
preference,
right?
and I'm speaking within your paradigm. So why did you switch from a state of gas to a state of solid matter for demonstration? That is not analogous. We're talking about the behavior of
Because
gas
this
within
is
the
harder
context
to
of
observe for
gravity.
gas.
And you are dismissing that by evading the topic. So let's get back to that. Show me a demonstration of
Yeah, but
gravity
you can't
interacting
explain the
with gas to
ball,
pull it
right?
down.
Kind
Show
of
me
sucks.
gas
Well, yeah,
compressing
just go
due
outside
to
of
a
your
gravity field.
house, right? Go
Show
outside of
me
your
gas
house.
compressing due to a gravity field.
Yeah, go outside
He's
of your
just not.
house and look at
He's
the
talking
Earth.
through you, Amish. Dakabai is just an anti-flat earther. He just talks through you. He's not even listening to you, bro. Just talking right through you.
See, this is the thing. If gases had any attraction towards each other, then they would not feel the limitation of their container. They would stay closer together when they were closer together, where the gravitational effect was stronger. This is why we understand that gravity, even if we give it to you, doesn't affect gases, because if it did, the gases wouldn't fill the container. Rest my fucking
Well, he
case.
fucked off just like gas.
It's just been the way of the world this morning, mate. I've spoken to 3 Globers and not one of them had a fucking intelligent brain cell to rub together.
They accuse us
Oh,
of
well,
not knowing things, and we give them college level lectures within 10 minutes on these very subjects. They're asking us questions because they know we can explain this better than they can.
yeah. The hard thing is, like, the listener is hearing them talk through your answer, and it's extremely frustrating for the third party listener. Yeah, because it sounds incoherent because of the fact that they're interjecting when you're giving them the answer, and it's frustrating. It's part of their tactics. Ah, we got more people part of the Breakfast Club this morning, huh? All right. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, Jedi's
Good morning,
back. Hello.
gentlemen. Yeah.
Good evening.
Howdy. Does anybody have evidence that the Earth is a globe in 2024? And if you do, go ahead. You got the floor.
Are you guys actually debating about flat Earth here?
Oh, there's no debate. We just want to know if you guys have evidence. And if you do, go ahead and present it. It's no debate.
I didn't hear the first part, so if you speak,
Yeah, I could say it again. Yeah. Does anybody have any evidence of the Earth being a globe in 2024?
Yes.
This year. Okay. Please present your evidence. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to present it because, of course, I mean, you've seen those pictures of Earth. You can Google them. NASA made them. There's Soviet pictures, I mean, black and white pictures of Earth made from the orbit. So this is straight evidence. Also, I mean,
okay. Yeah, was that it? Just pictures?
no, you can. I mean, we live in the world of science, of physics. I know planes fly, etc. So if
what's
let
your
me
name?
just finish my thought.
I don't want to
Yeah.
mispronounce your name. Is it Dimitri?
Yes, Dimitri.
Dimitri.
Yeah, I'm from Ukraine. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So the images from NASA or from any space agency, right? Do you have any way to provide proof that those things, the evidence that you're presenting, can be solidified as the actual proof that the Earth is a globe? Like, can we verify them?
Yes.
Like you or me?
Let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you see, this is. I mean, I don't want to drift from the topic, but for you to understand, there are pictures of Earth made from Moon, so we cannot prove that pictures. I mean, I cannot prove to you that pictures which were made on the orbit that they are actually true, but I can prove that pictures which were made on the moon, and you certainly don't believe that the moon landing was real, but it certainly was indeed real, because hundreds of billions of US tax dollars were used to accomplish the moon landing. And of course, you can fake the pictures. Obviously, you can fake any picture these days, but you cannot fake thousands of blueprints.
Somebody makes it true. They threw money at it, and it's
Wait,
true.
what?
Therefore, it's true.
I've got
Did
the
you say-
blueprints. Sorry, I've got the blueprints to the Manelian Vulcan. Is the Manelian Vulcan now real?
I sure hope so. Jedi.
We've got the
No,
blueprints, right?
there were thousands of people working on the project of moon landing.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah.
That's actually not true. We don't have the
Hundreds of
blueprints
thousands
to the
of
original F1 booster engine. Those were actually classified and were lost. Just like the telemetry data that you'd need to verify that the Apollo mission even happened the way they said. So you don't have that evidence for the moon landing because all the verifiable evidence is gone by NASA's admission.
Let me see. Wait.
Yeah, when they lost the F1 booster blueprints, or they kept them classified, it kind of deprived a lot of Caltech students their ability to reverse engineer those and to build another one. That's why they say we lost the technology and it's a painful process to build it back again. Because amongst the things that they lost, it wasn't just the telemetry data, it was the F1 booster blueprints. And that's why they had to use Soviet rockets during the end of the Cold War for some of their space missions. So yeah, your claim doesn't even hold up to mainstream history.
What do you think about that, Dimitri? Pretty interesting.
Wait a
huh?
minute. I was searching for.
Oh, he didn't.
So
even
you
pay
didn't hear a
attention.
thing I said.
No,
No,
I
he didn't
heard
hear-
it. I heard it
What did he say?
partially.
What-
The thing
yeah,
is
what did
that
he
I'm
say?
not a native speaker. If you just repeat it in a
Ah.
more plain way. So you were telling me that they lost some.
The
They
F1B
classified
booster rockets for the Saturn V.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you said they have blueprints. No, they don't. The blueprints are gone. That's what I'm telling you. So no, you can't claim
I was
blueprints. So
searching
what
for
is your
those
claim?
blueprints, actually.
You said blueprints prove that it happened, and I'm telling you that we don't have the blueprints to verify that it happened.
Well, then it might be fake if you actually don't have them. I mean, the landing,
Yeah.
the moon landing.
That's a problem. It's your problem.
Okay, what's even the point of making Earth round
Okay.
in?
So before we
imagination?
continue to that point, are you conceding that I'm correct and you're wrong?
No,
Because if you can't, we can't move on. Because you're trying to move on, and I'm trying to see if this is a concession or not. Because it sure sounds like one.
I admit that the moon landing might be fake if the evidence of if the
Hey.
blueprints of the rocket
Okay. So you're conceding. Thanks.
the moon landing. I'm talking
Ah,
about the moon landing.
yeah.
This does
Me
not
too.
mean
You
that
conceded.
those-
You conceded the point. Thank you.
Now,
Yes.
well, good, Dimitri. Do you have any more evidence? Like, because we looked at images, we looked at your blueprints. None of this can pan out. Do you have anything in the way of evidence that we could look into? Anything else? I mean,
Yes. Yes,
What else
before
you
we
got?
start
Yeah,
talking
go
about
ahead.
the moon, etc., I was starting to explain my point. So, let's do
Okay.
this one more time. So, as far as I know, we live in a world of science. Our phones, the planes, scientists made them using math and physics, and all those laws. They provide us all those technologies. I mean, without those laws of physics, none of the technologies we have now would ever be
Okay.
devised.
So check it
So
out.
you can't point to
Dimitri,
anything
so-
specific.
I have
Okay.
not ended
Yeah,
my
we
point.
have-
So now listen.
No,
There's
yeah, but we got the major part of it. So you're saying because
no,
of
you have not
technology-
got the major part of it. There's
Yeah, we
common
did.
knowledge
So
that
technology-
if you look
Dimitri-
at the sea and
Dimitri.
then
No, we're not going to listen to you bloviate, dude, because the main point was that you have technology. Therefore, because of all this wonderful technology, the Earth is a globe. That's the point. You don't have to keep going on.
my point, because you just have to fucking listen what I'm saying.
No, we don't have to listen. You have to just understand that we get your point. You think that because of all this wonderful technology that NASA has, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's how you see it.
My point. That's
the
not.
main
You have
point.
not. Just fucking listen. If you're not listening, I'm gonna mute you, and the other guy will.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I really don't.
Yeah, who do you think's in charge of this channel?
He's like, I'm just gonna mute you. No, I don't think so, bud. No, it's simple, man. Like, yeah, technology, therefore NASA. I mean, you think NASA has evidence that the Earth is a globe, and so because of all this wonderful technology, now the Earth automatically turns into a globe because of technology. That's not the case.
My point was that if we'll believe in physics, and if physics led us to such great things as phone and plane, then we should believe that if we even can do this thing, we can go outside, see, go into a sea, you know, into an ocean, and it's a common knowledge, and you've probably heard of that phenomena that when ships.
Yeah, you don't have to keep going, man. You made your point. Technology, all that good stuff. Yeah, therefore Earth is a globe. That's basically what I was saying to you.
It's a brilliant imagination.
That's what your point is. You don't need to expound on it for like 10 minutes. We don't need to hear that. So we got your point.
I mean, you're like a kid. You wanna you.
Well, it's simple, man, because really all you have to do is just say, well, I think the technology explains that the Earth is a globe because all the physics and math that point to it, that's it. You don't have to like expound on the point and just keep going and like this to what? We already know that that's your point.
Point. A couple of minutes ago, I have a question for you. I wanna have a discussion. Okay. That's all I want, and you're just arguing like a kid. You wanna, I mean, go to somewhere in the kindergarten. Somebody has to keep you entertained. What? I don't understand. I have
it's not entertainment, man. Well,
can I ask you a fucking question? A simple question.
So the point would be that if your evidence for the Earth being a globe is technology, then how can you correlate technology to the shape of the Earth? That's what I want to ask you. So how do we know that the shape of the Earth is tied in? Yeah. So how do we know the shape of the Earth is tied into technology, Dimitri?
Oh, that's what I was trying to tell you for the last 5 minutes, but you're fucking retarded kid.
I mean, you
so now listen to me. You ask me question, and now listen to me. If there's a common knowledge, and I was trying to ask you if you know that fact or not, because this is so common. I think everybody.
Yeah, it's not about asking us a question. The question was to you, sir. How can you tie in technology to the shape of the Earth? And now it's your turn to tell us how you're going to correlate that to the shape of the Earth. And we're ready to listen if you just tell us. Don't be asking us questions. Just tell us how it ties to the shape of the Earth.
If you look at ships, while they are approaching the horizon, you can see that they start to disappear part by part. So there's it feels like there's a wall of water, and first you start to first of all I forgot the word. I mean the beneath part of the ship starts to disappear, and then the middle part of the ship disappears, and in the end all you see is the highest part of the ship, and this is the evidence that your course is flat, because I mean, I can send you the picture.
The audience is getting frustrated because the question on the table was how to link technology to the globe, and you're talking about ships' masts on the ocean. No, what technology exists that prove Earth is a globe? Are you saying the ship's masts do, like ocean seafaring vessels
You're just
do?
Retarded. I was talking.
No, I'm trying to keep you on topic.
We live in a world of technology.
It's frustrating for the audience because you said you're going to precisely explain how technology is linked to the globe, and you start talking about ships going over the horizon in the next breath.
Yeah, that's true. Because that's what I asked you, Dimitri, and it seems like you went off to talk about ships. It's like almost like you've lost the plot of what the question was. After I just immediately asked you, say, I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna answer it.
Like the more he talked, the more he got lost and confused himself.
Yeah. Yeah, you're really confused, man. So that's why I'm like, dude, did you forget I just asked you how does technology correlate to the shape of the Earth, Dimitri? Now I'm gonna mute you. All you gotta do is tell me. Just tell me. Just tell me. Go ahead.
Have you just told me that you're gonna mute me, Wood?
Yeah, tell me how technology correlates. Go ahead. Try again.
I'll do this in 1
Don't tell me
minute.
about you.
Okay, so most of the technologies that we have now, like phones and planes, they were
Yeah.
created by scientists,
Yeah, you already
especially
said that.
physicists.
Yeah, you already
Yes,
said
because
that.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
I'm
you already
trying
said
Provide
to
something specific,
let you
like
come up with
specifically.
physicists.
Specifically,
Listen,
what? Like, do you have the best example? Like a piece of technology in mind that completely destroys flat Earth? What is it?
no,
Yeah,
I'm not
shape of
telling
the
you.
yeah.
Listen, I'm not telling you that technology destroys the flat Earth theory. I'm telling you that physics destroys this theory, because if
Okay,
such things
so
as
you're not going to link
planes,
technology to
etc.,
the globe.
exist, then physics is
Yeah.
true. And if
Okay, you got lost again. We have to hold to your hand, guide you back to the path. Come on, Dimitri, let's get back to the path. The path is link technology to the shape of the Earth being a globe. Technology, globe. Technology, globe. Try
Yeah,
again.
my point was
because you
that
said you would.
if we
Maggie's
believe in
only
physics
asking you to
and
do this
physics
because you said you
true,
would.
then it is true for everything.
No,
And yes,
go ahead. Technology,
I just
globe.
started.
Go.
No, my point was not about technology.
See, now we're off on a different topic. I wasn't talking about technology when that's exactly what you said. We got all this technology that tells us the Earth's a globe. We heard you.
Right, that was your claim.
Now you're saying no?
And you tried to
I
talk about
mean,
ships going over the horizon instead because you know you're wrong.
yeah. All right. I mean, Dimitri, what is it? 3 times a charm? One more attempt? I don't know. Maybe it's a futile pursuit. I don't know. Call me crazy. But let's try one more time. All right. Technology, globe. One more time in time, Dimitri. Go.
Go.
No, that was not okay. Do you believe in the? Do you believe?
Do you believe in what?
No, you're presuming to ask us questions, and the question on the table was to you, sir. How do you know the Earth's a globe, and is there any evidence? And you brought up technology. Now you're asking us questions. No, that's not how this works. You gotta tell us how the Earth is a globe via any evidence that you know how. Don't ask us questions. Just answer the question. Go ahead.
No, I've answered the questions.
No, you
No, you
didn't.
haven't.
Go
Earth
ahead,
is
touch some grass,
No, you
talk to
haven't.
people. Do you have friends outside? I have a
Dimitri,
question
I've
for
been
you.
listening.
What?
Sorry, my friend.
Do you
Sorry,
have
I've been listening.
questions
Sorry,
outside of
Take it.
Discord? Do you communicate
excuse
with
me.
people outside?
Excuse me. Thank
Yes.
you. I haven't
Hello.
interrupted this conversation for the last half an hour, but you haven't answered the question that's been asked, my friend. Now, an innocent bystander is telling you that you haven't done what you said you were going to do. An innocent bystander is pointing out that you haven't answered the question.
Because this is not a question for me, because I have no idea how can I prove my point with technology, because my point was not about technologies. This is the same thing as ask me, okay, the sky is blue. How can you prove me that the earth is not flat if the sky is blue?
All right. Just a minute ago, you said physics doesn't go along with the flat Earth theory. Can you try and explain what the fuck that meant?
Yes, I can. If nobody interrupts me, I can. So
Okay.
I have one point. I'm not a scientist. I have one point in my head, and I'm trying to tell you this thing for the third time. So this time I'm talking to JD. I ask you to not interrupt me for 2 minutes, okay? Just 2 minutes. So
hurry
my
up.
point was that, listen, JD. Why was I talking about technologies? Because if physics is fake, for example, yes, if physics is fake, then everything, Earth, round Earth, cubic Earth, we cannot know what kind of Earth we live in, because physics is fake, if it's fake. So first of all, I try to prove that physics is not fake, that it's real. And my point is
Scientifically
that if we
testable
use
physics, yes.
what?
Scientifically testable physics, yes. Testable physics in the real world, yes. I just want you to clarify, yes or no.
We're not doing theoretical physics here, are we?
That's right. Theoretical
I'm not
physics
sure what you're
versus
asking me.
applied
Probably I
physics.
have language issues. Might you just say it in a different way?
Okay, so there are two different branches of physics. There's theoretical physics and applied physics.
No, I'm talking to. I'm not sure. Let's talk
Alright,
about
Jedi,
applied
continue.
physics. I mean, yeah, okay. So, if such things as planes, etc., work, then physics is true because physics is a precise science, and you cannot make up things there. So, if physics is true for planes, for phones, for computers, and all this sophisticated stuff, then it's true for everything. And then this means that such things as, I mean, I do not know many examples of physics which prove that Deus is round. The only one I know is that I don't want to repeat this thing. I mean, my example is the ship and the sea. So this is an example. This is a physics phenomenon which only happens if Deus is round. If it's flat,
that's incorrect.
And you come to the seashore, and the ship is moving towards the horizon, it would not disappear. Any part of it would not disappear. You would see the plane, the ship completely.
It does. So we've been doing this for the last 9 years, and maybe you aren't aware. You can make things disappear on the bottom, from the bottom up, on a known flat surface. If you've got your optic, your camera, very low to that surface with distance to the object in question, let's say it's you walking away down a corridor. If your camera's very low to that corridor, your feet are going to start disappearing with distance, then your shins, then your knees. Now, this phenomena happens on a flat surface. Was that it? Is that all I had to listen to? You think that the only reason why the Earth's a ball is because ships disappear from the bottom up? You understand you're making a claim to the physical horizon obstructing our ability to see things, and that should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is where we get a 2.9 horizon for a 6-foot observer standing at the beach. We've dismantled that over 4 years ago, where we demonstrate the horizon is much, much further than that geometric limitation. And to compound that evidence, I can give you 30 videos on flat surfaces where things disappear from the bottom up. Is that what I had to wait for? Your fucking
Well, that
physics
would be nice.
example? That was
I mean,
shit,
I
dude.
just send me this thing. I mean, not now, but I would like to see this.
Yeah, no problem at all. I'll dig them up for you and I'll send them to you in DMs. Not a worry. If you're actually generally interested, I'll give it to you. But I'm still waiting for this.
I'm here to hold the conversation, not to argue. I'm not sure. I have my evidence. You have your evidence. If it's true, then it's true. If it's not, then it's not. The reason
Hey, good man.
The evidence
yeah,
is.
also, I have a question for Jedi.
But the evidence is the Earth is measured flat, measured to be laying horizontal over distances. That's a measurement that demonstrates the surface is horizontal and not curved.
Okay, so the question I have is, well, I'm sure you know that when planes fly long distances, they usually, I mean, if you look at the map, the path is usually strange, because as far as I know, the Earth is round and the map is flat. So this is why the shortest route looks different on the map. So I mean, I do understand what I'm talking about, or should I explain it in a different way?
No, we get what you're saying, man. But the map is not the land, and the land isn't the map. You know what I mean?
No,
So
I
maps
don't.
maps are projections of the land. They're projections
Yeah,
of the
I
land.
know.
They're not the actual. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
not true,
not
I
the
know.
actual land. So
Yeah, I
as a projection, so as a projection, you can make the projection look like anything you want it to look like. Really, but then it doesn't conform to like what reality is. No map conforms to reality. Reality is just what it is. So when you go outside and you travel, the way that the Earth looks is very different from the way the map is depicting it, because it's just a projection, right? So, and in that, you have to understand there's a lot of that's being taken on how the map is made. So it's not true when somebody says, "I'm going to show you a map, and this is how planes travel," because every map is just a way to like a projection, and it's not the actual Earth. So we can't use that when we're saying as an argument either flat Earth or globe Earth.
It's
Like if a flat,
it's a project. It's not a projection. You can open Google
yeah,
Maps or Apple Maps or any map, and then you choose
yeah,
satellite photos instead of a projection, and you can you
yeah.
can see your
I get what you're
house.
saying. I
You
get
can
what you're
see your
saying, but
house there.
the same, but it's still the images are not true to life. They're just images, right? So
You
what
can
we
see
have
your
to do is,
house there. Literally, you can see your
I
house.
know what you're saying, bro. Listen, I got you, but they're still just images of the true thing, right? The true thing is what when you go outside and you experience it. That's the true nature of the physical and natural world.
Okay,
So
so
when you
how do they
are
make
looking,
those pictures? Yeah, they make them from satellites, and you can see your house there from those pictures.
yeah, I
If
mean,
there's a flat, how
listen,
do they make those pictures?
high aerial footage is fine. You know, when you get something at high altitude and it takes the image of like, let's say, part of like your town or a part of your state or whatever it is, that's fine. But it's still not like what we're talking about as far as the Earth being a globe. So the Earth being a globe has to be described in a way that you understand curvature is being applied to it. And so
So
in
the
all those
question is,
footage,
how do they make pictures from satellites? They've covered all those with those high quality pictures. This is not
yeah.
possible using a plane because this requires too much energy and too much money. This is only possible using
What?
years of satellite imagery. So how do they
No,
make
no,
photos?
no. Listen, we got high altitude planes that can actually take photos of like the Earth. That's
But
listen.
this
You
is
don't need no, hold on, Dimitri. You don't need like satellites in space to do this. You can do this with high aerial footage. Like planes have been doing this for a long time. Like
but
even in the
this is
military.
too expensive.
No, it's not. They
This
have drones
it
that can do
is.
that. They have. How do you listen? Are you going over the books for these guys? Because you're making a claim, and if I was to ask you, how do you know their budget? Are you actually pouring yourself over like their annual budget? Are you reviewing the things they buy, they don't buy? You don't do these things. So when you make this bold claim, you don't know what you're saying. So just relax on saying that, because if I was to ask you, I'm going to start demanding for you to give me the evidence how you know exactly their budget, and you're not going to be able to
I'm not
tell me
talking
because
about
you
the
don't know.
budget.
Well, then how do you know how much it costs, Dimitri? How do you know that?
I know that when you launch a
How?
satellite, let me tell you,
No, that's not.
I know that the
Don't
Earth
say
is
that.
round,
No,
and when
I
you
want to know how you know their
launch a
budget.
satellite
I'm gonna
on the
hold you to
orbit,
it. See, you went to this path. I didn't want you to go there, but you went head first into it. Now you're gonna tell me how you know their budget. Go ahead and
first,
tell me how you know their budget. Go ahead. You
I'm
went
not.
into this path I didn't
I'm
want you to
not
go to,
talking
and
about the budget.
okay, so if you're not telling me how much they cost because it's too expensive to do this thing, then I need you to drop that point. You don't need to be talking about it's too expensive to do that thing because you don't know how much it costs. Do you, Dimitri? You boot scooted. Good riddance. He walked the path, man. I told the guy I didn't want him to go there, but he did.
That's
Maybe
contested.
don't you think it's kind of sad that a lot of this conversation is hinging on specific numbers rather than inference? Like for instance, you hear in official channels that it's if a rocket launch goes south, it's very costly, and even though you don't really have a figure on every single one, you will know it's costly, and that's not incorrect to say, right?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because of what I said, official channels will report that both for a company, you could call it a pseudo-private company like Blue Origin or SpaceX, right? If those launches go bad, there are multiple interviews with CEOs, with shareholders, people working there saying it's detrimental, right? And then you have also public companies or agencies like NASA, right, where whenever there's a launch, they aren't that frequent.
How
Whenever
much
there's
money
a
does a
launch,
rocket cost? AT.
that
How much
you know,
money
that
does a rocket?
that's what I'm saying. You
How much
could
does it
look it
cost?
up and you could find a specific,
Well, I'm
but
asking you. I'm
it doesn't
asking you
matter.
because he said, listen, he was talking about specifics. He said it costs too much. Really? How much does it cost?
Yeah, but too much
Let's
is not
talk brass.
specific.
Well,
That's what I'm getting
he's the
at.
one that got himself. He got himself into that problem. You didn't. Did you
No,
make that
no,
claim?
I
Or did
got
he?
that. I got that. He should have been clear on it.
Right.
But it's kind of like saying
Well,
if
he wasn't.
like you can you could look at like a very obese person and say they weigh too much without knowing exactly how much they weigh, right?
That's not the point, though. He said it
I know,
costs
I
too
know.
much to use this technology in the sky. So that insinuates to me that he has a number in mind. Like what kind of cost is he talking about? Like obviously, if it's cost too much to take high aerial footage, then what is he thinking? Like, is he talking about 100,000, 10 million? I don't know. What is he talking about? And once we find out he has a number, either it's feasible or it's ridiculous, right? We can
Yes, he
assess
should have
that.
given you a range.
Just
Yeah, I agree. Or
well,
like a threshold.
but
Yeah.
right. So being ambiguous is not going to get us to the point where we are okay. That's reasonable. I mean, we're talking about like people spending money on materials and that. So you got manpower, and you got a lot of things that are backing up the things that he's saying. So critical. Okay, so just first of all, critical thinking is important, right, for any aspect. So even in a discussion like this, I even would preface, don't go into the thing if you don't know what you're saying. Please don't attempt to say things like, well, it costs too much because it would take too much money to do that thing and we just wouldn't do it. It's like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Is it something out of the range like of a private agency? Is it out of the range of a huge corporation, or is it out of the range of like a normal person? Like, what are we talking about here? We don't have any figures, no facts, no data.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that I agree
So-
on. You should bucket your
Alright.
estimates for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least be
But then
reasonable, right? And if it's feasible, then we're gonna talk about, okay, so you think it costs $20,000 to take an aerial footage from from whatever, and then we're gonna talk about, okay, well, who's doing this, right? And there's other questions, but like we didn't even have to go there because the guy made a bold claim, which was really ambiguous. And all I'm saying is that why are we getting into that? We don't need to. It's not a part of the conversation. He wanted to go there. So I was like, well, now you're stuck. You know what I mean? You didn't have to do it, but you did it. Now
Yeah,
look at you.
The funny thing is, you did say to him like, just don't say it again, yeah, and you won't like go head on. And then he said it right after. That was kind of ironic.
That's the bad part, man.
No, I know. Yeah.
We could have avoided the whole situation entirely, and he could have said whatever. We're trying to be a little bit more lenient so they can say what they want. But the fact is, we're always gonna get really pedantic when it comes to like, if you say something like that, then yeah, well, what are you talking about? Like, at least give us a range or something. Anyway,
That I agree on. Yeah.
we're making too much of it right now, but
It's good to have it down so that in future, like, people will know, like, if they bring in something that's like, they should have a range or like an estimate.
well, just think about it like think about it like this. Would you want us to say that? Like, how would you feel if we said that? Well, it would cost too much for somebody to figure out the Earth is flat, so that's how come we haven't done it over here in this area. And then you were like, well, how much would you think it would take? And you're, well, just don't worry about it. Let's talk about something else. You're like, yeah, but you're just missing out. Like, at least make it sound like, if it's something that we could entertain, or maybe it's something ridiculous. What kind of monetary value we mean? So I don't know. You get my point, but
Yeah, no,
it
I
would
get
be
it,
a
and I agree. Yeah, I just think it was like there is like a point for me where it becomes too specific, and you sometimes can't have the specific. You can have a range, and that I'm fine with, right? And still, the guy like that, so I'm with you on that. But
anyway,
in general, like this is
to say so.
yeah, this is like more so about like, for instance, for instance, right, like you can talk about how the circumference of Earth and how wide it is, or you can talk about distance to the equator, or you can talk about like distance to the horizon. Like there are numbers, right? And to me, and I don't know if that's okay to you as well, but I'm fine with like an estimate or a range, right? As long as it's decent, like to what the consensus is, that's fine. It doesn't have to be specific, right? And I don't think that if you invoke like ranges or estimates, that takes away from a good argument, especially if you can rationalize it. So just like I could say, it would be outside the range of a person to launch a rocket. And the reason why I would say that is because all the parts that goes into building a rocket by themselves would add up to more than what a person on average own. So that the metal, the fuel, then the rental area of like even using a launch like capability platform, because you're not going to build that yourself. And then like I would slowly like sort of dissect all the cost that goes into launching a rocket, right? And explain how that would be outside the range of a person. But I'm with you if you said it's outside the range of like a company. I would need more specifics, like large company, small company, how many millions approximately. So yeah. Avi, can I ask, this is not to trick a debate or anything, just person to person. What do you think is like the most sure evidence of like Earth being flat? Oh, you left. Is there a flat earther in here that want to go and do like a flat Earth proof?
Oh, what do you mean by go do a flat Earth proof?
Like go build the case that the Earth is flat. Try to prove that your point of view is correct.
Oh, where? How do you mean?
Well, for instance, my threshold of evidence would be like you measured the whole Earth, or not just part of it, right? Or you zoomed out enough, like say you deny space, right? You zoomed out enough to find like the reason to deny space. So find a container, for instance, like a picture of a container, or point me to where it is and how thick it is and what it's made of. And if you're not denying space, then I guess show me a picture far enough out to see that there is no curvature, or localize it, like measure a whole Earth, find the edge, something like that.
Okay, well, we measure bodies of water and we navigate the Earth using elevation angles. You know that.
I mean, I also know that you can guess an answer in math with the wrong approach and still have a correct answer with the wrong approach, right?
That's lovely, but we're measuring at the moment angles.
No, I mean, like you could also say, well, every map that we have in our hands is flat, and it's therefore Earth is flat. That doesn't really follow, right? Like, yes, we use a 2D map. No. That's why I said you could also say, right? Just like you could.
What I said, though.
Again, I didn't make that claim.
No, I did.
Yeah, no, I'm drawing a comparison to something else that is similar.
All right, you can talk to someone else, dude.
I mean, like, if you're gonna do like the whole elevation angle, and then that's how we get around, and therefore flat. I just think it's kind of like resembling the whole map 2D, therefore flat kind of ordeal. Doesn't really prove anything to me.
So far, 3 ballers today, eh, Jedi?
Sorry, mate. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I said so far today, 3 ballers. You got?
Yeah, 3 ballers who didn't have the intellectual backbone really fucked me off, which is why I'm in a really bad mood today. So sorry, AT. Don't mean to take out on you, but fuck me, some people have been here being really stupid.
Yeah, I'm not pressing you when you're like in a bad mood. I wouldn't do that.
No worries, man.
I mean, honestly,
That's
I'll
one
say
thing
this:
down
like, without sucking any dick in here, Avian Jedi and who's the last guy? Heretics, I think. Those you 3 guys, most of the time you're pretty cool. So.
Well.
But AV, I'll say this: you sometimes you go out, you become crazy, man. Something takes over, you know. I don't know what it is.
Well,
and I'm muted
yeah,
on site.
that may be true.
Yeah.
It depends who it is. I will say that. It depends who it is.
Yeah. I know, like, sometimes I
know.
join this room and I don't even talk and I'm just muted on site.
Oh, I don't do that anymore. Well, I don't really care. Most of the people that are returning here, like Scott Mack and them, I mean, I know that they love being here. You know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah. The funny thing for me also to be in here is that I see people come in here and have the same experience that I have the first time, and I just watch how
It's
they
weird,
go
right?
through it, and I try to like,
AT, now tell me something if this isn't true or not. Doesn't it feel like a script? I'm not saying that the Earth is a globe or not. I'm talking about how people come in here. Doesn't it feel like everybody's on the same script when they talk? Like they're saying the same thing. Like why can't somebody come in here with some point that nobody's heard of and like make you think like, yeah, that's a good point for the globe. Like, wow, that I never heard of that. It's always the same thing. It's like, or same couple of things.
yeah. I mean, I agree with like maybe 80% of the time, 85, maybe more. I'm not here as much as you are, so but. I've heard like some great takes with like satellite employees, and there was a guy who worked as a physicist who was like going deep dive into gravity at some point. And so I have heard like unique takes, but they are far between, like few and far between. So
Yeah,
most of the time, yeah.
We have Iter, the astrophysicist, who's in our chat.
Are you here now?
No, he comes every now and again. He's usually here at night. You're not usually here at nighttime. My nighttime. Which would be hours from now, I think. You're not usually here at that time.
Yeah, I join in here and there. Mostly I'm vocal at this hour. This is kind of when I can talk the loudest. But I don't really talk loud.
You know what's
anyways.
funny though? You know
What's
what's
up?
you're not like I used to be anyway. You know what's funny is that when he comes in here, he's not a zealot as much as the people who don't know what they're saying are. That's what I find funny, because him being an astrophysicist, you think he'd be the most cringe person in the world, and he's absolutely not what you think. He doesn't make any like definitive statements, and he's happy to concede points. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like he'll say it like, and I'm like, dude, can you imagine this guy who is? I mean, he's not a PhD now, but he's actually trying to get one of them. But he will say that he's a PhD student, right? And him training to be an astrophysicist, he doesn't hold like, you know, these points in high regard, like as in like these talking points like some people from the internet do. And what's funny is that the people that come in here appeal to people like him. And that's even more strange because, like, okay, so the guy that you just appealed to said that he doesn't give a shit. Like, it's not really a point that he holds content to, you know.
Yeah.
Like, he's easygoing, is what I mean. Like, he's not arguing, like, you're stupid because you don't know gravity. And like, he's like, yeah, some things we don't know and some things we do. You know, like,
Yeah. Well
I
said.
don't know.
No, I think you said it really well, and I think you'll find that this also carries over into other political areas. So you'll find a lot of people at the ground level carry strong opinions in something that is sometimes unknown, and you'll have the experts be more willing to give up, like, and concede to a point that is unknown.
Yeah.
Or not stand on it, right?
So it was funny.
Yeah.
No,
That
sorry,
goes
man, I didn't mean to
outside of.
interrupt, but-
No, that's fine. It's a good analysis. I agree completely, and it goes outside of like flat Earth. It also goes when you talk about economics or, well, it could be any political divisive issue actually.
I know that some people that are Trump supporters will support Trump. I mean, no matter what. And it's
Exactly.
like, you know, and some people like, you know what I'm gonna say. Well, maybe you might not know what I'm gonna say, but you know, people sometimes say dumb things. You know, it's like that's fine. Everybody says stupid things. I mean, Biden, he does good and bad things. Trump does good and bad things. Well, people are just that's who they are. They're not like all beyond reproach, like some people make them out to be. You know, like these individuals that are, no, they're all good and there's no bad. There's no bad in this one. And if you think they're bad, then you're the devil. It's like, no, calm down, man. Like, just saying, like, people can say bad things. You know, like that's just the way things are. You know, like. And
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know.
very right. You're very right. I think it has to do. My take on it is I see this happen all the time, where people will elevate somebody and they'll try to almost dehumanize them in a bad way, but with good intent, right? So they'll make them be almost perfect in their head, and everything they do is right. And then if something they do is not right, and it's provable that it's not right, then the person sort of has to lie about it or hide it because it'll ruin like the whole following. And if they don't lie about it and actually accept it, then it crumbles and it's done.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's this weird like evil spiral. Evil is maybe bad, but it's a spiral where.
I mean, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's just it's like they're trying to rescue or salvage the reputation of somebody that has been tarnished by someone who's like degrading them.
Yes.
So they're attempting to make excuses for said person, you know?
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's not what he really said. He didn't really say that. That's what you heard. And it's like, nah, I think that's what he said. But you can't tell somebody who's a staunch believer in somebody like that, because it'll just you're not going to be right ever. It's, you know, you might as well just give up on that. But
we hear that with Buzz Aldrin quotes too, don't we? Like when Buzz Aldrin says, "We never went, and that's the way it happened." And then all the apologists come in and say, "Well, what he really meant was that we did go, and it actually happened."
No, I want to use one example, right? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Now, this guy, right, he's held in high regard in the scientific community, right? So, like, because of the fact that he holds master classes and, like, things where people actually learn from him. He has a platform bigger than anyone that you could possibly think of in science, right? Like, so he's got, like, he's got a mouthpiece, and he knows how to use it. He's very eloquent in how he speaks, and, you know, just his demeanor, right? The way he is. So he's a good speaker. So, you know, he says things based upon the scientific consensus. He'll say like what's right, what's wrong. Like with Felix Baumgartner, how everybody was talking about like he's jumping from the edge of space, and he's like, Felix Baumgartner, edge of space. He's like, no, it's not. It's, you know, from that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. And he said it with such fervor and passion, right? But mind you, he's not a flat earther, right? So he doesn't care about flat Earth. What he does care is like he says the right things about the Earth being a globe. And so a lot of people who are zealots for the Earth being a globe will say this is from space, and he's trying to get to the point where people are of the same mind as the scientific consensus at the size of the Earth and or what we should expect to see at what altitude. And those kinds of things are important for anybody that's coming in here. So if you want to be in line with what the mainstream is actually proposing, then you would brush up on what mainstream science is all about, right? Because they're the ones holding the keys to the knowledge that you guys want to say is the globe. Because honestly, if you're in line with those guys, at least that's something, right? If you're not in line with them, well then you're basically making up your own cosmology at that point, because you say, I see curvature from an airplane window. And he's saying it's not possible. That stuff is flat from that particular height, altitude. So so people will throw him under the bus, right? Well, who is he anyway? I'm going back to the point where we're talking about, throwing trash talking him. It's like you can trash talk him all you want because he doesn't agree with your specific idea of cosmology, right? You can be upset. You can be like, oh, you're bullshit, man, because you're speaking Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who is he anyway? And it's like, dude, you just threw the guy who advocates for he's got one of the biggest platforms for the Earth being a globe, on Earth, and you're throwing him under the bus to rescue your bullshit, like that you're saying that you see curvature from an airplane window, bro. Like that's what are you doing? And so the psychology behind all of this is the same with those who are staunchly defending positions that there's no backing to it, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, at least defend a point if it's a part of the consensus or mainstream or something. Like I said, that would be something. But if you don't do that, that's,
I
You
agree,
guys get what
but
I'm
I
saying?
think also to that
We're going
point,
after the mainstream claims, and if somebody's not bringing those mainstream claims, we don't care to talk to them.
yeah, no, I get that, but you should also on the other side acknowledge that there is two sides to this. So if Neil deGrasse Tyson presents a point that is also mainstream, then everything AV said I agree with. But you could also have a person in the science sphere who is relevant and all these things, eloquent, big platform, right? Who says something that goes against the consensus or the main prerogative, right?
Ooh, that's good. Give me one. Give me one.
No,
of those
I'm just
guys.
saying, like it's. I'm sure that it has happened, and I'm sure that I can find, if I check my memory and my search histories, an actual case where it happened, right? But in any which case, I'm just saying, not that this is the case for him, but if that happened, it would be just as right to say, well, I don't support everything this person says. They're not a god to me. I go with the consensus.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I guess my homework to you would be: can you find somebody that speaks against Neil deGrasse Tyson? At least, listen. If there's somebody that's as popular or whatever as he is, and it has the attention of the people, like the way he does, I'd like to know that, because he denounced Pluto as a planet. He did. He's the guy that said Pluto's not a planet anymore. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So listen, if somebody can speak against him, then I'd like to hear it. Who would dare in science speak against what he says? Because honestly, his word is like in high regard.
But actually, now you're doing. It's not an attack on you, but now you're kind of doing what we talked about before, where you hold them to such high standard that you say, if you question anything, then you're probably going against an opinion that's correct, or not an opinion. You're going against something that's correct, and you'll be wrong by default, right? So even though you don't support him, you're in a weird way doing what we just talked about. You're saying, well, who would go against this person, right? He never makes laws. He discovered Pluto. He did all, and
well, that's what I'm asking.
Right.
That's what I'm asking you, AT. So my homework is for you is find somebody that's what I'm asking you. Find somebody that would go against what he's saying. Because I think that's interesting. Because if somebody says, hey, you know what, Neil deGrasse Tyson is bullshit, and I'm holding a platform as big as him, and I'm telling you now, you can see, for example, curvature from an airplane window or whatever. But if somebody else can do that, I'd like to see it, because it hasn't been done. It's what I'm telling you. So it's not only the fact that he's held in high regard, there's nobody to rival him. So if there is somebody that rivals him, point him out. Like, give me his email. I want to talk to him. Because it sounds like it's okay. So yeah, I am saying what I was saying before, but in a weird way. But what I'm saying is, it's so dogmatic that nobody
Yeah.
sees it. And I'm trying to point this out to you guys. It's like, okay, so the very thing that we're talking about now is like a religion, because there's nobody that rivals this guy. And if there was, then who is it? So if you say that you know someone like that, hey, bring him forward. I'd like to know who that person is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like the specific example you're talking about, if it's an airplane or if it's the Red Bull jump or what height. I think I saw Joe Rogan. Was it on Joe Rogan where he talked about that you can't see curvature, but I forget the height. But again, I can find it. But in any which case,
But I gotta put some gas, AT, so maybe somebody else can tell you.
yeah. Okay, yeah, we don't have to go into it now then. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's a good point. Like there are a lot of like strong opinions that are defaulted in the educational system, and they're sort of like apparent when people come in here for the first time, me included. But I wouldn't agree that there are like no novel takes and there are like no like actual like intricate like deep dives. I've seen that. Yeah. But on flat Earth also, like I don't think every flat earther is using the same argument. I think there are different ones that carry more weight than others, and yeah, some of those are intricate as well. Yeah. The thing that still like sort of like keeps me from sort of like siding with the flat Earth is that logically it doesn't make sense that you would ask for a glober to measure a curve the whole way around Earth, right? Because it might just be curving somewhere. So you can't assume that it's a continuum. You'd have to measure the
Nobody's
whole
asking
Earth,
that.
right? Huh?
Yeah, nobody's asking somebody to measure the whole Earth. You know, what we've said before and will continue to say is we will accept samples.
Well, I mean, I've heard some people say that, so it's okay that you don't think that, and I think that's smart for you to say because it's right.
Yeah,
But I
you might
have
be
heard
right.
that.
I mean, like if you go out on Twitter, there are a bunch of moron flat earthers. And it's almost why we kind of like keeping some anti-flat earthers around, because they help us deal with those people the same way.
Yeah, like you're not the Flat Earth Society, and I get that.
Right. And so the Flat Earth Society still exists, and those people sometimes spill over into here thinking we're part of them. And so they come in and they start trolling because Flat Earth Society is full of globe trolls. I mean, there's not a real flat earther in that, as far as I know. And so they come over here and they think we're doing the same thing as them. And we have to differentiate ourselves because we have nothing to do with those folks. But they're out there and they're active.
Yeah, I luckily haven't talked to that many of them. I only like frequent this room, and that's it for Flat Earth. But I guess like still, what's like kind of like bug in my mind is the two things that I still haven't seen, and I don't have time for a deep dive discussion today, so I won't even bother mentioning them. But I still like haven't seen a solid case for Flat Earth other than like local measurements, and I think that if you only go by local measurements, you're gonna presuppose that it's a continuum, right? And I just say I wouldn't accept that presupposition that you would just agree that Earth looks the same everywhere, like the place you mentioned. Like that would also need proof, right? So.
I mean, we've got observations and measurements that may exceed people's idea of what locality is. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Well, like we've got 149 kilometer multi-band laser propagation tests undertaken by the military, which don't yield any curvature or terrestrial refraction. So some people would say, well, that's non-local. I mean, 149 kilometers is huge. And that's significant enough so that you're operating at such scales and distances where your degree of error measurement is so unrefined that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wait.
So it
are they
doesn't matter
taken from
if the
ground
target is
level?
like 10 feet off or 100 feet off. Either way, it's going to be off, and you can falsify the globe.
Yeah, I haven't seen those measurements. Are they like ground measurements or air or like?
Oh yeah, it was from Maui out to another island. You know, University of Ohio. But the point is we've got tons of this stuff. We've got tons of research where we pick apart the globe's own claims with their own projected models. For example, timeanddate.com, which runs off of like the Naval Observatory data. They use the equation of time for the sun. They've got all these different models really that kind of patches in together, and we can start picking apart problems with it. And there are big problems, things that don't point to a globe kind of problems. So their models don't really comport to what's observable, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm just there are some instances here that I haven't heard about, so I won't comment on it, right? But
yeah, right. I mean, we've got research going back years and years and years, and lots and lots and lots of it. And some of us have decided to go our own way and start coming up with our own quirks, like almost like hackers have 0-day wares and 0-day exploits that they don't tell anybody about because they're just holding them back. A lot of flat earthers have a lot of original research that they hold back and don't really discuss that widely and pop them out in debates and then slam the debate partner with papers and citations and references so that they're caught off guard.
Yeah, that's probably the case for both sides, though. But I agree. Yeah, that's definitely a good tactic. It's not really good for science, but it's a good tactic. Or you could argue it's good for science if you're right? Because then that will garner enough tension, and but like the big thing for me is like with human nature being so exploratory, and you could even say like you would have monetary incentive to find new land, right? Because people have been doing that like since ever. Like, why would we not just continue going straight? Like this notion that there is like that there is no wall, and like, or maybe there is an ice wall. I don't know. Some people say there are. Some people say there aren't. But why wouldn't? There's every incentive and there is every possibility, because you have vehicles now that can traverse like air even, right? So you don't even need land.
Well, have you heard Admiral Byrd talk on this subject? Like when he came back from his expedition before he was murdered or killed or died, he was on Longines Chronoscope, an old black and white show, and they interview people. Like in his case, he's an explorer, and he was talking about the economic incentive for Antarctica. And he said, look, we can treat Antarctica as like one big food block, using nature's energy to freeze the food instead of your own. It could drastically reduce costs of food storage. And from the coastal ring of Antarctica, we could deliver food to everywhere in the world. And we could become the world's food supply. Antarctica would be great for this. He went on to go found Bird's Eye Frozen Foods in America, which is a now famous, popular frozen foods brand, which is hilarious. Yeah, Bird's Eye is from Admiral Byrd's family and legacy. So take that for what it's worth. I know he's a controversial figure, but he was addressing that very topic. So yeah, I wonder why it's not being used commercially today either.
Yeah, like that's the big one for me, and I'm glad like you're also skeptic to that. It's not proven any part, like either globe or flat. I'm just saying like that is just mind-boggling to me on a non-debate level, like on a like an actual person level. That is weird to me. That it would seem that there would be so much incentive for people, especially people who have equipment, to go there and like capture that, because traditionally the first person to step on new land will own the land, right? And so yeah. But I'll say this, like the best flat earth proof in my head is like the local looks flat kind of thing, because a lot of the time, man, it does look flat. It presents itself as very flat, right? It's almost impossible to see curvature from ground. Like I would even say it unless you have like optimal conditions, and you wouldn't agree to this, of course, I would say it's almost impossible, but you can see it on a very good condition. But yeah.
Yeah, what's frustrating is we have infrared optics, in which case it should cut through the refraction in the haze, which means the curvature should pop out and be even more obvious and apparent if there is the curvature to the globe. And we can't see it in infrared either. We see further.
Wait, really?
Yeah, we do. It's nuts. We've got tons of infrared imagery honestly, long range infrared is one of the things that got me interested in this in the first place. It remains for me a very, very hot topic of discussion. I think it's a slam dunk from that.
Isn't infrared Amish supposed to be seeing a lot less when you use infrared instead of a lot more? It's supposed to be opposite, isn't it?
No, that's what he just said. Yeah.
Yeah, with
Oh, sorry.
infrared, you should be able to see the curve. Yeah, that's right. With infrared, the globe Earth physical curvature should pop out more because you're seeing through all the optical effects due to the weather conditions.
Wait, but isn't infrared also light wave? Isn't that also? I don't know, so I'm asking.
It's a longer wavelength, so it doesn't refract as easily. It takes more energy to bend it, unlike blue, which bends very easily.
Okay.
So
Can it be refracted? Yeah.
It can, but it's not that much. It's the last in the stack of colors to bend as much, and it doesn't bend much at all. The problem with infrared is it actually diffracts more. So refraction and diffraction are different. Refraction is bending through a medium or from one medium into another, and diffraction is bending around a hole, like an opening, changing the angle due to the hole. So yeah, infrared actually does diffraction a lot easier than other colors. But I mean, when you're dealing with air, you're not worried about that. And also, you can overcome some of this with longer exposure time. And a lot of infrared cameras are built for that. Or if you modify one, you just need to use a much slower shutter speed to get clear images.
I'm writing this down. This is new, so I'm going to research this.
Oh, okay, cool. Yep. So infrared, I mean, it's like, so the Army spends a crap ton of money on night vision, which is infrared and related technology alongside that. If the ability to see through weather conditions and see in the dark and allows you to fight 24 hours in all conditions, is a huge advantage on the battlefield. So infrared is really what a lot of modern technology relies on. Take, for example, like Hellfire missiles that have a sensor in them. It follows an infrared signature. So a lot of military technology will use infrared because they can't afford to have bendy light in the atmosphere. They can't afford to have weather conditions foil some of their lethal technology. So they've turned to infrared, right?
Doesn't infrared just show the heat?
Well, yeah, it can. I mean, heat, yeah, like convection, radiation. There's infrared, so infrared can transfer energy through radiation, and then it can heat stuff up, which causes convection energy to radiate. Some people buy an infrared sauna blanket and they wrap themselves in it and uses long wave infrared to heat up the body gently. That's a form of radiation. It's also the claimed mechanism by which the sun transfers heat through a vacuum, because the vacuum of space is claimed to be very sparse. There's no medium for friction to occur, for typical heating convection, like how your oven would work. So instead, what's happening is the spectra of light itself contains enough energy within it at the lower end in infrared to transfer radiant energy electromagnetically. And electromagnetic waves aren't known to operate in any medium. They transfer through vacuums.
Well, thank you, Amish. It's been a good talk, and AV and was it Jedi the third one? Yeah, today was great. So I'm off now. I have unfortunately to go.
See you, AG.
See you, man.
Have a good one.
Bye.
I have to go too. That's why I'm a bit short. Sorry being light on discussion right now. I will be listening in though, so I'll appear in the text chat.
Hey, Crit, are you there?
Yeah, I was listening.
I wonder if anybody's going to turn their machines off to talk to you again.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Manufactotum turned his machines off. Dude, I shut my machines off just to talk to you. I'm like, damn.
It's like how many like your machines are. It reminds me of that show with like Hell's Kitchen or whatever, where they're making cakes, and the guy's like, "If we're standing here and those cakes are running, I'm losing money." You know, ovens. If those
You know what's
ovens
funny?
aren't cooking, I'm losing money.
You know what's funny is the way you were roasting Scott this morning. I was busting a gut, bro. That shit was funny.
And he's like, "Oh, come
Yeah,
on, guys, you're hurting my feelings." And I'm like, you come in here every day trying to hurt people's feelings. You get a little pushback, and now you want to play victim. Get the fuck out of here.
yeah. Dude, he loves it. He absolutely loves it in here. I mean, he just gets a thrill every time he clicks. He sees people in here. He's, oh man, it's gonna be a great day.
He's
He
attention
does. He likes it.
seeking.
Oh yeah, he does. He likes that we made Scott Mackey bingo, and we got our bingo cards.
Yeah,
He
the
gives him a
bingo
little
card was buzzing
purpose.
off.
He gives him purpose, like some sort of meaning in his life.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? And he thinks he's examining us. We're examining him. Actually, I don't think he has many, quote unquote friends out there in the world, because he spends all his time. We are friends with each other because the bond of truth. We
Yeah.
bond with that, so that's why we're here. But why is he here? You even told him, it's like, dude, you're telling people your personal life, and everybody in here doesn't like you, and you don't like them. So why are you doing it?
I don't know if you've heard him say this, but he said life is pretty boring. He said that before.
Oh yeah,
So
because he's
it
so
could be that-
intelligent. He said he's so intelligent that
What?
life is kind of boring and dull.
I don't know if he said intelligent, but he just said life was boring in general. So that could be an indication of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, he's looking for something spicy, something to do, something that puts a spark back. And then he said, well, me and my wife went out, and we were doing the hiking thing, and then I was looking at some distant place, and I was like, dude, when you're out with your woman, don't be thinking about no flat Earth, globe Earth discussion. Be with your wife, man. What the heck? Spend time with the people you like. Hold on, honey. I'm doing my flat Earth, globe Earth discussion thing. Hold on. Come on, dude. Really? I don't know. I just thought it was kind of strange. Like, dude, if you're going out there on a hike, go out on a hike. Don't worry about no arguments on Discord. But he's looking for ways. Every time he's out, he's thinking about this room. When he's in this room, he's thinking about this room. He can't get enough, bro. He's hooked. He would dump MSNBC to come in here all day.
I asked Scott Mackey like some days ago. I asked him, "Do you believe that the American government engages in disinformation towards its own people?" And he said no. So that right there should tell you everything you need to know about him.
Oh, Scott? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like even the average person thinks that the government lies, right? But he literally said no, they don't lie. Like, come on.
Uh-huh.
That is crazy, man.
I've heard a lot of anti-conspiracy theorists say that it's impossible. It's not possible for the government to put lies out there. It's just individuals, certain individuals inside the government who have lied. And I'm like, well, how come certain individuals in the government don't call it a lie then? It seems like they're all kind of in on it. I mean, one individual of the whole massive body, this megalithic organization, one person says pineapple belongs on pizza, and none of the other ones said no. Not one person. It's like, dude, like even their concept of what a conspiracy theory is and does, it's like government by definition is a conspiracy theory. A group of more one people striving to achieve a goal. You just don't like the results when it harms people because in their worldview, government is this net benefit.
What was your definition of conspiracy there?
Yeah, just more than one people working together to do something.
Okay. The first thing that
Someone
pops up when I read the definition.
conspire. How about look up the word conspire?
Oh, you're talking about conspire, not conspiracy?
Same thing. It's the root word.
It says a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful.
Yeah.
But then the second one says the action of plotting or conspiring.
There you go.
That's the one yeah, okay.
Anytime, like, wear your seatbelt. That was a conspiracy theory. Because they pretended, like, this is about road safety. We're going to save people's lives by telling them, if you don't put on a seatbelt, we'll pull you over and give you a ransom notice. It's out that accidents and deaths on the roads have increased since then. Because cars used to be more durable. You used to be able to take a hit. You know, they call it a fender bender. You just go home and take your plunger and pop it out. Now, just minor collisions completely total the car, and the people inside get critically wounded. Now you're just buckled into a death machine, a death trap. What they really wanted, they knew a certain percent of the people aren't going to wear their seatbelt. They're just saying, hey, I'm just driving to the store real quick. I don't need to buckle it up. That's the people they want to harvest money from. They want to tell you you're a criminal, but you're also the victim of yourself. So the solution is to pay these other people money. And boy, if they can get you, like, say some guy had, a couple beers, God forbid he had a couple beers, wants to drive to the local, quick shop to grab a, bag of Doritos and some nacho cheese. Man, if they can get you there, that's $10,000. They just made that seatbelt ticket like 25 to 85, whatever, depending on what state you're in, and they made it 10. That's a cash cow right there. They're always looking. When the police pull you over, it's not because of your turn signal or you're driving 5 miles over or 10 miles over or you hit the white line. Every traffic stop has one single purpose. Can they escalate this to a DWI investigation? Can they search your car for contraband? That's the two purposes of the procedural traffic stop. So I call that, in my book, a conspiracy theory.
I'll try to interrupt you.
Because they're not about road safety. It's not about, they're never going to evaluate if their goal was road safety. Where's the beef? Where's the results? You've been doing these things for the better part of like 4 decades. Where are your results? Your methods and practices were supposed to reduce traffic accidents, make the road safer. They're not. They're spectacular, not safer. They're worse.
Hey, good. Do you mind if I ask any of these guys in here some questions?
Oh yeah, fire away.
All right. We got, it looks like Nadio, and Marbas. Welcome to the channel. If you want to talk about the topic of the room, you go ahead. Who else we got in here? Ranger. Welcome, Ranger. Anybody in here that's brand new to the channel, welcome to the channel. This is 24/7 Flat Earth, and we are on the politics server. We have our own server, but this is our forwarding station, and we'd like to welcome you to our channel. If you want to ask questions about the Earth or any questions about Flat Earth, you can do so. The floor is open. Go ahead.
I'm currently driving, and I'm listening to the driving rant, and I'm down with it. It's kind of like my radio station. So, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no problem. It goes to the idea of why government would lie. Now you know why they lie for money.
Thanks for scaring the shit out of her, Crit.
Oh, she said she was down with it.
Oh, okay.
It made sense.
Down with what?
it makes sense. I guess I think you're up with it or up with it too, right?
Road rage, so I'm not gonna take other people out. You know, like if I
You're
can hear
out the
this.
driving, please, lady.
Yeah, see, it's bad. I'll shut up. No, it's on a
What?
thing. I just press it. But
Get out of the car.
What happened?
You crashed.
Did I miss something?
I didn't
crashed?
crash. I'm still here. I'm perfectly safe. I just mute myself
fool.
because my car noise, and I don't want that to be like interrupting the room. So, but
The
it's
lack
not
of
Leo.
gravity that caused it.
Oh.
Sudden loss of gravity.
Loss of gravity. What gravity? Go ahead. The person who said there's a loss of gravity, go ahead.
If you lost gravity, you wouldn't stick to the floor.
Did you say if we lost gravity, we would stick to the floor?
You wouldn't stick to the floor. Come on, I know you're retarded, but you can get a word right.
No, you have a heavy accent, dude. I can't understand a lick of word you're saying. You're speaking like. That's what it sounds like over here.
Maybe someday your balls will drop too.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe, Ranger?
I never made the case that it was a globe. I said there was gravity.
I asked you a question. Didn't say that you made a claim. It's a simple question.
No, but I'm going back to
Do you
your
have any
previous point.
evidence?
Why are you shocked that I'm claiming that there's gravity when we literally stick to the floor? Why are you shocked about
Okay.
that?
What's Ranger? What's gravity?
The thing that keeps us stick to the floor. Are you denying?
Oh,
do you
that's
not
very
stick to the floor?
scientific, by the way.
Wait. Do you float off when you
Is it-
walk? Do you float off?
Is that a good answer coming from academia, or did you just think of that all by yourself? What do you think?
It's literally the best answer I can give. It's the thing that makes you stick to the floor.
Is it the answer?
Why else
Is
do you
it
stick to
the
the floor?
an-
Why else do you stick to the floor? Why else do you stick to the
Well,
floor?
when people talk about
Why else
gravity,
do you stick
they
to the
talk
floor?
about
You're not going to answer the question. You're going to be a retard. Come on, don't be a retard. I'm
yeah.
going to leave if you don't answer the question. Why else do
Well,
we
I'm
stick to
going
the
to
floor?
answer you.
Why else do we stick to the floor? Answer the question.
Okay, are you done?
I'm about to leave unless you answer the question. Why else do we stick to the floor if not for gravity?
All right. So here's what I'm going to
I
do.
can't be doing retarded flat earthers that don't answer questions. Sorry.
Excuse me. What happened? Did he quit? Where'd he go?
He left.
Bye.
That's bingo. Bingo. Flat earthers are stupid. That's on the bingo card.
Oh man, I didn't bring my my little marker. Is that Scott Mackey bingo or is just regular bingo? Regular Glober bingo.
Globe head bingo, yeah.
Where are the rest of the guys in here? We don't have any intellectuals in here. But what's gravity? Oh, gravity is what's making you stick to the floor. What other answer do you want me to give you? What other answer do you want me to give you? You stick to the floor. Yeah? Yeah? You want to answer my question? You stick to the floor? That sounds like that seagull from that cartoon. Yeah? 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 Food? Food? Fucking intellects, dude. You Glovers, I swear, like, scraping the bottom of the barrel of intellectual, like, competency. There's no way that you can even understand what you're saying when you say things.
Yo.
Gravity? You stick to the floor? That's what you do? Stick to the floor? Anybody else want to say what that gentleman was saying?
I just
Or do you
got
want to
back.
tell me how?
It's the attractiveness to two different objects based on their mass.
Ah. Okay, so
I think we're right, and
what
that's
kind of
just
gravity?
So the reason you weigh more is because you have more mass, and I don't want to talk because I have a shitty mic and I'm driving. But you know, I don't want to hear you talk that much. I want other people to talk. The British guy, he's cool. Let him talk.
Ah, shut up. Anyways, if anybody in here wants to give me any evidence for the Earth being a globe, then you can go ahead and do so. Because we want to hear people give us evidence. We don't want to just hear like 30-second excerpts of their ideas that they ponder. Come on now. Curvature of the Earth. Earth is curving. Should be so easy, huh? I don't understand. Why do you guys struggle so much when it comes to providing evidence for the Earth being a globe? It's a knockdown win. Everybody knows it.
Probably because we're not scientists who study any of that.
Oh, so what do you mean? You just believe that the Earth is a globe? Is this true?
The faith-based.
I mean, I don't walk around going like, "Hey, dude, the Earth is a globe. Get it fucking right."
Well, what do you do then? If somebody was to ask you on the street, hey, how do you know the Earth is a globe? What would you respond to that guy?
If the Earth is a globe,
Yeah.
yeah.
What would you
I
say to
mean,
him?
I'd say that seems like the correct answer. I don't have any evidence otherwise.
You didn't give him any answer. He's just like, that's the correct answer. He's asking, how is it a globe? If he asked you the question, how is it a globe? Wouldn't you be able to tell him, hey, let me tell you how the Earth is a globe. See, we got these measurements, like at least something. I mean, I don't have to tell you how to say it, but I mean, you could say it.
Escape
right?
Discord for a minute. Go real life and say, "Hey, bro, how do you know it's a globe?" And the best you're gonna get most of the time is there's pictures.
Well, I agree with you on that. But the problem is
right.
because of
but
the
we don't need
listen,
to super
the problem,
study this. It's
we
not
don't
a
need to
fault.
super study this.
Yeah.
No,
like,
it is a fault because here's the problem that you guys
not
have.
everybody.
You
Not
think it's
everybody is gonna spend their
yes,
time doing that, bro. I'm sorry.
It's like
There's
the Ed
more
McMahon.
doing
interesting
math.
shit.
He's like the
What?
Ed
Really?
McMahon.
Doing math.
Doing math.
What did he said? What, Crit?
He's like the Ed McMahon. He's like someone says the Earth is a globe. You are correct, sir.
Yeah.
Is that it? I mean,
You know,
are we gonna
well,
pretend
yeah,
that
'cause
everybody is a debate, bro?
no, we don't want to pretend that everybody's just an intellectual weenie, right? And it seems that way. I mean, the impression that I'm getting is that nobody knows how to articulate any points of the Earth being a globe. All you guys know how to do is, well, pictures from NASA, bruh. And it's like, dudes, come on. You have some type of mind to think about things. Why don't you use it? But the
Why
best
should we
you
totally
guys have,
discount photographic evidence?
okay,
Once you
number
totally
one,
discount
can
that.
you validate? Yeah, all right. I'm about to answer the gentleman. So, how are you able to validate that photographic evidence? How can
Every
you validate
government
it?
on the world agrees.
I'm asking you the specific question. How do you validate the image?
I don't need to validate every single fucking thing.
So you don't need to validate the thing that you.
How do you
You
validate
don't
that
need
there
to
aren't
validate.
gerbils powering
You
your car?
don't need to validate. You see, this is
How
the
do you
problem.
validate
You
gerbils
don't need
aren't
to
powering your
validate.
car? Have you opened up your
You
engine?
don't need to. You're gonna let me tell you because I really want to. You don't need to validate the image that they're presenting to you about the Earth being a globe. That's what you just told me. So you just believe it. As in, I could show you a picture of Yeti, and you're just like, oh yeah, the abominable snowman, he does exist. Yeah, that's a great picture. I could show you an
Audience
80-foot
heard him
gorilla
say,
climbing a
trust the
building.
government. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I can show you an image of an 80-foot gorilla climbing the Empire State Building, and you're like, yeah, King Kong exists, bro. Really? Photographic evidence and just believe me, bro? Wow. That's a low standard of evidence. Why do you guys have that low standard? I don't get it.
Every government, every scientific agency.
Trust the government.
Yeah.
Unless you want to ask if how we know they all exist as well. Maybe NASA and every other government's fake, bro.
What? What did you say? What exists?
I said maybe you'll ask us to validate that governments even exist. I mean, how do we know, bro? We haven't been to
No,
DC.
we're not talking. Listen, dude, we're not talking about governments. We're talking about the things that they're giving you, like images, like videos, all these things. How can you validate any of that to be true? And your answer is, well,
One
just
nation was
trust them,
lying.
bro.
If America was like
don't-
lying about it, wouldn't Russia or North Korea have like all the incentive in the world to like disprove it?
Yeah, bro. Check this out, man. Who cares? All we care about is
Who
them
cares about this
validating
totally
it.
logical argument?
You know, I've been to the moon. You know, I've been to the moon because if I didn't, Russia would have told on me.
If America didn't make it to the moon, you can bet your ass Russia would have been squeaking about it.
Yeah, they have. This is the last director of the Russian space program said NASA faked it.
They still hold to that?
Well, no, then he got like mocked and made fun of, and they said, "Hey,
For
you can't
good
be saying that
reason. You're
stuff."
not.
Yeah,
For
but we're
what?
diverting, I think, and then the biggest point here is that when I asked you guys for evidence of the Earth being a globe, you just told me pictures. That's the best you have. There's nothing that we could validate the Earth's geometry in any
Well, I
way.
mean, there's the satellite we
because
set
they're
up to
telling
like measure the circumference of the Earth. There's always that.
Prove
Which-
the satellite, bro.
Yeah, you can
No.
look through telescopes and
No,
see
you
the
know-
satellites.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
and
who you
some nights
talking
you don't
to?
even need
Who are you
some
talking?
nights you
Wait a
don't even
minute.
need it.
Stop. Stop, dude. Because you really, all you're doing is appealing to something
I
else.
GPS and the way this work, I wouldn't be able to use the GPS if the Earth wasn't a globe, because that's how GPS works. It's on a satellite.
No, it doesn't. You're
I don't think
you're
that's how
misinformed on
GPS
how
works.
GPS works.
GPS works with
GPS doesn't work
satellite.
that way.
Yes, it does. Look it up.
No, it doesn't. Oh my
Pretty
gosh.
sure you can do GPS
We're
without
not gonna have-
satellite, but
Yeah, you can do GPS without satellite. But look, we're not going to go there. The point about what we're making here is the geometry of Earth needs to be discovered as in measured directly. And so far as we know, they're just giving us ideas of pictures and other ways that we're indoctrinated with information that doesn't give us any knowledge of how we can do any kind of method to solidify the point that the Earth is what the size that they're telling us it is. Now, the Earth is allegedly the size of radius of 3959, circumference of 24,901 miles. How do we know that the Earth's size of the circumference and the radius equal those values? That's what I ask you,
with
ladies and gentlemen. How
mathematics,
do
you
we
could
know?
do a mathematical proof. So what you could do is take that hypothesis of those numbers you gave, and then plug them into a mathematical proof and get your answer and see if the math works out.
Yeah, but we're not okay. So math is one thing, right? Because math is a language, right? It describes something. But how are you
Yeah,
going
you
to
can
take the thing
obfuscate
that
all
it
you want,
describes? No, I'm not going to obfuscate. I'm actually going to make a point if you allow me to and not interrupt me. So math is a language and it describes things that we see in reality. Now, how can you take the thing that describes things that we see in reality and go and verify the thing that we see in reality? So what I'm saying is take the math, go out into the field and see if it matches anything that we think it matches. When do we do that? When do we take the math and go to the field and compare it and say, you know what? My calculations or my estimations or my measurements line up with what I know the Earth to be. When have we done that, sir?
Like 2,000 years ago. You know
Okay.
what I'm talking about, the two sticks and the sun. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Gonna need a flat Earth to make that measurement, no?
No.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Why
be
would you need
measuring
a...
angles.
Why, hold on, why?
Why? Because you're measuring angles.
Why would you need a flat Earth?
Because you're measuring angles, second time.
You're measuring angles. There wouldn't be an angle. There would be no shadow if it was a flat Earth, right? Because the sun would just be overhead.
Right, so let me point this out to you like you're a 5-year-old. You see that light
Yeah,
in
you
your
can
living
be. You can try being super condescending, but it just makes you sound like an asshole.
Yeah, I am. So if you stand underneath a light in your living room that's directly above you, you cast no shadow until you start walking away from being underneath that light and you watch that shadow increase in front of you. It's a bit like Aristophanes looking at the sun down a well because the sun's directly overhead, and 500 states away where the sun isn't directly overhead, there's a shadow. Do you get it, 5-year-old?
From my head, or is it millions of miles away from my head? Do you think that makes a difference?
Do you think that in one instance it's directly over your head, and in another instance it's not because it's casting a shadow? 5-year-old?
I think if you have a light that's like, I think there's a big difference between having a light that's 8 feet above your head and there is having a light that's 1,000,000 miles away from your head.
Okay, so if I put a light 1,000,000 miles above my head, it's still directly above my head. But if I move out from underneath this light, it's going to cross the shadow. 5-year-old. See, the reason why you don't want to get this, because it's very simple. A 5-year-old could understand it. Even people like Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you this. It can be done on a flat Earth. And it was done by the Chinese 2,000 years ago on the flat Earth, and they calculated the circular path of the sun above the flat Earth. Now, you don't want to get this because you have to hold on to your ball belief like a little fucking teddy bear, don't you, 5-year-old?
I guess, yeah. I mean, if I was ever presented evidence of like the Earth being flat, I would consider it. But I've never heard a positive claim for the flat Earth. Never heard a positive claim, ever. You've only ever made negative claims.
You've given it to me. Proof of a flat Earth. This measurement can only be done on a flat Earth. You measure in angles. Angles require 2 straight lines. That would be the straight line between Alexandria and Cyrene, where there's 90 degrees underneath the ground position of the sun, and then an angle measured on the shadow. Going to need a flat Earth for this measurement. Doesn't get it, 5-year-old.
Yeah, give them some time, Jedi. They need to marinate. It's pretty simple, guys. Earth is flat and stationary. That's how we observe it. That's how we navigate.
Demonstrate it.
Yeah.
Prove it.
Demonstrate your
Well,
model.
many ways we can demonstrate. It's not a model. It's just the way
Okay,
reality
demonstrate
is.
your hypothesis.
Let's see. We can observe the Earth as a flat and stationary plane.
Oh, it looks
Because that's
flat.
what we,
Okay,
that's
my
the way we
bad.
see it. Well, no, that's the first step. It looks flat. Now, can we measure it
Observation.
as such? Yeah. So
Yeah.
can we measure it as such? Yeah. Go ahead,
Yes.
Jedi. Tell them how we measure it.
Well, he seems to be impatient, but there are 3 points to this. 1, it looks flat. 2, it measures flat. And 3, we practically use it as a horizontal plane of reference. So we navigate, communicate, engineer as if it was flat, because it is observed, measured, and practically used as such. You gave me Aristosthenes, which is a flat Earth proof. So to be slow, it looks
So
that way.
airplanes don't when they navigate and circumnavigate the world, they don't assume, like, they don't use the true line. They just use the straight line on the map, the flat map.
Do you understand
No,
how
what they do is.
fly? Do you understand what a
You go on,
bearing
Jedi.
coordinate is? Do you understand what a horizontal bearing is? Do you know what an IRS system is? This all requires the plane to maintain horizontal, and it flies in a straight path from one place to another, then changes its bearing being northeast, south, or west. Northeast, south, or west, that's a horizontal bearing, by the way. And if you're talking about circumnavigation, that's going in a circle around north.
But I've been in a plane
Yeah, on top-
and I've noticed the curvature of the Earth while I was in the plane because you go up. So I've physically seen the curvature of the Earth from a plane.
Okay, well, I haven't.
Ma'am,
and
you
I've
couldn't
been-
see the
I
curvature from
haven't.
the Earth.
I haven't, and I've been to 37,000 feet. Now we've got a problem here,
Ma'am,
haven't
you
we?
can't see the.
You've seen curvature, and I haven't seen curvature. You see, the problem is here. We can go to the math, and mathematically speaking, at 35,000 feet, you're not high enough above the surface of the Earth to perceive left or right curvature. In actual fact, mathematically speaking, you're not even high enough when you're in the International Space Station at 230 miles above the surface of the Earth. So no, you didn't see Earth curvature. Please remember that you were looking through a curved window when you were looking outside.
Yeah, you can't see Earth's curvature from an airplane window. I'm sorry, but it wasn't Earth's curvature that you seen. That's for damn sure. Try again. Mathematically, it doesn't work out that you could see it from an airplane window. Globers talk about, like, these scientific communicators will say you cannot see curvature even at the height of the ISS. which is 255 miles above the Earth's surface, allegedly.
Again, so
So,
this
I
is
don't
Neil
know.
deGrasse Tyson, the scientific
Wait, you guys don't
communicator.
believe that ISS is even up there? Why cite that?
Dude, because it's called a hostile witness. In both instances, we will refer to Neil deGrasse Tyson. One, Aristosthenes can be done on the flat Earth. Two, the height of the International Space Station, mathematically speaking, isn't high enough to perceive left to right curvature. We can also go to people like Dr. Paul Larson. It's not a problem, but these are hostile witnesses, people from your side who tell you shouldn't see Earth curvature from an airplane.
Which, like the lady misspoke, I know, but a lot of people will claim that they can see curvature. Well, what is it that I saw? Well, it damn sure wasn't curvature. That's what I can tell you right now. Even the Globers will agree with us. So,
I never
there's that,
made a
right?
claim about seeing curvature, so
Well, the lady did.
that's great.
So, that is great. See, it's not as easy as you guys thought. In 2024, evidence of the Earth
I
being a
still haven't
globe.
heard you make a
Not very
positive
easy.
claim.
We did.
Yeah, bro. I don't
The
know
positive
why
claim
you're
is
saying
we
this is
listen.
hard. Like all
Three
you do is ask
positive
It was.
claims.
It looks
Stop
flat.
over
It was.
talking
The
me.
positive claim was it
Shut
looks flat.
up. Shut
It's not what
up.
he said. It's not what he said,
Three
Cooper.
positive claims that were given.
they'll never
Claims that
answer.
were given. I'm gonna get this out one way or another. 3 positive claims that were given out was the Earth observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's navigated across as flat. 3 positive claims. How many times do you want me to tell you that?
But those are just
what I was asking
claims.
for
Those
was
are
like
just
a
claims.
a
Those aren't
proof.
proof.
Yeah.
Though you're just claiming that. You're not proving that at all.
That's
You're
what you asked for.
No, we asked for proof. I
Isn't
said
it?
prove it. Prove it.
Who's the other? You weren't the guy that was speaking earlier. The
Yeah,
other
I
guy.
also said
He
prove
said,
it.
You didn't make
I
a
also
claim.
said prove
Yeah,
it, and
but I
then
don't
you
care
moved
about
on to the lady's curvature.
Okay, so are you
didn't
gonna
say anything
admit the
about
fact that you
positive
asked for? Shut up. Are you gonna admit the fact that you asked for positive claims and you now are recanting that you didn't ask for it?
No, I asked for positive claims, and then when you gave them, you did not
Okay,
substantiate
then.
them at all, and I asked for
Oh
substantiation.
my God, Jedi just took you through the 3 positive claims, and he explicitly went through them. How are
Yeah,
you
he
not
said
getting
3
this?
positive claims. He did not prove any of them. Actually, I'll give him the first one. It does look
What
flat.
the hell? He told you how it measures flat too.
You
What do
say
you mean?
that, but it's not true. Like, that's not how air travel is measured. Like, you don't measure a straight line and then draw a
Bulk air
turn.
travel.
You draw a curved line.
You're the one talking about air travel.
Dude,
Yeah, I
air
know.
travel is not a way to
No.
provide evidence. Air travel is not a. Listen, you can't measure anything. Are airplanes measuring devices? Are they? The answer should be no.
Airplanes
But I don't know why you don't want to say it. Are airplanes measuring
are
devices?
travel devices that have measuring
Are
like
they?
measuring
Oh my
devices
God!
in
Just
them.
answer the question. Just answer
Yes.
it. Be intellectually honest for once
Are
in your life.
airplanes themselves measuring devices? No.
Be intellectually
All right.
honest.
Thank you, Cooper.
Really.
Thank you. Yeah. At least
Do
when I
airplanes
ask the
have
question,
measuring
it's
devices
obvious
on
to
them?
everyone.
They have to be measuring devices
Measuring
to
devices.
navigate where they're
Okay.
going.
So airplanes. Listen. So airplanes are measuring devices. So how can we measure
Do
the
they
curvature
have
of the
measuring
Earth with
devices
an airplane?
on them?
Go ahead. No, wait. I'm not asking you. I want to know the guy who chimed in right now and said airplanes are measuring devices. Right now, you need to tell me how an airplane can measure the curvature of the Earth. Go. You have the floor.
Doesn't measure the curvature. It measures the distance that it travels, and you just asked if it was a measuring
it
device.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not measure. Are you serious? Airplanes don't measure the distance. Are you?
Yes, they
are you
do.
for real?
You
How?
don't think an
Tell me
airplane
how.
knows how far it's gone from point A to
You
point B?
have to know
You
how
don't-
far
you-
you're traveling
no,
to know where you're going. You just don't guess where
Are
you're
they
going.
measuring, dude? Are they measuring the distance?
Yes, they are measuring the distance they have traveled
How are they measuring? Tell me how they're measuring.
through
Go.
wind speed and global positioning
speed.
satellites.
Are you for real?
Radar.
Airplanes are measuring the
And that
distance
brings me
with
back to
wind
my
speed.
position. GPS means global positioning satellites. It
But the
doesn't
wind
work
changes.
without
Wind
a
changes.
satellite.
The speed of the wind changes. So they can't be doing it by just wind speed. They have to be using other measurements devices because the rate of the winds, if you're flying into a headwind or away from a headwind, that changes. And those are not consistent
So how are they
when you're
measuring?
flying. They're
Those are
using
variables. I know that. Listen, I know that. But how are they measuring the distance with an airplane? You're not measuring any distance. You're traveling a distance. You're not measuring it. Are
but
you
they
guys
have
really
to
that
be able
crazy
to
for the
measure
globe?
distance. They have to be able to measure
They're
distance
not
to get to
fucking
where they want
measuring
to go.
distances. They're not measuring distances.
You don't have to
Are you
yell.
nuts?
I'm willing to discuss it with you, but you don't have to yell about it.
Fuck,
I'm
dude.
listening.
No,
I'm
it's
listening.
frustrating. It's frustrating that you have such a
I understand
I don't
you are
even know why.
frustrated. I
I don't know
understand
why.
you're
On the
frustrated.
Adams. Here we go.
I understand that you're frustrated, but we can discuss this. And if you can change my mind, I will change my mind. But you have not changed my
Bro,
mind because
check this out.
every time you
Check
try
this
to
out. Check
explain
this out.
something, you yell and scream. Just talk.
It's obvious. It's obvious that people understand this fact. Now, if there's anybody that chimes in behind you and says that their airplanes are measuring distances, I need to know specifically how, because what you gave me was a load of nonsense that you conjured up in the midst of a debate. And I know that, and you know that. It's not something that's, because here's what I would say: citation, please. If you say that that's the case, then I need you to cite your source. I need you to point to me where it says exactly what you said is the measuring device of an airplane for distances. Just like what you said, wind speed and any other thing you want to interject with, but I don't
Okay,
care.
why does he
Cite
have
your
to
source
substantiate his claims, but you don't have to substantiate yours?
because it's not my claim. I didn't
You know, but
claim
you make
airplanes are
claims
measuring devices, ma'am. He
You are
did.
claiming the word.
same level.
All right. Yeah, we're not going to get off on a tangent with what you're saying because the guy made a claim that airplanes are measuring devices and they're not. Now, he says they are, and he said a whole bunch of nonsense that he's not going to be able to back up, which I know he's not. And he either needs to say he's going to concede the point that they're not measuring devices, or he's going to go headlong into this and he's going to provide evidence that it is. Now, you have two options. You can provide evidence that airplanes are measuring devices, or you can concede the point, which I will accept. Your choice.
Well, yeah, real quick, Alpha.
Here, I posted
doesn't
it in the
speed-
side chat how airplanes measure distance.
Hey, yo, Alpha, don't you agree
Oh
though that
my
like
God.
speed and time can be used to measure distance? And if that is the case, then you could use the airplane as something as a measurement.
No,
you know what I mean?
It's not a measuring device, Issa. It's airplanes are not measuring devices, bro. Speed and
Can you
distance
answer
are
his
not going
question?
to equal to the. Can I finish talking? Why do you guys interject when I'm speaking?
Because
Why?
you do it to us
Why
when
do you
we're
feel the need to
speaking.
do it when I'm talking?
You do it constantly, bro.
You see, you keep doing it. You keep doing it. Like, why do you continue?
Quit
It's
bitching
going
about
to
it.
take me
Just
that
talk.
much longer to unravel. You see, you just want to keep doing it, huh? Because that's
He's
the
mad
only
at
way
debating now.
you're gonna make your point.
He's just mad at
See,
debating
you
right
got the
now.
lady to now do it. So everybody, yeah, it doesn't, because it's not a debate. Airplanes are not measuring devices, because if they were, there would be a standard for measurement. An airplane would have a standard for measuring things. Do airplanes have standards for measuring things? That's my question to you, because it seems like even people that think the Earth is flat are now agreeing with you, which is Issa. Do you
Well, no,
guys
I'm
believe
just
that
trying to.
airplanes
Hey,
are measuring
brother.
devices? And now I need you guys to do this for me. I need you guys to go ahead and provide evidence, because we're going long into this. Airplanes are measuring devices, and you're not providing any evidence. So who's gonna chime in to articulate the point? I need it right now, because if you are gonna stand your ground and say that they are, then you're gonna have to provide evidence that they are used for that specific purpose. You
I don't know
guys
if
know that I'm right, and you're
Alpha.
going headlong into this like it's true. It's not true.
Well, yeah, Alpha, you're making a good point in the sense that like it's not technically used as something that is to measure distance, like in the everyday practical purposes, right? It's not being used to measure the distance; it's being used to travel the distance. I just think this is a point about semantics.
Yeah.
That's all. But but then it could also be turned around in the sense that the airplane could be used as a measuring device if one were to consider time, speed, etc. And that's all I think the gentleman's making a reference to. I think it's just semantical, but you're right. They're not like put up there to fly the distance, to measure the distance. Like they're not being used for those purposes, but they could be used as an instrument to determine distance. And that's all I think that's where I think the semantics is being lost here. That's all, brother.
Well, this is after the fact, though, Issa. We're talking about after the fact. They're not
Fair
used
enough. I
for
just walked
actually
in. I
doing the
just came in,
measurement.
brother.
Yeah.
Came in.
So if you're gonna say if you're gonna use time and distance and all of these things, these are attributes after the fact. We're talking about in the process of. So if you're in the process of flight, they're not measuring anything. If you use something after the fact, you've arrived at your destination, then you could say, I can use the distance and the time it took and use all that understanding of how long it took me to get there. All these could be factors for contributing as a calculation would, but it's not in and of itself during the process measuring anything. Is that understood? Or are we going to get into this whole long spiel about how you guys think you're right, that you're using airplanes as measuring devices? Which I don't, it's completely non sequitur to the point of the Earth being a globe. It's non sequitur. Guys, honestly, you have to concede the point. I mean, which way do you think you're going to be able to rescue a point where airplanes are not used for this specific purpose? Now, they could be outfitted with devices to measure things on the ground, but they themselves are not considered measuring devices, like as an airplane travels through the sky. Do you guys understand that point? Or, I mean,
I think that's a very good point you made, actually. Yes, airplanes themselves are not measuring devices, but they definitely carry measuring devices.
Of course. And I never argued that fact.
Can we use airplanes to measure distance?
It depends on how you outfit it, right? So you're gonna want to outfit an airplane with like specific technology, right? If you outfit your airplane with a specific type of technology, which I know the technology, I don't know if you guys know it, but it's called LiDAR. You guys know what LiDAR is?
Yeah, it's like a directed radar.
Right, and it can. What they do is they measure the elevation of ground, and military uses it for a lot of other types of.
You bounce waves off of something and bounce it back to a receiver and measure the time in between the waves coming back to determine distance. Yeah.
Yep. So that in and of itself is a way they could be outfitted with tools such as these, right? But when you take a commercial flight, this type of airplane is not outfitted with this type of equipment. So you can't say that they are in and of themselves a measuring device, which is my
sure. But they do have radar towers on the ground, right? That keep track of these airplanes in the sky. They do have radar towers on the ground that keep track of these airplanes in their sky, right?
What, the radar? Of course. Yeah.
Sure. So we can use the radar to track the airplane and measure distance that way as well.
Well, the radar itself is like on the ground, so it's gonna be, having the distance from wherever it is.
It's still the same principle, right? It's bouncing off the airplane, coming back, right?
Yeah, the radar is. Yep.
Okay. So I mean, you could fly an airplane from California to New York and get like the distance. It's like you could get a distance. And it's using those radar and determine how far the airplane's traveled, right?
Well, distance is already put into the amount of the travel. So if you say that the airplane is going to travel a distance, you don't need to say that we're measuring something using this. The distance has already been input into it's factored in. So let's
Yeah,
say
if
an
you didn't
airplane
know
is
the
going from point A to
you
point
use
B.
the radar to determine it, right? Say you don't know the distance you're
What's
traveling,
that?
you
What
could
you say?
track an airplane on radar and
Yeah, the
find
radar.
out how far it's going.
Yeah, the radar. Yeah, definitely the radar can be useful in that way. Yep.
Okay, so you could use radar to measure from California to New York, right?
Well, I mean, the radar has a span of only so far, so you need to have
Yeah, I
another
mean,
connecting radar.
you got multiple radar towers.
Listen, yeah, it depends. It depends on where you're going and how much distance you're going to travel, because then you're going to have to interlock that radar with another one, and so it just gets more, and you have to put more things involved in there if you want to
Sure,
do that.
assuming you have enough radar towers on the ground to keep it in range.
Yeah. Yeah, but my point, like, this is escaping my point already. So we're totally not even in the same ballpark right now. So this has nothing to do with the airplane itself being a measuring device. We're
I agree
introducing a
with
lot
that.
of different factors, which I agree with.
But
Which I agree
like
with.
I said, I already conceded. Like, I didn't really make the point that it was a measuring device, but I think the other guy would concede that an airplane itself is not a literal like measuring tape. I think the argument they were making is it can hold measuring like equipment, right? Like you can use it to measure.
Cooper, no, that's not their point. That wasn't their point, and you know it. That was not what I heard. That was not what anybody heard. They were actually literally saying what I heard them say, which is the airplane is an actual measuring device, which that's not the
Okay,
case.
sure. Then
And it was
he's a big
absurd for
poopy
that.
head who made a bad argument.
No, that's fine. I mean, listen, I'm well enough to say that if the point was misunderstood, then okay, fine. But it wasn't, because I was listening to everything, and what I heard was an airplane that's going into headwinds and other things, that's other contributing factors. And I'm like, nah. You can't use that. That is not. Airplanes are not doing anything to measure the distance with doing all of this. The distance is already factored in. And you could use things outside of that, like you could retrofit the airplane with some type of measuring equipment, or you can use radars. That's fine, but the thing itself is not measuring anything. And so that's where I stand. Here's the thing, right? Because you want to talk about commercial flights that are traveling, certain distances, and say that because they travel these certain distances, that's good enough to say that the Earth is a globe. Now, that argument has been brought up in this arena, in this context. So that's why I'm pointing out to you guys right now that that's illogical. There's no way that you can use that as an argument, unless you start thinking of how you could retrofit airplanes with like certain types of technology, or you know what I mean? Like, and then you're going somewhere with that. Outside of that, then there's no way that a normal airplane is going to measure anything, let alone tell you if it's the Earth is curving or not.
Yeah, so forgetting that the argument, the bad argument, we'll just toss that the bad argument away. That like airplanes aren't measuring devices. We can toss that, but we can accept that like radar towers and other technology can measure the distance that airplanes go. So theoretically, we could send an airplane all the way from one landmass to the other, or either from the edge of the flat Earth to the other edge, or around the globe, and get a measurement, right? Whichever one is true. Like we could like use an airplane to figure it out, right?
Well, yeah. So what measurement are we talking about? Distance? I would say that's feasible over land, because if you have things like stations, like radar towers, towers that are pinging to the plane, I would say that's feasible. But over water, I think it's going to be much more difficult. We have vast oceans, that we're going to travel over, like planes travel over. And I think that since the idea of how they travel is going to be needed to be talked about, right? Like, how do airplanes travel? Are they what type
sorts
of
radar installations in the water? There are oil rigs and mobile research and like floating research stations and stuff. Like there are radar stations in the water, and there are really powerful radar stations that are located like on coastlines or something to keep track of airplanes over the water.
I would say that military actually has things that can use radar over the oceans. But as far as commercially, I don't know if that's it's going to be the same. We need to look into that, right? But what I would say though is that they fly in different corridors. They use different pathways in the sky, like they're, you know, basically they're heading of where they're going to be going, and they use local maps and such, like over the places they're going to travel. So they're not using this idea that they're traveling over a globe. They're not doing that, and I think that's where the conversation tends to lean towards, that they're actually using globe, you know, maps to travel from point A to point B. And people that we've spoken to that are in the field, you know, that professionally fly planes, they say they treat the Earth as flat stationary, but they still say that the Earth is a globe that they're flying over. But for practical purposes, they say that they fly over the Earth as if it were flat stationary. But they're not conceding the point that they're flying over a flat Earth. They're just saying that that's how they treat it. But that the Earth is a globe. So we've spoken to many of these professionals. They say in their day-to-day work, they're just, you know, they're just doing a job. They're not considering that this whole debate that's ensuing with flat Earth and globe Earth. They're not contemplating that. They're just going from point A to point B, from airport to airport. And that's really, they just do a job like that. If you want to talk about the bare bones of, like, you know, flight and all that, they're just going from one place to another. But yeah, they're just doing a job that's taking in consideration all the things that they need to have a level and steady flight. So that is the most important thing for them, to make sure they maintain that level flight, and, you know, they keep the passengers safe, and a lot of other priorities that come before any of this conversation. They don't even factor this conversation that we're having here. They don't even think about it. But that's why I'm telling you, like, the majority of people that are doing their job are not talking about flying over a globe. They just go from airport to airport as if it were over the Earth, and they don't ever think about it. They just assume that the Earth is a globe, but they treat it like it's flat and stationary for, you know, practical purposes. And what I'm saying is very true. There's nothing that anybody could say that that's not the case. Hopefully that makes sense, because this is reality. This is what it is. Whether or not you guys agree or disagree, it's irrelevant, because you go ask one of those guys, they'll tell you, hey, I don't think the Earth is flat. What are you, crazy? It's a globe. But I treat it like it's flat and stationary when we fly, of course. Like, makes it easier. That's how it is, man.
Yeah, so we agree that you could measure the Earth.
But you could measure the Earth? Well, yeah. How did you measure the Earth?
Yeah. I mean, you could use an airplane. Right.
Well, how you can measure? Yeah. So if you could measure the curvature, yeah. So if you could measure the curvature of the Earth, how would you do it? Walk me through the method.
I'm just getting a circumference. Like,
Cooper, you're breaking up.
So
You're breaking up.
Or like, okay, sorry, I'm in a rural area.
Yeah, wait till you get to a better spot, or maybe talk in like a few seconds, because you're breaking up. You maybe hit a dead spot. Welcome, everybody. How you doing? Just having a conversation. Yo, man, on my way driving to my hometown, there was a recent tornado that passed through here, and there was like all this destruction that I just passed by while I was talking to you guys. Like a lot.
Really? Was it bad?
Yeah. There was barns like that were torn to shreds, and they were all over the field and everything.
That's a real shame.
Crazy, man. Yeah.
I hope everybody's okay.
There was like 63 touchdowns over here.
Wow, man.
There was a massive F5 tornado that hit a town nearby. It just like it leveled the place, man. Like you couldn't even recognize it.
It leveled the place, did it?
The
That's
Twister,
impressive.
yeah, the Twister was yeah, it's leveled. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, the Twister was on the ground for like 31 miles. That sucker was just taking everything out.
No, like I said, I hope everybody's okay. I'm glad you're all right as well, man. You're obviously driving through the area, so it wasn't too far from where you live. So I'm glad you're all right.
Yeah, there was actually one nearby where I was at. Like it was everybody like most of these people that are living in these areas, they have basements, so they just go to their basement.
No, that's fair.
I mean, it's still kind of terrifying. Man, there was this guy that was on the news, and I don't blame him, man. He was like, I was in the basement, I was crying like a baby. He was like, I've been in the military, I fought like a couple of wars, and he's like, and this scared me. Like he wasn't
Wow.
afraid to admit that he was terrified. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I'm thankful that I don't have to go for anything like that. We don't get. Well, apparently we have more tornadoes in this country than anywhere else in the world, but they're shitty little ones that nobody can even see. But yeah, I'm glad that we don't have to go for anything like that, man. That sounds terrible.
yeah, it was. It's the season for them, so that's probably why they're all popping up everywhere.
Well, yeah.
It's crazy though, man. I'm just driving through the place here, and it like people's barns and everything were scattered all over the field. It's insane. Who's in here with us? Oh, we got the whole crew.
Yes, kinda. I mean, Crit's around. Good morning to you, Crit, or good afternoon. Lulu's about. Heretic Stefan. I'm here. Julius J's in. Miss Doves is in. Morning, Miss Doves. Morvis Amish is about. That person's deafened. Playbabe is here. What's up, Playbabe? Quantiquattle's deafened. Resolve is in the house. The Honourable Slow-Mo is here. The Book FN, El Barica, as he's more commonly known, as I used to call him, Elbow, Fork and Tuna. Truth Seeker, and Old Dude is down the bottom, mate. So we've got a couple of people, and you were talking to Cooper, weren't you? He's still deafened.
Elbow.
Yeah, he's deafened. He was trying to get to a spot where he can talk. Oh, did I talk over someone?
Yeah, it was Elbow, Fork and Tuna. What's up, El Barica?
So now I'm just repeating the elbow, fork, and tuna. I haven't heard that in a minute.
How you doing, man? You good, yeah? All well with you?
Hey, man.
Yeah.
I see you here more often.
Oh, you're breaking up.
Yeah, we need to see you here more often, man. Freaking, am I breaking up? All right.
Now you're good. Yeah. No, I'll be coming. Yeah, I'll be coming in more.
Yeah, you gotta throw them bows, Elbow. In here.
Yeah, I was here yesterday. There was one guy. It's called Universal Scientist or something, and he was saying that we deny the evidence, and was when we asked him about evidence, he would never present it.
Oh yeah, I think I talked to him yesterday. That guy.
Hey, Biggie, you still in San Antonio?
Oh, me? Nah, I'm in Iowa, bud.
All right, Alpha. Any better on my sound quality?
Yeah, you actually, yeah, way better. Yeah, you're way better.
Good.
Yeah, I'm in Iowa, El Boricua. Yeah, we got hit by 63 tornadoes like all around. Well, it was actually Nebraska, in between Nebraska and Iowa. It was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, you
It was
guys got messed
insane,
up.
bro. It was how many tornadoes? Yeah, 63 touchdowns confirmed. That I've got footage of one that was like 5 miles away from where I was at, like literally 5 miles away. And then I'm driving back to my hometown, and on my way over here, there's a massive tornado that came through, and I was saying earlier, the debris was like of the people's farm, the farmhouses, was like all scattered on the field, just everywhere. This is like, it looks like
Forrest, show me one map that predicts an eclipse.
Do you want me to pull it up? You really don't think that star maps
No,
exist?
I want you to provide one and then walk us through how it does that. How it does that. The process.
I mean, yeah, it's star mapping. I love this shit. Are you kidding me? Like the Egyptians did this.
All right, show me with a map how the map predicts an eclipse. Go.
Go. Like this is that would require like an hour-long university lecture.
Yeah, go for it. It's your claim that it does. I haven't heard this before. Go for it.
You don't think we can predict when an eclipse is going
We
to happen?
can. You said you can do it with a map, and that's wrong. Patently, demonstrably
No, with a
false.
star map. With a star map.
Oh, you said a flat Earth map doesn't. It's like no duh.
Well, yeah,
Maps,
because
not a single map does.
No, a flat Earth star map, one that includes the moon and sun.
What is a flat Earth star map? I've never heard of
One
one.
that includes the moon and sun.
What is that? Show me what you think that is, because I don't know what that
It
is.
is a map that includes the moon and sun. I really can't make it more simple than that.
Well, I've never seen it, so
And what
not
the
my
Aztecs
claim.
used to use and shit? You talking about like the type of shit the Aztecs?
It would be 3D, right? First of all, so you
The
could
Aztecs
predict
came
the
up with shit like
elements.
that,
So
right?
what you're
Star
trying to
map.
show is this is what your
I
version
know
is
these
what
exist.
reality
Yeah,
should be.
I've seen flat Earth maps that have like a miniature
Okay.
sun rotating around the disc. Like
The
I've seen
Aztecs,
these
the
things. I know
Aztecs
they
could
exist.
predict fucking solar eclipses too, right?
Sorry, a train went by.
Just saying.
So, like, why
Aztecs
should,
do
why
that
should
shit
we
too.
believe in flat Earth if everything?
And I'm not even saying
I mean,
it can't. Like a flat Earth map, like might genuinely be able to predict an eclipse. Like I fully just don't know. It would
No,
just
not a single map does.
It would be
You
interesting.
don't use maps to predict eclipses. I'm sorry.
I feel like you think I'm talking about like a fucking piece of paper style map. I'm talking about 3D star maps that have like
A
equations.
3D star map. Amazing.
I mean, you're talking on a phone
You're a
right now.
straw man of the argument.
I do. Do you want me to pull up a picture of a 3D star map? I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, how do you not know what I'm talking
From
about?
a video game?
No, not like in a video game. Like
Star map.
Yeah, the Egyptians
Like
used these.
for navigation in the stars, like outer space.
I mean, I feel like I'm going crazy. What? How do you,
You
think
are?
we How do you think we predict like current eclipses? We use star maps.
Yeah, I mean they
No,
thought that the
we don't
fucking
predict, we post
when the
things.
Aztecs, they thought I was talking about way too far back.
We don't predict any eclipses, we post-dict them. We see that they happen in cycles, and from the cycle, we can say it's going to happen again. That's called a post-diction, not a prediction. So no, nobody's actually predicting them. They're post-dicting them. So that's your first mistake.
Happen. I don't know what you're on about. To do what you just said would require like hundreds of years of knowledge to simply start making.
Mhm. Yep. And so on NASA's website on eclipses, which you haven't bothered to check, there's a whole series of eclipses that have been cataloged by the Chaldeans 3,000 years ago that NASA uses to build out their eclipse model, which, by the way, doesn't factor in a flatter globe at all. So you come in with these claims and have no idea what you're talking about.
Hey, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just asking if one of
Yeah,
these
you are.
apps does predict.
You claim specifically that nothing we have available to us in our maps predict eclipses.
Well,
Well,
it
in a
might.
sense, you're right, but you don't either. You don't have that. You don't have what you think you have. And it's because you don't understand your own claim. And we have to educate you, just like all of us do every day with other Globers that come in who bring their own cosmology.
I mean, look, I'm gonna just show you what a star map looks like because
I know what they are, and I know they're not relevant to this discussion. I just explained why. So why are you continuing bringing them into the discussion when it's not relevant?
because I'm interested in the way that flat earthers think the sun and moon works.
Okay, we observe them in the sky, just like you do.
Come on, dude. You know that's not an answer.
Look,
You fucking
yeah,
kidding
look,
me?
ever use stellarium? It's a great representation of how we observe reality on a flat world, nevertheless.
A stellarium.
Yeah, stellarium's great. A lot of globies use it too. If you're into astronomy, it's basically a digital planisphere. You ever used a planisphere before?
Yeah. I see this. Yeah, it lets you see through the planet. Yeah, this is sick.
So planisphere is a star chart that you hold over your head and you match the time of day with the current time, and it'll show you where the stars are in the sky at that particular time and direction. That's basically all stellarium is. And as they track the cycles of the motions of the heavens to include eclipses, people write them down. And they notice these things happen in cycles. And as a consequence of them happening in cycles, people are able to predict when the next thing is going to happen. It's not really a hard concept. In practice, it's hard, but the concept itself is quite easily understandable and relatable to other things.
No, it has been done where you can just predict an eclipse right off the bat. As in, like, if you measure the, like, where the moon's moving, where the sun is moving, you can gain accurate knowledge of that. You don't need hundreds of years of star mapping to do that.
It says they do. Go talk to them, because they disagree with you. They couldn't do what they did without using and invoking the Saros cycle, which, by the way, was developed by flat earthers, the Chaldeans, which is ancient Sumeria and Babylon.
You think the Sumerians were flat earthers?
Absolutely were. Almost every
Yes.
ancient civilization was. You know, the Chinese were flat earthers until about the 1600s. The last
Really?
emperor was visited by Jesuits, strangely enough. I'm not going to go there, but yeah, I mean, they were presented a globe and they're like, oh, pretty, the globe must be a globe. And so the last emperor was so delighted that he basically wanted everybody in the empire to know about it. It doesn't mean it's real, but you also got to wonder how it is that Chinese are so advanced. You know, we give them credit for all these things and they were flat earthers all the way until recent times.
I mean, the Greeks believed in the four humours and they were really advanced too.
Oh, yeah, sure. But, you know, where I'm relating this to is you brought up Eratosthenes, or someone did, about sticks and shadows. Maybe it was in chat, how Eratosthenes measured or proved, yeah, it wasn't you, it was somebody else. So for the audience benefit,
It was me.
it was said earlier in chat, yes, that Eratosthenes may have measured Earth's radius. And I said, no, sticks and shadows. He measured it at best, the circuit in the sky of the sun. Well, in China, around the same time as Eratosthenes, in China, there was a Chinese Eratosthenes. He did the same thing as Eratosthenes did around the same time, but he had different assumptions. He didn't assume parallel light rays from the sun. He assumed, just as we see them, that the sun moves in the sky and that the rays come in crepuscular. You know what he proved? That Earth is flat, doing the same method as Eratosthenes. And so the Chinese remained flat earthers.
I'm not sure that's what
He didn't prove anything though, because he made the assumption.
Right, and so did Eratosthenes. He made another assumption going the other way. So, no, Eratosthenes isn't proof of anything either way, which is my point.
There's pyramids in South America, right? And there's pyramids in Egypt, and there's pyramids in Japan, and they all line up. Let me get to the end of the sentence. They all line up with each other on the equator, right? And it seems very purposeful when you see them all on a map. They're all laid out in very specific points on the equator. But if it was
you know what the equator is?
If it was a flat Earth, they wouldn't line up. It would be like odd, right? Because they only line
That's
up.
not true.
Because they only line up on that specific map where the Earth is round, and they all line up on the equator.
Yeah, the equator is on the Earth, you know, and it's a space, it's a ground position beneath the sun. And it's a ground position beneath the average of the sun's position between the two tropics overhead. So I don't see how this has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
You'll experience massive distortion. It's why, like, maps on a flat plane, like, you know...
How do you prove there's a distortion?
Are you
That's
kidding
a
me?
claim.
Like,
Show me. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding you. Show me the distortion.
All right, let me pull up the comparison of what, like, the real...
No, you're comparing maps. I mean, in reality. Show me where reality doesn't match a map.
I'll show you right now.
Okay. And then the next task is to link that to the globe versus flat discussion. Because I'll tell you right now, off the bat, all maps are off and inaccurate. Not all maps are even built for the same use. And many people who present maps don't even know how to use the map that they're presenting. So, for example, somebody shows an azimuthal equidistant map, which is a globe projection of a flat Earth. And they don't bother pointing out how the scale is variable on their map. And so they say, well, see, flat earthers are wrong. And then they ignore the scale. because it's not a uniform scale map, unlike other maps, like the transverse Mercator map that is.
What it means is because the Earth is round, you have to stretch the countries out to display them all on one flat surface, right?
Correct. It's a projection. So you have, in addition to the projection, you have a nonlinear scale that goes with that.
So that's why in
That's
these
my
real
point.
maps, you see the actual size of the countries. If you were to try to cram them all together, they wouldn't fit like a jigsaw.
No, see, you're wrong.
Because
you're wrong because you're ignoring the sliding scale. I told you, you are ignoring. You made the same mistake the last guy did who brought this up. You're ignoring the scale. It's a non-uniform scale.
What scale? It sounds like yapping.
There's a
to me.
legend on a map, and it has a scale. And the kind of map you are presenting has a non-uniform scale.
Yes, but why? Right? Why? Because the Earth is round.
Because you are presenting a distortion, and you're claiming that we say it's not a distortion.
The distortion is caused by curvature. That's
no,
why
it's caused by the projection. This is provably so. I can show you 100 different projections and maps. All of them are distorted due to the projection that goes into that. The projection's a mathematical process.
It's just because my uncle was a pilot, right? If you talk to any pilot, they'll be like, well,
"Oh,
yeah,
your uncle can prove globe Earth. Fantastic, kid." All right, anybody else here want to chat?
Anyone who's been in a plane could. I'm telling you that.
Anyone who's been in a plane, you think you see curvature from being up in a plane?
No, who's piloted a plane, right? Like you could obviously maybe think it was flat from the side, but from the front when you're piloting the damn thing, if you think it's flat, you won't end up in the right place. You
shouldn't see what? You shouldn't see any curvature from a plane. Geometrically impossible.
You're not going to see any curvature. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to get to the location, you have
Do you mind real quick? Do you mind real quick if I just interject to make to say something? So the owner of 4chan Moot has a band called Anamanaguchi, and he sent a weather balloon to space that shows a curvature in the Earth, and he's just a regular dude. Bam.
All right, did he measure that?
That's
There's
great.
guys do that every other week.
All right, why don't you show us what
You
he's
could probably measure it from the film. You could probably, if you know how to do the mathematics, do it.
You can't.
Consistent though. It's not
You didn't
consistent,
measure
though.
it. You
Why?
can't. So I dismiss it. Thanks. Move on.
That's the thing.
You can measure a lot of things visually if you understand the math.
I know you can. And you didn't. And neither did he. He didn't do it. I'm sorry he didn't do it for you. So you have nothing to present.
The thing is, he made a
now
video
you're
where he just
coping.
sent pizza up to space. He wasn't trying to prove anything. That's the thing. He just sent pizza up, and you can clearly see in the video the Earth is curved. You can see
curvature. How's that Earth curvature? Just because it's optically curved due to the lens distortion or due to some other thing like a throw
It
of
isn't
light.
lens
or some
distortion.
other
It's a
effect.
GoPro. It's a regular GoPro without a fisheye lens.
GoPros still have barrel distortion without fisheye lenses.
GoPro is
Prove it.
Fisheye lens.
All lenses have barrel distortion.
Prove it.
You know.
Okay, you want to see proof? And if I show you proof, will you fuck off?
Prove it.
I'll show you a meta study of 400 different cameras and all their
A
different
meta
so-called
study
rectilinear
listen,
lenses.
one study
and the barrel
isn't
distortion.
anything. You need to show me it.
Sorry, I'm answering your question, and you're talking through it as I do. I've got a meta study on over 400 rectilinear lenses that were each studied for their distortion qualities. Rectilinear lenses are not supposed to have any distortion. They all showed a barrel distortion bias. So you're going to come tell me that there's absolutely no distortion in any lens? I mean, that's stupid, especially when you're starting to talk about the variability of temperatures between the ground and way up there where it's freezing cold, where a lot of materials tend to distort and bend and produce things that you wouldn't normally expect. So if your proof is that this lens that's being used in such a hostile environment was actually created for the environment to operate in the first instance, and you don't present any data that shows the errors that are inherent to that lens under such operating conditions, and you also don't even present a measurement of the curvature that you think you see that should be available in the first instance, we have absolutely no way to falsify any claim that you're presenting us right now. So if you're not going to present any falsifiable claim, why should we do any debunking of it at all? I can hand wave dismiss it because it's not a justifiable claim.
He says after debunking it. Any camera that gets brought into
Back
space.
that shit up.
Oh my
Where's
gosh, you're
the
angry.
data?
Where's the data exactly? You don't got it.
No, you
You're showing
don't
me
got it.
Bigfoot pictures.
I asked you to show me data, and you didn't show me.
We've got tons of data, but I'm asking
You
for your opinion.
cannot
You can't.
show it to me because it doesn't exist. Shut up.
I got terabytes of data at our home server. It has about 30,000
You
people there.
don't have terabytes of data.
Yeah, I do. Discord.gg/flat earth. There you go.
He's got terabytes,
Bro, just one
Oh,
group of
terabytes.
memers from 4chan
Nope, we're not
doesn't
from
prove
4chan.
anything. You guys are
Oh, you are
memers.
so
It's all a meme.
angry.
It's literally just
Listen
a
to
meme.
how mad you
Everyone
are.
knows Flat Earth is a meme.
Memers. You're just memers.
It is.
Memers.
Listen, bro, why don't you go
Okay, bro.
watch this video and why don't you go do this test yourself and then
Did you do it? Hey, did you do the test?
maybe somebody would believe you.
Did you do the test?
If you didn't do the test, why should I do it?
Because someone else did it for me.
So you're saying that the test is more than enough to convince you? Like you were convinced without the test? So that means you were convinced for another reason than the test that you want me to go do. So what is that reason?
But you can't prove that the Earth is flat, and you can't prove that it's square, round, or anything. So why should we believe your circular
I can prove it right
logic?
now. Here's the best and easiest one. Water is flat. Go, rebut that.
Water is flat. What, in like a toilet
Yeah, water
bowl?
at rest.
Oh,
Nice and level, nice and flat.
Prove it.
It's supposed
Okay.
to fly out. Is it like, what the fuck? Is it supposed to fly out of its container? That makes no sense.
Just prove it, bro. Just
it's
prove
not.
it. I need you to prove that the ocean is flat and
swimming
not
pool should have a
curving
built-in
around some sort of landscape. Prove it.
All right, well,
100%
okay.
prove it. If you
Go
can't
out and
prove
look
it, you're
at
a
it.
liar.
Go out and look at it with me. Do you see a
No,
curve? I don't
you
see a
don't have
curve.
to prove it. Just looking at it is not proof. I'm not smart enough. You need to prove it to me.
Okay. Would you accept laser measurements?
Go do a test.
Would you accept a
right
laser
now
test?
for
I've
me,
got laser
so
tests.
I know what you're saying is true because I don't live near the
How about a laser
ocean,
test?
so I can't go and see. Go
Would
do
you
a
like to
test.
look at a laser test together?
Prove
Want to see a
me
laser
everything I
transit?
was taught is wrong. You won't,
We got a
and you
frozen
can't.
test.
Don't
Lake
have
Isel.
neither the
Lake
money
Isel's a
or the
frozen lake
methodology
in
nor the
February.
materials.
I think
They shoot lasers over frozen lakes
There's
that
no
don't
way a
curve
flat Earth
underneath the laser.
is gravity, right?
Just go
Gravity
prove it. You can't.
Physics.
Yeah. Okay.
Physics.
FE
You
core,
have
Lake
to
Isel.
prove
You want to look
gravity.
at that proof, or do you want to just say that I don't have proof? Because I can show you proof and we can look at it together.
No.
lasers are
Go
not
do a
flat
test
Earth,
right now.
man.
Prove it to me right now.
That's not proof.
I don't live near the ocean, and I've never even seen the ocean out of a photo.
Well, so you've never proven that Earth is a globe to yourself.
Yo, friend word. Whenever
You've never proven it's a globe.
And they prove
Bro,
the
listen.
You can
Bro,
prove
You've
it
land
never
with,
where
proved it's a
I'm
globe
at
to
is
yourself.
so
Why should I care?
goddamn
you
flat
can me-
that if I did the test like I did in that flat Earth thing, right, you would see that the laser does not line up with the holes. It is so freaking
you can
flat.
prove it
You know
with
what I'm
reciprocal
saying?
zenith
And if there
it
is
angles.
wasn't a
any
laser.
curvature at all, you would notice.
Hey, listen, that Netflix special didn't use a laser. It was a flashlight. It was so stupid.
No, it was a laser.
No, it's
The
It
not.
collimator
was
broke,
actually a laser.
so it wasn't a laser
And the
anymore.
laser
The
did not
collimator
meet
broke
through
and
the
became
hole
effectively
and
a
go to the
flashlight.
other optical whatever.
Okay. What's the explanation of
Jeez
reciprocal
Louise.
zenith angles?
Was it, or did they not?
How do you
did they,
do
like,
reciprocal
forget
zenith
to bring a
angles
laser?
without
It
a
might have-
presupposed
it might
datum?
have been a flashlight.
Without a what?
Presupposing a datum.
The datum?
So you don't even know what the claim involves. To get reciprocal zenith angles, you have to invoke a datum first. The datum is your mathematical coordinate
I do
reference
not
system.
know what you're
So
talking about.
you are way in out of your
Zenith
element,
angles?
buddy.
You know what a
No,
zenith
you can
angle
measure if it's.
is?
You can do the experiment and suppose it's a
Yeah,
flat
it's
surface,
not an
and then you'll see that
experiment.
you
It's
get
a
different
demonstration.
angles.
Yeah, and you get different angles because you're invoking a spherical datum in the first place that you haven't proven, which you're trying to prove.
None of this disproves
What is the other
gravity.
explanation?
Like, you're skirting around gravity.
That is the explanation, that you're invoking a spherical coordinate reference system, and because you're staying true to that reference system, you're affirming that the reference system affirms the reference system. It's circular logic. You don't understand what the process is to obtain these claims of reciprocal zenith angles are in the first instance. When I asked you about a datum, you were confused. Everybody who actually does this knows what that means. You don't know what that means, which means you're citing somebody else's claim, which means you haven't done this yourself or even looked into it at any depth.
So how do you explain a greater than 180 degree angle on a flat surface?
It doesn't exist. It only
doesn't
exists in the
exist?
math. No, it only exists because of the math. The datum is a mathematical model and is not reality. They do it on paper, kid. All right, I got to go back. I'll be listening.
Anyone else reading this fucking datum thing? This makes no sense. The most
I thought
recent
this
one
was
about
geometry. I don't
the
understand.
most recent one about zenith angles. Like, this is fucking.
Yeah,
This is like
latitude and
schizo.
longitude are a datum.
This is like actual brain rot. Like,
Yeah, you don't know what a datum is, so you're
I do know what a
struggling because
fucking
you're trying
datum
to
is. Like,
unpack what
I
that is.
did this. This looks like a weird like amalgamation of my
Okay,
test
what is a
tape.
Let's
datum?
engage in the trigonometry and
Define
explain
datum.
why there's a bigger than 180 degree. Like,
Possible, like,
Define
it's
datum.
crazy.
Someone please define datum so I know what you're talking about.
define what? What a fucking like
Datum.
I feel like
Piece of
it
information.
is the
Yeah,
word.
you don't know what it is.
It's data.
I just looked it up, so now I do.
Yeah, you just looked it up, which means you didn't know what it was, like I said
Why
earlier
is it
when you didn't look
important?
it up.
Explain to me why it's important.
Can
Is the
somebody
word.
else who knows what they're talking about please engage me?
Why can't you just be my teacher and explain it to me?
I don't care to. In fact, I'm going to go back to work.
The definition literally says a fixed starting point of a scalar operation. Like, how is this relevant at all?
It just this thing I'm looking at is like it's talking about curvature. I feel like you'd be against this.
No, I'm arguing both sides because I just want to hear what people say.
No one ever brings up gravity. How gravity is supposed to work on a flat Earth, right? Like gravity makes sense. It's been proven as a physics concept, right? Like there's laws for it, and there's an equation.
How is it proven?
How the fuck?
How do you demonstrate it on the surface? Like what?
How do you demonstrate? You can use on the ISS they've done it, and also just when you drop
Yeah,
something
on the surface of Earth. How did they prove gravity?
Say again.
How can you prove it on the surface of Earth without going into your space?
Well, it's because Newton's laws of mass have been used to accurately predict star patterns, right? Like you can predict.
I believe there are theories, and there's two different
You
theories,
can use
so
it
that's a
to
minus for
explain.
you guys.
No, everyone brings up this whole theory. If a theory is proven, if not, it's a hypothesis. So a theory means it has been peer-reviewed and proven by the scientific community.
Okay, but
right?
how? You just said
It does not
proven
that's such
because there's these theories. How is it proven? How are the
Because it's
theories that you're using are proven?
been peer-reviewed. What do you mean? How is gravity true? Like, do I have to explain
Yeah.
that to you?
Yeah, you do.
So mass, right, exists within. It is existing within an empty space. Pulls things towards itself. So the largest
Hey,
mass.
that's a claim. How do you know that?
How do we know this? I mean,
Why
okay, so
can't mass repel things?
start dropping something, it falls towards the Earth because the Earth is the largest body. But then you take
Okay,
something.
what if it's just a difference in density with the surrounding medium?
Density, you're talking about the same thing as mass. I don't know why you're trying to change the word there.
Sure.
It makes no difference.
Something
right?
has more mass. No,
it doesn't matter how dense something is, right? If it just has shit
something
ton
has
mass,
more mass than the surrounding medium it displaces. Sure, that's why it falls, but that's not gravity.
That is gravity, I'm afraid.
How do you know that? How do you know that it's being attracted because mass is attracting mass?
So what you're saying is that we're like constantly moving upwards, and that it's all centrifugal.
No,
and there is
I
no
didn't
gravity.
say that.
Because how do stars form? How does anything form if it wasn't being pulled together?
I never said I claim stars exist, so you have to prove that too.
I do not.
Stars can simply be a projection.
Sure, and when you feel the heat of the sun, that's a projection. That's just a giant radiator in the sky.
Okay,
I assume, right?
you can have light. I still believe in like
your brain dead denial is falling short when it hits these fucking concepts. I'm afraid
there's still electromagnetic rays that have heat energy.
Electromagnetic rays from what? You're describing heat. Like you can't just outword
From a
me.
projection.
You're describing the same.
Why can't it be a
thing.
projection?
A project? What do you mean projection? What? A radiator?
Doesn't matter. It's just an explanation for whatever you're talking about.
It could be a projection. You don't know what that fucking means. That's not proof. You're just trying
I
to
don't have to explain how the entire model works. I just have to explain what I see.
You're not disproving gravity here, dude, by calling it a projection.
You haven't even proven it, so yeah, I don't need to disprove it.
I have proven it, right? Pick something up right now. It falls towards the ground. I
already gave you an explanation for what that is. That's
What's
called
your
speed.
Couldn't we agree like the argument isn't about gravity, it's more about gravitation?
No, it's about gravity, right? Like gravity kind of.
Well, hold on. What do we mean? Hold on.
Everything exists. It's the reason stars can exist. If it were a little bit too strong, the atmosphere wouldn't exist. It's quite.
Right, but isn't that gravity? You're conflating the terms, though. Like gravity is not gravitation.
I mean, I guess
right.
Right? Like
gravitation.
I guess
okay, fine.
You're really splitting a hair here.
Well, you're asking a lot.
I really don't think I am. What with the concept?
Well, you're saying, hold on, no. Didn't you just say gravity explains everything?
Yeah, you're basically
and
saying that the entire universe as we know it exists and revolves around gravity.
But laws that we gravity can describe celestial movements, right? Like it's how we can measure like how Jupiter moves, right? It's massive. It's Newton, right? It's the reason Newton's so famous.
Right, but that's hold on.
That's shit he discovered is still accurate today to like the 18th.
Well, hold on, 2 points. Have you not heard that like Einstein broke the magic wand of
these theories, even if they're wrong, up until this point, like fucking hundreds of years later, they're still insanely accurate in describing every celestial movement, every interstellar body out there. We use the same.
But our point, our only,
and then their weight, mass, and gravity, and how they affect everything.
Okay,
it's so important. I feel like, and that is why the Earth is pulled together. It's why the Earth exists.
Let me ask you a question, dude. Do you know the weight of Polaris?
At the top of my head, do I know the weight of a random?
Do you think? Hold on. Let me just. Not even that so much.
Do
you think it's possible to know the weight of a star?
I'd have to double check. I want to say yes, but I would have to double check.
Right, but you could agree, like, no matter what it is, it still becomes an assumption. Because we're not over there putting it on a scale. We haven't been there. We don't know, right?
No. If you use a proven theory, it's no longer an assumption, right? I mean,
I'm saying is like right, but you're still
like an assumption is like guessing it could be like this.
You could project. You could make an assumption how I'm going to throw a curveball.
Use proven laws, mass, velocity, and speed and gravity to determine its weight, and it's no longer an assumption, right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I get what you're. I get what you're referring to. But what I'm saying is that you're asking, like, and I agree with the idea of the physics behind what you're saying. I'm just saying at some point, like with something like it's not like me throwing a curveball and being like, if I put this much pressure on the ball, I'm going to get this kind of action on it, and then testing it out and then proving it. Like I don't have the ability to, let's say, double check anything other than a bunch of mathematics regarding the weight of Polaris, right? Whether I accept those numbers or not is a different thing, but is actually the thing, really. But like whether or not I accept those numbers is kind of what we're debating about, really.
Well, the thing is that this. Look, I'll just post it. This is the equation, still as useful today as it was the day it was made hundreds of years ago. And
I don't deny it. I don't know. But what you're talking about is observation. You're not talking about cause.
This describes this equation, right, about mass and gravity. It describes the movement of interstellar bodies. So it's not a shot in the fucking dark. It's not a guess, right?
Well, no, but so does. Hold on, though. So does like sacred geometry, though. That explains the movements of the stars too, right?
Does it?
You know what I mean? Because I could take. But what we're both doing is taking an assumption and applying it to what we directly see. Our observations,
it's an assumption how they use this equation. Like it's for that, bro. It's for.
How about this? Have you ever read 1984 from George Orwell?
I was a more Brave New World guy.
Right on. Well, check it. In 84, man, Orwell wrote, and when he talks to it's the one guy who's torturing Winston. He says, "Dude, we can have the stars either near or far away. Like reality is in the skull. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, and so what we're saying is just that we're taking the same mathematics that you're using. We actually, your mathematics confirm my position as much as your mathematics confirm your position. Okay, and this is the real paradox of all this. And I
The
think, like,
size of
like
the
let's say
stars disproves that, right? Because if they could be big, they could be small. No, right? If they, these stars have to
right,
be
but now
X
you
big,
sound like a religious zealot.
No, because they emit X amount of light. We can measure their gravity, so we know how big they are, how dense they are, right? So if that did exist right next to us, we'd be inside it, right? They're so big, some of these stars, it would swallow the entire solar system. So it is a big deal where these things are, and it's weird to just be like, well, in 1984, this thing could be here or there, It's like no, if it was here,
No. The point is that the men who, like, let's say, have understood this stuff for a long time could listen, man. The point is that, like, and whether you accept this or not, this is true, is that there's dual systems that both work and both ask a lot of the person who's going to ascribe to them. I.e., like, flat Earth asks a lot. Well, hold on one second, man. Let me finish 1 second. It's just the idea, like, the flat Earth is asking one thing or another in regards to, let's say, the celestial spheres, stars, shit like that. And then you guys were asking a lot in regards to your assumptions about gravity, maybe. And I just think, like, it's as an intellectual, right? It's like the mark of a wise man to be able to entertain both ideas and reject both ideas, even.
Yeah, and obviously, I wish ether still existed, right? And I love the poetry of these old scientific ideas. I'm not like shitting on them as like in that way, but they also don't work, right? They've been disproven, and that's what happens in science, right? It happened recently with the James Webb Space Telescope. We found out the universe was far older, which a lot of scientists have been saying.
Well, yeah. Let me ask you a question now.
Right, and that's the beauty. That's the beauty of it. Sometimes is finding out you're wrong.
Okay, man.
More mysterious.
Is the moon in the Earth's atmosphere?
No, the moon is not.
Well, that's what. Okay, that's not what NASA says. Okay, let me for so long we didn't think it was in our atmosphere, but now it turns out that
every planet
is,
in the
right?
solar system in between us and the moon. Just think about that. You could fit every single planet, including Jupiter, in a row between us and the moon. The moon's pretty far away.
Well, I mean, you could say that, and you can assume their sizes, but really, because we have no, like,
we know how big Jupiter is.
Tangible. Well, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Is you sound like a religious zealot.
No, we have telescopes.
You're like trying to you're trying to explain the afterlife to me as some like diehard religious nutcase, and you can never do it.
I'm not explaining the afterlife.
Well, hold on. You just said you could line up Jupiter and fucking all these planets.
Good one.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You're talking about an observation of some things in the sky, and you're going to then tell me that you could line them up and fucking count the distance from here to there, when actually everything's based on a fucking assumption, really from Hipparchus, fucking years ago, when he said that the fucking angular diameter of the sun was this, and the stars were infinitely far away, man.
With it, right? You think everyone's just been going along with science?
Yeah, I think you're a bunch of religious nutcases that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Especially, hold on. Only if you accept it. Listen, man. Only if you accept it as the wholehearted, can't be questioned truth.
Such a grand, like, STEM conspiracy in
you
both
just
sides.
Said gravity runs the whole universe. That's a grand fucking claim, isn't it?
No, not if you know what gravity is.
Not really. Okay, man. I mean, like, that's where you're missing the intellectual boat on this one.
It pulls what is gravity? Together. It's the reason stars exist, which is the reason you exist.
That's not telling us what it is. Right? That's just telling us what you believe happens.
Because I've just spoken.
Hold on again with gravity. I have to clarify. It's not gravity. Our argument is with gravitation, bro.
You know what I mean? Like,
we agree that gravity exists. That can be explained in a whole bunch of different ways. Electrostatics, fucking buoyancy and density.
Well, you sound like a religious zealot now, right? I can call you that as well. But at least mine, like, there's an equation here that you'd have to disprove, right? There's Newton's equation, and you can't disprove this because
didn't relativity break the wand of Newton? Didn't relativity break the magic wand of Newtonian fucking?
Are you talking about quantum? No, quantum physics?
That's what relativity did. That's what they said Einstein did.
No, quantum physics.
Okay. Welcome to the show, Brad.
Regular physics. They're two different disciplines that both come to answers themselves, but they cover very different realms. Like, there are gaps in science. I don't think I think, it's good to be open about that. That's why we're like, scientists aren't religious zealots, because they are like, well, there are gaps here, and like we're waiting to figure that.
Hey, man, you're making my point, because like I've said before, take for instance like the paper on Polaris or any of it. Like scientists, you know what they do is they write, it appears to be that the evidence suggests the possibility that the weight of Polaris is this.
Yeah, it's called being humble.
And then what happens? No. And then what happens is someone who reads that paper, some religious zealot, reads that paper and then comes around and says, this is what it is. Now, so you're on your own. The scientist didn't say it. No one said it, but the believer of the article. Therefore, you become the religious atheist super soldier.
What a strange straw man about a random.
I'm not making a straw man. That's what it is, right?
What? Just religious zealots constantly reading new scientists.
If you believe what the scientists, listen, bro.
Like, fucking gravity's real.
Not the scientists, bro. It's not the scientists. It's people like yourself that aren't the scientists, that have read the paperwork, that have been told what to believe by who you think what you think the scientist said. But it's not what the scientist said. The scientist said physics, with a whole shitload of qualifiers.
Hold on, man. In physics, right? Like I studied this. It's not like I'm just like chewing it down, right? Like I've wrapped my head around it.
You said you're like first wave from the indoctrination camp too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to.
You can call everything.
My point to you is that how did you miss the intellectual fucking idea? You have to entertain ideas, but not be willing to accept them, because that's what science proposes.
On education, like you haven't been clearly educated on any of these subjects, and now you just think that any opinion on it matters, and they're all relevant.
I'm not rejecting your numbers, dude. I'm not rejecting your science. These
opinions are backed up by data.
Hold on. I'm not rejecting its validity, dude.
Physical laws that define what.
You're having a fucking Tourette syndrome, dude.
No,
dude, I'm not rejecting your idea. See, listen to you go, bud. Check yourself out. This is what religious zealots do, bud. You're all like religious with this. And my point is that it's that if you accept it to be the end all be all truth, I'm not refuting your fucking, I'm not refuting the efficiency of the globe even as a model. Right? I'm just saying that what you have to understand is there's a dual element to the system, and it's almost like if you do pick a side,
you're yapping
then
right
either
now.
way you're religious about this,
right? You're yapping. You've clearly got your degree in yapponomics because you haven't said shit, right? You're just trying to word bomb.
Now, what are you saying right now?
What is a dual? What does that mean? You made no point.
You're the fucking college educated one, bud. Why don't you fucking know about this, bud?
Therefore, I'm right, because there's two.
Come on, man. Did you pay all that money for nothing, dude?
Dude, I study animation. Like, I'm not even doing physics.
And they still got your money, though. Either way, dude. My thing is that if you don't understand the nature of dual systems, right? Then what are you dealing in the subject of a matter so complicated as cosmology?
Dual system. Like, it sounds like the three body problem. Sounds like a twin vector. Form,
Wow, you've heard of the three body problem. Dude, what I'm saying to you is that it's intellectual matter of fact that there's many even it's actually theory of relativity to a certain extent, because
none of what
I'm
you're
over
saying
here
is proving gravity.
What are you going to condition fit about now?
My simple point is gravity, right? It exists. There's an equation we have for it. You can't disprove it, right? And if gravity is real, the Earth is fucking round.
Well,
right?
First off, that's not the case, because how about this? Actually, that's obviously patently false, because we admit that gravity's actually some of us have admitted.
If you can prove gravity wrong, you would win a Nobel Prize, right? That's how serious.
Like I said from the get-go, this is I've been saying this for a long time.
Bless me with your theory.
Listen, man, our issue technically is not with gravity. Flat earthers have gotten that wrong to a certain extent, because the term gravity is used so colloquially as to be understood as the concept of gravitation, which is actually fucking totally different, dude. So this is why actually I've been saying that our society, and I'd hope you join me in agreeing with this, because you sound like an educated man and I don't want to fucking make an adversary of you. What I mean is our society suffers from what's called aphasia, dude. And they have fucking done, we don't understand the words we use. So we're arguing about this generic term gravity, when in reality we should get to the specifics. And our argument is in reality against gravitation, not the fact that things go down. Do you know what I mean? And so that's really the case. And it sucks because so much drama is built up around this fucking conflation of the term gravity, because it's actually just hilarious. Anyone knows the fucking difference.
Call it gravitation, right? Things are pulled towards each other. It would just...
No, not today, they're not. That was superseded 108 years ago.
Gravity was different?
That was superseded 108 years ago. You're describing Einsteinian gravity to what today we have relativity or Einstein, and the two are not the same. They're completely different.
Are
One
you
is a
talking
force.
about how we figured
One
out
is
that
a
time and
force
gravity are the
of
same thing?
one is a force of mass attracting mass, and one is a bending and warping of a concept.
Of space-time, yes. This is
Of
true.
a concept.
You know,
It's
this
true.
is why time dilation.
And how has that been? And how's that been proven?
What with time dilation? You can prove that. Are you kidding me?
Time dilation. Time
Yeah,
dilation
this is really
proves the
interesting stuff.
bending
I'm
and
glad you
warping
brought
of
this up. This is like my
space-time.
favorite part of physics, time dilation. It's crazy. We realize that gravity and time are really the same thing.
Do we?
Yes, that's why time passes slower in space, right? That's why you.
Does it?
Yes, it absolutely does.
Do you have any evidence of this?
There's much evidence of this. There's
Do you have any evidence that you can present?
Yeah,
of
there's this
time dilating in a violation of natural laws.
Yes, there's the sub-zero ISS experiments where they got a temperature down to net zero, right? And you can experience time dilation as well in space, and even on a fractional level, they've used it with with atomic clocks. You can measure that your feet actually age, and this is like so incremental. You know what I mean? But your feet do actually age differently to your head.
Do you have some evidence to present for all of these claims that you're stacking here? Because so far, that's all you're doing is stacking unsubstantiated claims.
This is time dilation.
Hey, AJ.
AJ,
can I quickly ask you a question before the guy goes on? I have been here for 10 seconds, and the guy already sounds like a sophist. How much has he said to you that was not sophistry so far? I don't know how long you're talking to him.
I just sort of started as well, but I've been listening for a while, and that's all I've heard for the last 15 minutes.
So is he going to explain why he has evidence, but somehow he just can't bring forward the evidence, so he needs to use sophistry to wiggle around the point that he has evidence, but he can't really
evidence in
get
chat,
to the
bro.
point.
Evidence is in the chat. Check it out. You can't disprove
What did he
it.
say that's false?
Can you
anything false. I've said
if you didn't say anything false, it's not sophistry.
This is evidence. Okay, explain your evidence, please.
I've said gravity exists. Here's the formula. You cannot disprove this, and gravity infers a round Earth, right?
And you
this is the point that I'm bringing up. You cannot.
And you haven't listened to a word that anybody said, tourist. All you've done is talk through everybody.
You've said it's gravitation.
Tourist. All you've done is talk through everybody that's tried to talk to you and have a little meltdown, yeah? So again, it was explained to you by Isa that we don't deny the effect that everybody sees of things going down at an average of 9.8 meters per second. We deny that it is a scientific theory as per the cause.
Yeah, bro, just because you see something falling down and you call it gravity, you call it Superman, you call it fairy dust, doesn't mean that because you call it something and then you attach a story that you can't prove to it means that you're in the right.
It just feels
okay, listen, then prove the bending and warping of space-time. Prove the bending and warping of space-time.
Hey, can I come back in real quick? Just while I have a sec. It's like, tourist, my brother, because you sound like fucking right. I don't know. Again, you sound like cool as fuck. And I get it all. But my thing, do you know about Edwin Hubble?
Yeah.
And he wrote that they have like this idea, like this concept of the Earth being the center of things, and they wrote, even Edwin Hubble wrote, that they're, in order to avoid the horror of a fixed position, you know what I mean? They went with instead of the Earth being the center and everything going around it, they chose to say that the Earth is going through a stationary, environment. You know what I mean, kind of a thing relative to it. So, and they did that based on their philosophical choice, and that philosophical choice is what really drives the whole thing. And once you get kind of keyed into that a little bit, it becomes a little more apparent that these issues are a little more nuanced than you would think at first glance, man.
It just feels like you really pull me in, and I think I'm about to get something. But like, so what if Hubble was wrong.
So what? No.
It's a bit religious because the Hubble telescope is completely separate from him.
It's not about the Hubble telescope. It's about who Hubble was, bro. It's about who Hubble was in the community.
The Hubble telescope has a non-stationary orbit, right? So it just immediately disproves whatever the guy himself was saying to operate.
Well, no, they were getting into this notion that like they have to deal with this
otherwise
data.
it's like the biggest waste of money that the US government has ever spent.
They have to look, bro. They have to make. Here's the thing. Could you not agree with me on this? That cosmology is very closely related to one's philosophy. Could you agree with that statement?
I do agree with that, really, actually, yeah. I think a lot more than most people realize that's the case.
Yes, and I would
not in the way of it's not true. I just think people have been encoding cosmology into religion for thousands of years as a way of translating that data. Not in the sense that it's all fake, but people do transmit like cosmology into myths and legends and drawings and stuff. You see that everywhere. You see that in all ancient societies. They were all mapping the stars and trying to tell us that they'd done it. And I think that can get coded and mistaken for religion, but I think they're just using religion as a vessel to make sure it's doomsday proof, to make sure that the story itself actually survives, you know? Because if it's too complicated, it'll just be destroyed and
I think you're reading too much, right? But okay, so just to bring it back to the point, though, is that the idea that cosmology affects philosophy, and so if that's the case, you have again this dual opportunity, this dual system of like one being that you've evolved from monkeys, and now you know the weight of Polaris. You know what I mean? and there's that theory, and then there's the other theory that like we're the center of the universe and like, there is some semblance of special nature to where we live. And would you not agree that if one had the position that it was a special place that was created for you, or to some extent, your philosophy would be different?
Yeah,
than, let's say,
this is a phenomenon we experience.
The opposing philosophy of coming from a monkey and there is no morality. You know what I mean? Like these are profound things, like within the mind.
Things are linked, but there's a lot of confusion between them. Where everyone says it's the fact that the Earth is so perfect, like so fucking.
Why are we having philosophical debates? This guy has brought forward a point that he says that gravity is proof for a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, and now we go into this philosophical, religious debate instead of challenging him on the very point he has brought forward. This makes me very annoyed to listen to.
Calm yourself. This is just where the conversation went, right? I think we were both enjoying.
No, it's not. It's what you wanted it to go to, because there you can just talk about whatever vain idea there is in your head instead of being challenged to the very point you did in the first place. I know being challenged is a hard thing, right? If there's nothing of substance to it.
Very useful comments you're making on the ad hominem level. Very insightful.
There's no ad hominem at all. I'm saying he should explain himself regarding the very point he has spread forward. No, I wasn't rude at all. Point out where I have insulted you.
I
know the true thirds, right? The true thirds. Indeed.
No,
I think he makes a good point.
I think when you interrupt them to tell them how much they annoy you, that's very rude, yes.
Wait, can you repeat that? What is rude?
Yeah, if you interrupt them telling them how much they annoy you, that's very rude.
No, I said we had a previous point. Yeah, let's have a philosophical debate.
We were trying to get him to establish his evidence and claims that he had put forward for gravity. It then got taken completely off topic. What we had was a heap of claims all stacked together with no evidence.
I think we were both.
And this is what we were waiting for. So we began with gravity being proven by atomic clocks and time dilation. Yeah?
Yeah, which are both.
And the bending and warping of space-time.
I'll just repeat
a concept.
Atomic clocks and time dilation. Just Google it. There you go. Point proven.
Just
right?
Google it.
Look at the Sub-Zero.
You'd like me to do the research for your claim.
You can Google, dude. I mean, come on. Can we? I've been Googling.
Do the research for your claim.
I've been Googling.
What happens with these atomic clocks? Can you explain?
I've been Googling everything you guys have been saying.
Shouldn't you verify anyways, even if he gave you his argument? Shouldn't you go verify it?
Whoever is chirping between the sentences, can you please stop?
I was just going to say, right, at the end of my previous point, that the Earth is so perfect, right? that's the reason we exist, right? It's such a miracle that life blossomed on this planet. But some people infer that perfection as like, oh, we have to be special, or oh, it's too perfect. But the reasons you can have those ideas is just simply because of how perfect it is. There's so many dead planets out there that aren't thinking this, right? Like we need Jupiter to exist to take asteroids away from us. We need the moon to be
just some more claim stacking and not addressing your original claims. Yeah,
I was just finishing that point there where we were talking about like the intertwinement of philosophy and astrology, right? Because I was talking to the other guy, and then
we were speaking about science and the scientific evidence of gravity and the bending and warping of a concept. That's what we were discussing.
Yeah, and if you want to go there, right, we can talk about gravity and how it's been proven that gravity and time are the same thing because of time dilation. That gravity.
Okay, so how did this time dilation work?
That would take a 1 hour long, at least, university lecture, but I can send some.
Just a quick rundown would be good. Yeah, let us know how time dilation,
space and time,
proving gravity
linked. And the more that space pulls itself together, the stronger a force of gravity, the larger amount of time dilation that applies. This is like the best example would be the event horizon of a black hole. There's so much time dilation that occurs around that specific location. It's fucking crazy. You could write like endless papers on it. But one of the most interesting things is that time slows to an absolute standstill when you get to the end of the event horizon. And if you were yourself falling through a black hole, you would just simply fall in. But you would apparently witness the entire universe.
Wow, right? I love these stories.
Time would speed up.
Yeah, I know.
We see the stars now.
Like SpongeBob.
During this explanation.
Well, it's not an explanation. This is philosophy hour. This is someone bringing forth vain ideas that they have in their mind. It's the same as if I would listen to someone who's talking about fairy dust and, I don't know, some penguins creating an army.
You're fucking uneducated, right? But black holes are real. Just because you don't know shit doesn't mean it's not real.
So they're real because you assume they're real without any type of evidence.
Now the guy who cried about being insulted is actually trying to insult me instead of being objective about the conversation we're having.
You simply are uneducated.
Oh, nice. Thank you. See the hypocrisy? It's always nice how hypocrites point themselves out. It's like they put a mirror in front of them. It's so easy.
Hold on, Fred. What does that even mean? You could be educated in Klingon, okay? You could speak Klingon and be educated in it. So what does being educated or uneducated have to do with anything about the merit of the proposition being true?
On gravity, right? Stay on the fucking point and someone disprove it because you can't, right? Black holes exist, first of all. I don't know why you're questioning that.
Of course. No one's denying that the stories about black holes exist. No one's denying that.
No. I mean, black holes really exist. Like, no stories. I mean, there's a few out there at least. Like, are we not in agreement there? We're saying no to that.
Man. No, we don't agree with your vain imagination, sir. No, we don't.
So what you're saying is
we agree with reality.
You reject the current science on gravity.
I reject your vain imaginations of sophistry, obfuscating from the very point that is made to prove to us how you can bend. And thank you for not letting me finish. To bend space and time. Give us sophisticated proof that proves that you can bend space and time, which is a concept.
You can't. But
just go on with and let's see how you go on with your sophistry right after I ask you this.
All right, it's what you're saying. That space and time are the same thing. It's just that simple idea that they affect each other, right? That gravity affects time, which is why time dilation exists, right? It's just that. So, it's the realization that these two things are linked, right?
Dude, you can't even keep your claim coherent in the same sentence, dude. You said they're the same thing, then you said one affects the other. Then they can't be the same thing if one affects the other.
I'm trying to explain that they're the same thing. You know what I mean?
Okay, so are they the same thing or are they not the same thing?
They're like yin and yang. One can't exist without the other. You know what I mean? So they're separate concepts.
They're not the same thing.
But they're linked. Like one cannot exist without the other.
Okay, and what's your point?
That.
Okay, cool story. Then what are you going to use that for?
This is the thing. This is gravity, right? I guess I'm just trying to give you guys, a crash course on what fucking gravity is. I feel like.
Oh my goodness, dude! You're wrong,
You haven't
sir.
told us anything yet.
Feels like you're taking me for
Let's pay attention, friend, okay? There's a claim of gravity, quote unquote, that has a name called gravity. There's an effect,
an equation for it.
right? Dude. I'm speaking, not you. Thank you. So there's a claim of gravity, right? There's a phenomenon that we witness and observe that's named gravity. And then there's an underlying cause claim, right, which is severable from the phenomenon, that is also called, quote unquote, colloquially gravity. So which one are you trying to teach us about?
I'm going to post it in the chat, dude.
He's teaching us about the bending and warping of space-time.
So
and that it can be proven via... Man, you got a real issue of, like, interrupting people in the middle of their sentences, yeah?
He asked me to respond to him. I start responding.
No, I was responding and stating something. That you were proving the bending and warping of space-time via time dilation of atomic clocks is the claim on the table, AI.
Should we look it up?
Right. So a differential in the rate of a cesium atom means time itself has changed? That's silly. What if it's simply in a differential energy density that impedes or doesn't impede its motion, right? See the problem here?
Oh my god, it's one Google search away. I thought I was going crazy. I search up time dilation experiments. It's right fucking there.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, dude, I just explained it, dude.
I could have Googled this. I'm sorry. I've been Googling everything you guys have been saying because it's interesting.
Whatever, dude. Dude. Can you think for yourself? Can you think for yourself, please? Can you or not?
Look at this. I'll post it in the chat.
Oh, dude, look, I'm going to be very clear to you.
One Google
take
search
something. Okay, dude, I don't care. I don't care. Listen, friend, here's how it's going to go. If you say one Google search away again, your ability to speak here will be removed.
It's not. It's in the chat. I've put it in the chat.
I don't care, dude. I'm speaking to you. Do you understand? Are you a person or are you a Google? If I wanted to Google things, I'd be on Google right now.
You are so vexed. Calm yourself.
Yes, so dude, this is how it's going to go. You calm yourself and listen to my question.
It's in the chat.
The question is, dude. Who is this kid speaking right now?
Who is this guy? He is tourist, man. I can control it. I'll control him.
Yeah, so tourist man, this is how it's going to go. You're going to be muted, and if you get hurt about it and want to leave, that's up to you. I'm going to speak, and then I'm going to give you a chance to reply. That way I can speak without being interrupted, and we don't waste everyone's time. Now, I'm speaking to you. I want you to think. I want you to make conclusions. I don't just want you to defer your conclusions to Google. Okay? That's why I want to speak to you. So, if you have a rate of an oscillation, right, of a cesium atom, and let's just say, for lack of a better term, it oscillates at 1,000 oscillations per second. You then move it to a differential location than its previous measure, and it oscillates at a different rate. Okay? So now, in that same 1 second, it oscillates 900 times. Now, if you do that in an equation, you could say, if you keep time constant, that time itself has slowed down. Or you could simply say, it's being impeded by some type of energy, and therefore it's not capable of oscillating the same way. Or it's transversely, versus the 900 to the 1,000, it's now in an environment where it can oscillate more in the same duration of time. So I don't see a necessary conclusion that you must say time itself has changed. When all you have is just an operation in the physical world happening at a different rate. Okay? So go ahead and reply.
Correct. And I just wanted to add to that because that was where I was just about to go with this, but we've been derailed so many times, man. But you would have to show me how you would account for the change in location, as AI stated, because you're going to have temperature variances, pressure variances, humidity variances. You can have magnetic fields that interfere and cause variances.
That's
Even
a fact.
cosmic
That's a fact that
radiation.
as you're further from the Earth, there's a differential state of energy. However, he was asked to reply, so that applies.
Yep.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Right, it's all in the chat. Right, but I'll go through it. Don't get mad. So this is how atomic clocks work. First of all, they're inside planes, so you don't need to worry about humidity or anything like that. They're not just strapped to the outside. And the test is they took two atomic.
Cool. Yeah, cool. So there you go, dude. So you completely disregarded what I said. Didn't want to answer the question that was actually posed to you. You just want to repeat what they say. Okay? So I'm done speaking to you because you're a waste of my time and you're useless to me. And I'm useless to you because you don't actually want to hear what I have to say. Understand? And what you have to say is just what Google has to say. So that means that you, to me, are worthless as a person. I could just skip you and go straight to Google. So thanks for making yourself worthless to me. Now I can go about my day. Now, if anybody else wants to engage with you, that's their prerogative.
Can I ask something real quick? It's just like,
Sure.
For all the, like, I look at it like, if we can all agree, let's say that there is a an impetus to divide and conquer, then the only way to react to that adversarially, if you will, oxymoronically, is to not try to divide people. You know what I mean?
See, that's great. I could care. I could give two shits less, Holmes. Follow me?
Fair enough. I see it otherwise.
Listen. He has declared himself worthless as a person to speak to because he's deferring all his answers to a source that is not himself. He's not thinking for himself. He's not providing anything. I literally could skip him and go straight to Google. Okay, but you see, I actually want to speak to him, but he doesn't want to be spoken to, and he doesn't want to speak back. He wants Google to do speaking for him.
Nobody wants to be spoken to. They want to be spoken with.
I could give two shits, dude, about your
I know, but that's the problem sometimes.
No, the problem is, you see, that I have a finite lifespan, and I have things to do. And if I wanted Google's opinion, I would have skipped coming into Discord, and I would have went straight to Google. So that's a lesson for all you morons that come in here and just want to preach what Google says.
But how about this, though? Sorry. I'm just saying, if someone came to me with flat Earth and was like, "It's a fucking flat Earth and you're fucking stupid," I'd be like, "Dude, I'm gonna punch you right in the fucking mouth right now, dude." Like,
Bro,
I'm just trying to say, like, that's how I feel about that.
He has been given
reaction. I don't know.
He has been given a lot of ISA. No one said that.
He's been derailing the conversation,
it's not what we say,
man.
it's how we say it sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
This conversation's been derailed like 10 times since I've been in here in the last half an hour.
Yeah, to be fair,
to a point.
Right. So I pressed the kid to actually speak from his own point of view, from his own thinking, to come to a conclusion based on propositions and questions, right? He then told me, I'm not willing to participate. The only thing I'm willing to do is just tell you what Google says. So the only logical conclusion I can come to, that as a person to interact with, I could skip him directly and just Google everything myself, meaning his presence as a person in the conversation only is useless to me. He serves no purpose whatsoever.
Here's my thing, though. It's like, if we all thought that, we wouldn't. I mean, fair enough. But granted, we're not here for normie conversations most of the time. But this is a general chat, and I would expect people that with a general position and a, in that kind of position to be wanting to walk into the conversation without being, like I said, talked to. Now, I found that throughout my time on Flat Earth. Personally, and people have hated me since day fucking one because I'm nice to people, but whatever. Like, I just think that the nuance is where, like, we realize, like, hey, man, like, I agree. Half the people that you debate or even know about fucking Discord, like, think 9/11 was an inside job, agree with a lot of conspiracy shit up to fucking 99%, except some of the nut jobs. But then they come to the shape of the Earth and everything goes left. And I just think it'd be wise to know that, you know what I mean? And I think that like this guy right here sounds more intellectual than I think you're giving him credit for. And I think he's trolling a little bit by just saying we know exactly what it is, because it's hilarious watching people react to statements like that. So with animosity. And so that's the fact. And so like regardless of people's opinion about that, I just think like when we all, you know, like this brother sounds smart to me. He sounds like he's trolling a little bit when he's so sure of it all. And I think he's more open than we think and give him credit.
So the thing is, where we end up is if we're gonna let people like this room and we're gonna have these endless philosophical debates that you can have when you had a couple of beers and whatnot. Probably, then you would enjoy it. 1 second. No, I let it. You let me finish, dude. I let you finish. Okay, where we end up is the same equal to a server I'm not going to mention, where you have Globers being in there for 3 or 4 years, having the same circle jerk conversations, same philosophical debates all over again, and it's like it's an on repeat record that you keep on hearing when you go inside of there. So I'm very happy that there's people like AI in here moderating, clearly showing that there's a progress that needs to be made. If it is not going to be made, then we move on to the next person who actually wants to have an intellectual conversation. Otherwise, it's very boring to listen to. And I could do it if I had a couple of beers and I'm like, having a chill hour. I want to have just philosophical debate, no problem. But this is not the room for this.
In other words, we're not here to Google the top 5 search results and then just put a check mark on each one of them. That's not what we're here for. So I have zero tolerance for that. Okay? It's pointless.
I appreciate that. I have one question for the tourist guy. He said that people don't age in space or whatever. So I'm wondering about the bubbles in space. Where do they play into the aging? Are those bubbles coming from the people because they're like, I mean, what's your guys's, like, have you heard of bubbles in space? Tourist guy?
That was
yeah.
Oh, you mean yeah.
Yeah, the guy that
I'll unmute him so you can speak to him for a minute.
Okay, sorry. I heard that earlier and I was like, wait. How do you know people don't age in space? Like, can you explain that? And where did the bubbles come in? Because maybe the bubbles have something to do with not aging in space, or if he's even seen all the footage of the countless bubbles in space. Just curious.
Probably not. Because YouTube has been censored. It's something of the past of 2017, 16, 15. And then Russia Today had all the GoPros imagery, was all deleted, it's gone from YouTube, where you could see all these bubbles.
Yeah, he said earlier. Yeah, he said earlier that ISS is the proof of that we age in, because somebody, I think Issa said, why where's the proof that people age in space? And he said something about an experiment done on the ISS. And I'm like, oh.
The experiment with the atomic clock experiment, I was talking about the absolute zero experiment for the ISS. It's the same kind of field, but 2 different experiments.
Okay, so
the atomic clock one here, it proves relativity, right? It proves time dilation. If you know how an atomic clock works, right? You have one on Earth, you have one high in the sky in a plane, and because it's further away from the Earth, it experiences time dilation, right? Which proves relativity. So it just means what I was saying was that astronauts are aging differently to people on the Earth, which was proved by the atomic clock. And they're aging like so incrementally slower. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to notice it. It would only be in deep space that you'd notice it. So it's not
do they notice bubbles deep in space also?
I know what footage
before he continues on, because again, hang on, dude.
Was fake.
Hang on.
That bubble.
Listen, we've heard all these claims before. Now all you're doing is restating your claims to get them out here on the table. Before you restate these claims, you need to address AI's argument back to you. Otherwise, I'm not just going to let you sit here and continually make the same claims over and over again when you've been addressed and you've had an argument back.
I think the other guy was right when he said, I'm trying to talk with people. I'm not trying to argue or be in arguments.
We're not interested in what you're trying to do. You've been asked a question. You asked you made a statement. You had a rebuttal.
Hold on, AJ. That's disingenuous, friend. If you were trying to talk with people, then you would reply to what I actually put on the table, which you didn't. So you're clearly disingenuous. Now, that being said, I don't really care if you reply. I actually know that you're not capable of thinking about this freely, so I'd be more than happy to listen to your thoughts on the bubbles, rather than you to try to attempt to dodge actually addressing what I said.
I don't even know what you said.
Yeah, I know you don't, because you weren't paying attention, because you don't want to talk with people. You don't listen when they speak.
Just stop shouting, right? Maybe, start there.
Hey, why don't you stop being a disingenuous asshat and actually care about the person you're speaking to? How about that?
You're the one who
enough to actually listen to them.
But you're calling me disingenuous. You mute me every time you want me to shut up.
No, I muted you, not him.
Dude, why don't you
same
see if you were intelligent enough to actually understand and listen, you would have heard what I said. I said I'm going to mute you. Dude, pay attention. I said I'm going to mute you. Okay, one more time, dude. I'm going to start speaking, and you're going to shut your mouth. Okay? So what I said was, I'm going to mute you so that I can say what I have to say uninterrupted. Then I will unmute you so you can reply. Now, what that is doing is creating order in the conversation. So I can say what I want to say clearly without the fear of being interrupted or over-talked, and then you can listen, pay attention, and then reply with a good base of having paid attention. Now, you took that opportunity to not do that. So you're disingenuous.
All right, you clearly love the sound of your own voice, but what was the actual question you wanted me to answer?
I already told you that you've already disrespected the room enough by not paying attention to the people that are speaking. And we already know you're not going to answer the question honestly, so just move on to the bubbles.
The question is.
I know, that's the proof of what I'm saying being true. So we all know what went down, and we don't care to try to bring you up to speed.
You're just hogging the mic, dude.
Hey, listen, dude. I'm going to be one more time clear. I am not going to restate the question. Didn't pay attention.
Fine. Then
you're not worth my time. There you go.
You're just letting me know that over and over again.
Sorry. And the only reason I interrupted, because I was waiting for the explanation and bubbles on space, and it went straight back to the atomic clocks proving gravity, yeah? So if he wants to move on with that, he needs to first address your rebuttal.
See, he won't. He'll just restate that that's an ipso facto truth, and it just his assertion is the truth of itself, and the Google links is the verification. That's all that's going to happen in the circle ad infinitum, which is why I said, let's just drop that and move on to the bubbles. So I'm happy to move on to the bubbles and stop talking about that. So if he wants to move on to the bubbles, go right ahead.
All right, we'll see what we get, yeah, because I'm not going to let him just keep making those claims.
I'm so confused. The bubbles, and are you talking about that footage of bubbles off the ISS, right? Like, is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, just all you got to do, Google your best friend. Just Google bubbles.
Is it what I just said there?
And you'll see like hundreds of videos from the ISS, from people doing fixing stuff on the ISS in space where they bump into something and bubbles come up from their suit. I want to know how there's bubbles in space. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, there's not. There's a second ISS. It's in a swimming pool in Texas, and it's that.
Yes, I know that, but what they tell
why
us
are you asking me
is
this
that
question? I know that
I'm asking because you brought up ISS as a proof of how they did an experiment on the ISS. So I'm wondering, did they do the experiment in the pool and then tell you that the experiment was right and the people age slower based off of that, or off of actual ISS and real outer space? Because
we haven't even addressed the Sub-Zero experiment on the ISS once. None of this is talking about the time dilation we've mentioned.
You brought it up like a half hour ago, and
but we haven't gone into
somebody
it.
said, that's why I'm asking you to go into it. So your proof that people age slower in space was based off of an experiment that was in the ISS, right? That's what you said. That was what.
No, it was in an airplane, and I've put the links in, and it was the atomic clock experiment in the 1970s. All right, let me just say that that's what I'm referring to when I talk about time dilation and aging and astronauts. Okay, and then we can go and talk about the Sub-Zero experiment, but when I reference the time dilation, it's about the atomic clock experiment. Okay, and I know there's a second ISS in a swimming pool somewhere. Like, I know that. And that's where the bubble footage comes from.
Hey,
Okay,
if I
but
may,
why?
I just
Sorry.
joined. Could you
Go ahead.
just help me catch up what's going on? I'm kind of lost. Are you guys talking about the ISS?
Usually, you
Yeah.
just quiet.
Okay,
and
how is
what
it related to the flat
people-
Earth? If I may.
Usually, you just stay
We're-
quiet, listen to the conversation for a bit, and then chime in instead of having everyone
Well,
stop what they're
Yeah,
doing.
but I'm also a moderator too. So just so you know that I do create this channel.
Oh shit, he's got the authority, buddy.
He brought up that earlier that the people age in space, and when asked to present evidence of this, he used the ISS as evidence that people age in space.
No, the atomic clock. I feel like you're not hearing me. The atomic.
No,
clock.
that's what I heard. And did I not? Did I hear that wrong? I mean, that's literally
You heard
your
me
words
also-
said there was an
you heard
experiment
me
on the
also
ISS.
reference another experiment, right? But I'm
All
talking.
right, can we connect it to flat Earth somehow? What's the connection to flat Earth?
I was basically saying that relativity was proved
So are
by.
we not allowed to talk about space? Wait, I gotta ask
hang
Crit,
on.
what's going on? We can't talk about the ISS.
Okay.
Are there rules in here? Is
let
it
me
like
sort it out,
vaccine?
guys. Crit, hang on. Just let me
Yeah,
sort
I'm on
it
your
out, Crit,
side,
yeah?
bro. I'm literally saying it's in a swing.
Guys.
You've got what you want.
Okay.
You know? I don't know where you're going with
Crit,
this.
we were originally discussing gravity and the bending and warping of space-time, where tourists claimed it was proven by atomic clocks. AI then addressed his claim. He failed to give a rebuttal or an answer back to AI in regards to the claim. He then started speaking about people not aging or aging differently in space, also due to the time dilation that he believes has been proven by the atomic clock, without addressing AI's rebuttal. So then Rusted was asking, is this the same place where we see these bubbles in space? Is this all this aging and in space tied in with these bubbles? And this is where we got onto the bubbles in space subject. So there's a rundown from top to bottom. We've just had the subject changed 1 million times in the last half an hour. It just gets taken off topic and derailed just about every single time, dude. So fill your boots.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, that's a really good catch up. So, Taurus, what you want to do now
AI's rebuttal. Hold on,
is
you just
do an
AI's
experiment.
rebuttal.
Hold on, Taurus, what you want to do now, okay, because you will not get to the ISS, okay? That space or that portion of reality is blocked off from you, okay? You do not have access to that. So you could do the same experiment like another way. Could you think of it? Like, how would you do this?
Yeah, honestly, if you don't tell me what AI's rebuttal is, this is all in bad faith because you just used it to like hammer me down, to like disparage all my points, but you won't even tell me what rebuttal is, right? So that's where I'm at.
The problem is that you weren't willing to have a genuine conversation. You continue to talk over people. You don't listen. AI's rebuttal was very clear. I also added to it because I'd been trying to get in and actually have the discussion with you for like 15 minutes that you kept being derailed. So everybody heard it. You did not listen in good faith.
Yep, AJ, let me caveat that with this. We cleared the airwaves so that I was the only speaker. We announced that I would be the only speaker and that I would be giving my point, and that afterwards you would be able to reply. When you heard me say that, you tuned out. Okay?
If it's so good, just say it again. Seriously. Just say it again.
No, dude. No.
Then it's not
You're not
good.
worth it, dude.
It's not
No,
good.
it is good. You're not good enough to be worth me saying it again.
That's bad
Well,
faith.
and the moderator friend must have missed the question. Can you repeat it?
No, that's not bad faith. That's not bad faith, friend. That's called a judgment of where I'm going to spend my time. I'm not going to spend my time on an asshat who isn't willing to listen.
I am. Seriously, I'm here. I'm going to mute myself.
You're not, dude. You're not.
I'm going to listen, right? I want to hear this rebuttal.
Good. Okay, here's how it's going to go. You explain to me why you didn't hear it the first time. And if I think the reason is justified enough, then maybe I'll waste my time.
Can you hear these massive... I keep muting myself because there's a massive train next to me, right? There's the train... I live next to the train tracks. I can't hear shit half the time, all right? That's why. You can hear it right now. There's a train going by. They go by every minute. All right, there you go.
This is beyond ridiculous.
Okay. That is at least a logistically plausible excuse. Why? Even though having announced that I'm about to speak and tell him my point, he didn't listen to it. So the point is, you have two clocks in two different locations that have a differential rate recorded of a vibration or an oscillation, whatever it is, of a cesium atom. All that you have is a differential rate. Okay, that's it. It's not necessary to assume that because you have the rate, you assume time is a constant, that time itself has changed, altered, dilated, slowed, or accelerated. Okay? There could be a myriad of other explanations. To assume time itself has changed just because a process increases or decreases its frequency is not a necessary conclusion. In fact, I would argue that it's a silly conclusion to make.
Okay, is that the rebuttal?
Dude, that's not a rebuttal.
So what you're saying is something changed the atomic clocks, and you don't know what it was, but it wasn't relativity. That's your fucking rebuttal. That's what I waited this long for. So you even admit there's another force, we just don't know what it is, but it's definitely not the thing you're saying. That's your fucking rebuttal.
Wow.
Like, are we serious? You just said there's another force, we don't know what it is, it's relativity. It's what the experiment measures.
That's your claim.
Tell me what it is. Like, because you just...
I don't have to.
That's it. That's what we waited this long for, everyone.
Yeah. So first off, where's the proof that the rate changed?
Where's the proof that the what? There's two atomic clocks. Do you even know what the experiment was? One was different from the other. That's how we know. One's
two atomic clocks, and when they bring them back together, they're no longer in sync. Based on the assumption that the cesium rate of oscillation has changed. Therefore, there's a different amount of oscillations at the same amount of mean time, meaning that one, if you equalize time for both, must have, if this logic follows, been experiencing a different amount of time itself. But the only thing that they measure... Oh my goodness, dude. Keep in mind, I'm parsing this as a hypothetical. If all the conditional ifs are true.
What the experiment...
Dude, no. It experiencing a differential in time itself is a claim. All that was measured is a differential in a rate. That's it. Okay? That's it.
What's it?
Is there any other time when a cesium atom would oscillate at different things? Is there any other explanation?
You saying it was like a freak solar flare that hit the atomic clock at that exact moment? Is that what did it? Like, they need to do it again in case it was a freak solar flare or something? Like, what are you actually saying caused the...
Doesn't matter, dude. Doesn't matter.
It does, right? Because you're trying to disprove the experiment. So you have to be able to disprove it.
Good.
Right? So
it's not an experiment in the first place, bro.
It is an experiment. What do you want about it? It involves like fucking planes and atomic clocks. Are you kidding me? This is like crazy technology they're using.
The presence of technology doesn't mean an experiment is being conducted.
But it was, right? It was an experiment. Right, there's
right. So then they varied and manipulated the cause, right, and removed the cause and reintroduced the cause to validate that their cause was directly instigating the effect. The answer is no, they didn't do that.
You can't manipulate an atomic clock. It's not something you can just push the dial up on regular clock, right? They weren't just like, let's just fake.
You're not understanding because you're not listening. Yeah, again, you're not understanding what he's saying because you're not listening. You're sitting there formulating an argument in your head rather than sitting there and actively listening to what AI is actually saying. It's not going.
No, I'm listening. And do you hear the train as well? How fucking loud it is? But I'm listening.
So can papers be altered and manipulated? Like the person that writes all this information down and feeds
it's
it
all
to you?
fake. They're all just liars. That's where you guys are going with this. Once you can't actually.
No.
No, I'm just wondering, like, what
AI's point was that it's not science to begin with. It's not an experiment.
It's the Hafele-Keating experiment. That's what it's called. Like, I feel like I'm going crazy.
It doesn't matter what it's called, dude. It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter what it's called.
Relativity.
It matters what they do.
Yeah, and they take.
Well, actually, what it was a test for is the actually what it was a test for. What it was a test for was the drag of the ether wind. That's what it was a test for, and I could prove it.
Was ether, bro? You're 100%.
No, seriously, it's very simple. No, this is just for sake of argument, okay? It's rhetorical.
Ether, bro. You're
just listen. Just listen. That's great, dude. Okay, if there's a differential density, okay.
But so you're saying
and velocity. I'm speaking, dude. This is my chance to formulate my point, not your chance to just run through everything I'm going to say.
Oh, fuck you, piece of shit.
Yeah, that's great, dude. Your mom's proud.
That's a globe.
Okay, so if there's a differential of energy density in the ether and a differential in the velocity of the vortexual rate, as you increase distance from the Earth, then there will be a difference in the impedance or the restriction of the ability of atomic things to vibrate or oscillate or go through any cycles. So when I go up high and I get a differential rate, that proves my if-then statement, correct? If there is a different rate, it's because the ether is a differential at that location. There's a different rate, therefore the ether is differential at that location. And the idea of an energetic medium that impedes or relaxes the, let's just call it viscosity for lack of a better term, it's completely reasonable, and therefore I could claim the experiment proves my point. Now the difference is, in both instances, neither of us are capable of actually independently altering the thing in question to prove whether it's the cause of the effect.
Cause effect, my ass.
Oh my god. He thinks it was ether.
No, it's
done. I'm done. It was ether, bro. Guys, it was ether.
Dude, I could care less. I could call it chocolate fudge. It's not about what it is. It's about the logic, dude.
What if it was ether? Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. You got me. It was ether the whole time.
Yep, there you go. Thanks, I'm glad you agree.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, the idea of the bending and warping of space-time is essentially the exact same explanation that I just gave. The only difference is just changing the name of it. And you can't see how the logic is identical. And you mock the idea by calling it ether, but when you call it what you want, all of a sudden it's a great idea.
You don't know what an atomic clock is.
Oh my goodness.
It's like you think it's just a regular clock.
Dude, for the love of God and all that is holy, why don't you, in one sentence, explain an atomic clock?
It's not fucking ether. That's what you're wondering. It's not measuring.
Okay, so one more time. Yeah.
I've heard your description three times now, AI. Very clearly, yeah?
It takes atoms in two states and it measures them through microwaves. You know, that's like a really basic way to describe it. Like with microwave.
Right, so what it does...
It's got two magnets.
It measures the rate.
It takes two magnets, puts atoms in the middle.
It measures the rate.
Radiation.
Right, it measures the rate.
It's got detectors on either side as well that measure these two atoms moving. right?
What is well, it measures them moving, right?
Atom states, not atoms, obviously. That'd be crazy.
Right. Yeah. And what do they call those motions? What do they call those motions?
I don't know what word you're looking for there, but I did just describe it.
Okay, so
hang on.
Did I clearly not say that that's how they? Did I clearly not say that that's how they work?
It is resonation, so that could be the word you're asking me to say.
Yes, which is what I said about 30 times.
Okay, so your little
I left out the trappings and just got to the point proper.
Please describe how an atomic clock works, and then I do, and now you're pissed.
Hey, dude, let me tell you why I'm pissed, friend. It's because you posited on the table that I don't understand how they work. When the only thing that matters that's in contention in regards, the only thing that matters in regards to this point is that they're measuring a state change via a resonant, a frequency, or an oscillation, whatever you want to call it, that happens at a periodic rate. Now, I said that explicitly numerous times.
What you described with ether was literally the same as it comes to the same conclusions, right? That gravity creates this like relativity thing that we see that then creates time dilation. So you just proved the experiment again, but you made yourself feel better by calling it ether. Like, this is how dumb, this is how, like, what are you
see, yes, what you're doing is actually agreeing with me, but not realizing it.
You're agreeing with me, right? With your fucking ether thing.
I'm not. All I'm doing is demonstrating to you that the specious logic you're using to make your conclusions can be applied to a myriad of things.
No, what you said was that if I said this was ether, and if I said that the Earth was like the grand center of the universe, then this would prove that theory as well, which it doesn't, right? It doesn't prove that Earth is the grand center of the universe. It proves that relativity as a concept predicted by Einstein is true. And the measurement that they got was exact to the predictions of Einstein, which matches with the science they were using, right? So it's not, you're saying that they could suddenly infer that the Earth is the center of the fucking universe. No, they can't, because it's not about that. Did
I ever say anything about the center of the universe?
You did. When you said ether, you said people could say that they were measuring ether and that the Earth creates everything and it creates this force, so the further away from Earth you get. That's what you were saying. You're essentially saying that the Earth was the center of the universe. That everything is further away.
Those two things aren't contingent. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
The warped hypothesis you used to try to say you could fit any science into this experiment, but you can't because it's
No, it's not. No, dude. My whole point was that it's not a classical experiment because in either claim we can't manipulate the thing itself to get the effect.
We also don't have a naturally observed phenomenon to begin with either.
Yes, we do. We have the base atomic clock on Earth, right? There's 2 clocks in this experiment, guys. Remember that. There's 2 clocks. That's how we get the baseline. The second clock in the airplane is where we measure the differential. I feel like you're forgetting the 2 clocks.
Yes. What is the differential? Okay, fair. Now, when they bring the 2 clocks back together, they're no longer synced. One is giving a different readout than the other.
Yes, and what's important is that the readout is exact to Einstein's predictions, right? Not random.
That's great, dude.
But exactly the same to the predictions that Einstein had about relativity, right? So it's
that's great.
That proves relativity.
So what was measured? What did the readout measure? What did the readout measure?
Like, you want me to say it was like 0.16? Like, I'd have to.
The value is irrelevant. The value is irrelevant. What was it actually recording? What was it actually recording?
Time passed slower for the airplane, essentially.
Wrong, sir. What was it actually recording?
Recording? We just went over this with how an atomic clock works.
Right, so what was it recording?
The resonance of the atoms within, right? Like, we just said this.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the idea that time slowed down itself wasn't recorded by the device. That was inferred by the people who read the reading.
No, it was inferred by, like I said, this again, the second fucking clock on Earth.
Wow.
I feel like I'm going insane.
Dude, you are insane, dude. What I said is
the second clock, right?
We already know there's a clock that reads a certain reading. We already know that the other clock went to a different location and then returned, and they had different readings.
It's not a certain reading.
Okay.
It's the baseline. It's on Earth. This is what it is.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's a certain reading, correct?
It's one specific reading. It will only ever be that reading, right? It's an atomic clock on Earth in a specific location on the ground.
Yes.
It's only going to be one thing. It's not a certain thing.
Yep, absolutely.
It measures the absolute.
It's a certain, yes, right. So when you say it's going to be the same thing and it has this reading, then that's a certain reading, correct? So why are we playing these word games? Okay, so it had a reading on the clock. The other clock went to a different location. When they brought the clocks back together, one of them had a different readout than the other, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the experiment.
Right, and we know it's not an experiment. But anyway, and we know
it is an experiment. I don't know why. What is that with it's not being an experiment? Do you know what a fucking experiment is? Right, taking two atomic clocks, coming up with a hypothesis, and then measuring the results is an experiment. All right, I'm catching you out on that. I'm sick of you saying it's not an experiment.
It's not an experiment, dude. They didn't manipulate the thing in question that they claim to be the cause.
That's not what an experiment is. An experiment is.
Yes, it is, dude. You have to manipulate the independent variable directly to affect the dependent variable.
No, you don't. An experiment is a scientific method, right? You're describing a very specific experiment of measuring the rate of an independent variable.
No, what I'm explaining is a validated cause and effect relationship, which is you're claiming a cause and effect. You're claiming that the bending and warping of space-time is the cause of this effect of a differential reading of oscillations of a cesium atom, and you're not validating it by manipulating the independent variable. What you manipulated is location alone, and that's it.
No, it was distance.
Location? Location? No, it was distance.
No,
because being in a different location doesn't change your distance.
It infers that you could have put it somewhere else on Earth. It had to be in the sky, right? So, why are you doing this with the words right now? I don't get it.
Oh, you're doing it, dude. They changed the location. Now, it may be a specific location that's required. So, for example, which we already both agreed, that they had to take it far away from the surface, right?
This is guys doing an experiment, right? They test.
Yeah, well, that's your claim, dude. But they didn't manipulate the independent variable.
The independent variable is time, right? And they measure the change in it. They measure the difference.
Wrong, sir, because the only thing they manipulated, as you claimed, was distance. So they didn't manipulate time. So you're wrong.
Things.
Take the L first, or you're going to get banned.
Talk about it.
There are many things that change in this fucking experiment, right? Like the plane alone, right? I don't know why you're boiling this down. Like you'd have to be able to do in your backyard. This is a very complex experiment. It involves many things. Very complex, right? I don't know why you're trying to simplify it so hard, because you can't do that.
But peel the complexity, fellas. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care if it was simple or complex. It's irrelevant.
All right, dude. I mean, yeah, you can say it's not an experiment. You know,
it's not. Can you provide a reference citation for what science is that comports to what you said it is?
He said they manipulated time, but he claimed that all they did was change the distance from the Earth. So he thinks they manipulated time as the independent variable. Freaking clueless.
Well, that's funny, because he then goes on to describe them manipulating distance and not time. Sometimes you have to do that, right? You sometimes have to manipulate not the independent variable in a scientific experiment. Okay.
No.
What? This
Dude,
is
seriously.
brain. This is brain rot, guys. Come on.
I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
Look, just look at the experiment, right? So it's a fucking.
So you manipulated time by manipulating distance.
Fine.
You
actually no, he didn't even. Hang on.
Look at the exercise.
He didn't even manipulate time. Yeah. What they did was they took an atomic clock to a different location in the sky, up high above the Earth.
Well done,
back. He brought it back.
Yeah.
And they measured the different oscillations of the atoms.
Well done.
So
Well
they
done.
didn't. Then they said, well, that must be because of time.
Well
However,
done.
you
Well
haven't
done.
manipulated time. You've
No,
counted
they're not
the
Time
difference
Lords,
between the
guys.
oscillations
They're not
of the
Time Lords.
atoms alone.
They can't control.
That's all you've done.
Remember, everyone, they can't control time. Didn't think I had to state that, but they're not Time Lords. If
So
that's what
they
you're
didn't
angry
test.
on,
They
you're
didn't.
like, you were trying to say.
So
they
the
control
independent
time.
variable is not time, then, is it?
Yeah,
They can't test it. You just said it yourself.
I misspoke.
Not 15 minutes ago, he said time and space are the same thing. So by changing your location in free space, you're altering time itself. So now his story's falling apart even worse.
What are you talking about?
So where
bro?
does the spice
What are
come
you
in? Where
actually
does the spice come in? Because this is all about manipulating time and distance without moving. Are you snorting some spice there, Duke Atreides?
That was really funny.
There's moving involved.
You got the whole chat laughing with that one, bro.
The one clock goes to a high altitude and travels around at a high altitude, while the other one stays on the Earth.
Yeah, it's
And
the
they
atomic
count
clock.
the oscillation of the atoms and the differential. And
Yeah,
then
which
they claim.
This proves relativity, everyone. This is what.
Hang
we've
on.
done.
But you
So
skipped
maybe
a
it's
step here because.
electromagnetic drag. So what?
Hang on. Then you've
Magnetic
skipped a step
drag,
here because then you're
that's
claiming.
not a factor, right?
You're then jumping to that. That's
they have these things
manipulating.
in shields within
man.
the airplane, right?
Dude, you got to understand. You're counting the oscillation of atoms, the differential. Then you're claiming that that's manipulating time. Then you're claiming that therefore is proving relativity when you've just told us we cannot use time in an experiment. We can't manipulate it. You just said it yourself. You've just completely wrecked your own argument.
Story's falling apart, guy.
You better not hope that we come up with the original results from the Hefel-Keating demonstration, which were deemed fraudulent. But we can leave that for now on the side.
It's fake.
Yeah.
It's all fake. That's your argument, yeah.
No.
You know,
You've
the
had it
Scientific
explained very
American did a
clearly.
huge expose on how it was fraud. I can show you that article, but I'm going to hold it back for now.
Why not just show it right now?
No, because you're not listening to anything we say anyway. You won't be convinced, as you just said.
I'm listening right now.
So why don't you go find it? Why don't you go find it? If you really care about tightening your own arguments, why don't you go grab it yourself? I told you it's there.
Because you said you had it in the chamber. Sounded like you just had it like ready.
I don't
All you
have an
gotta do is
agenda other than
Google
the
it.
truth.
So you don't have
Google.
it ready.
Just
Your best friend
Google
Google.
it, bro.
Yeah, just Google it, bro.
I thought
See,
you had it in
when
the chamber.
Amish is communicating to you.
This little moment, he wanted
That
to
the
like.
calories it's going to take
the
his
table.
finger to move to the send button aren't worth spending on you at the moment. That's what he's trying to tell you.
That's exactly right.
I love how you're getting on me for not Googling. Earlier, I was doing this to you, and you were like, what? I'm not supposed to.
Exactly.
I don't have
That's
to
the
Google it."
irony of us saying just Google it because we're doing what you do to us because, well, not us because I'm not
Yeah,
even.
when we do it, it's hypocrisy. When he does it,
talking?
it's correct.
That lady.
No,
wasn't
you're right. I wasn't talking, but I've been listening to you say just Google it like 500 fucking times, so you can take your own advice and just go Google it, bro.
All right, you know what? I will. I'll be back. I'm delving into the realm of Google, everyone. Better hope you are chatting facts on this.
Interestingly enough, though, and I look, I'm not going to go down this track too much, but a lot of Einstein's equations and concepts come from attempting to mitigate the concept of the location of the Earth in free space relative to a medium in which energy propagates, and reducing that to equations that can be expressed in a matrix of space-time, right? So in other words, reinterpreting concepts that already exist under a new paradigm, right? So it's not unreasonable that predictions would coincide with two different viewpoints. So, for example, my prediction is, if there was a for lack of a better term, a viscous energy density of a type of energy that can free or restrict the ability for cesium oscillations to propagate, and you remove yourself from the density by increasing your distance, which is basically just saying it's less dense. You're in a less dense environment, right? Which, by the way, is the same thing as space-time, because the space-time dilations are a density distribution that vary with distance, right? So it's more dense the closer you are to the mitigating body, right? So you end up with the same thing. The further away you get from the Earth, you have a decrease in the density, and therefore you have greater freedom of movement. Or inversely, if it's an inverse relationship, you have less freedom of movement. Either way, it would result in more or less movement. And since a motion is movement, then a motion of an atom would be restricted or released in the same proportion. Therefore, I can use the same logic to call my claim of what's causing it ether density, right? It's the same exact logic train. However, in both instances, the independent variable, which is the alleged cause, was not manipulated to instigate the effect. And therefore, neither of us can claim that we have scientifically validated our cause claim. That's just the way it is. And I think we aptly demonstrated it where he couldn't even isolate his cause. All right, I have to actually go and get some actual work done. So.
Hello, Flat Earthers, the people of Flat Earth. How are you?
Good, Trump. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know, I'm just sitting here thinking about what I'm going to do to get the hell out of prison, okay? They're trying to put me in prison. It's a terrible thing.
Well, the good news is you can research flat Earth all you want from prison.
I know it, because if the Earth is flat, okay, listen, is there any way that you could dig me out of prison? I'm talking about prison, okay?
That's a good impression.
Okay, Flat Earthers, I got a question for you. I talked to my friend who's in the Navy. He's a sailor. And he says, at 16 miles, you could see a whole ship at 16 miles away. But anything over than that, you can only see the top of the antenna past the horizon.
Sounds like his version of the globe is a lot bigger than the one that NASA's working with. So
you know what? I think this picture is very hot. I'm going to post.
What do you mean?
I'm back from Googling it. You were fucking capping. It is not proved fraudulent. All right, I've done the Googling.
No, it's not proven fraudulent. Did you look at the original data?
It is not proven fraudulent.
Post the original data from NFL Keating. Post the original data that was considered to be fraudulent, and we'll talk about it.
This is like the consensus I'm mainly seeing, right? But I'm also
reading. So you're just reading people's opinions. How about post the actual data and contention here, which is what I brought up originally.
From data, you're not even looking at what I sent in, right? But what it's saying is that there's been a consensus among physicists that the predictions are correct and have been
no shit. There's positive consensus. We already know that. Now I'm going to the original source data, which was considered fraudulent because, and I can tell you exactly why it was, because you didn't bother to look at it. The reason why it's considered fraudulent is because the timing was positive and minus, plus and minus, what it was supposed to be. Not just plus and not just minus, plus and minus, with no degree of correlation in the covariance matrix. That's why.
Wow. You don't even know what you're talking about.
And I can prove that by posting the original data, which I'm actually quite saddened that you didn't do that.
Talking about what you're talking about.
Yeah, so keep digging because you didn't dig far enough, like I told you to.
Just seriously read this, right? Because you asked me to go find this stuff. This guy's talking about.
You came back with consensus and contention and people's opinions. I'm asking for the data, and it had been from the beginning.
I'm talking about scientists talking about the fucking experiment, right? Scientific.
Dude, why don't you just post the data yourself?
I did. Dude, the data's up in the chat. I posted all of this earlier. I posted photos.
All right, I've got the actual spreadsheet.
Shashwat, are you a flat
articles on
earther?
it. I can get the PDFs.
No, bro.
But the articles lead to the sources. They list the sources at the bottom, which lists the PDF of the data.
Right.
So I've linked
Good. So
this.
you're just happy to see consensus agrees with you, but you didn't actually look at the information.
I have shown you the data. I've posted the data, right? And I'm looking at this article here, which is saying
what do you see in the data? All right, so you tell me. I told you what's in the data. Now you tell me why you think it's wrong.
I don't think it's wrong. I think
he's
it's right.
bricked, man. He's not here.
I told you why I think the data supports the assertion that it's fraudulent in the Scientific American article back in 1979.
What I'm saying is, I've just done my deep dive, right? And I haven't found what you said there was. So I'm asking
because you didn't look hard enough. And I told you why you didn't look hard enough, because you didn't post the data that I asked for.
I've posted
So
the
keep
article.
digging, friend.
I've posted the one article I found that actually supports what you're saying, right? Like I've posted it in the chat, and I've
The
posted
Scientific American article?
No, it's from
the late 70s.
It's from Medium, right? But like that's what I'm saying. I can't find what you're saying, so just post what you have.
Shit.
If you have it, just send it in, because
You probably need more than just 5 minutes to Google to get this. But okay, if you have access to JSTOR or anything like that.
So hold on, what you're saying is, what did you just call it? It was the 1970s. What? Like, what am I searching
Yeah, like
for?
1979 or something. Scientific American article. Hafel Keating. Why it was fraudulent. I think they did a follow-up in like the early 90s too. So, yep, it's in the literature. You know, the actual tables are showing plus and minus values for the timing. You know, so instead of just pluses or minuses, it's not it's showing that the timing is variant when it shouldn't be.
I'm literally searching up 1979 Hafel Keating article fraudulent, and I can't find any of these articles, right? And you said you had it. You said you had it on lock. You said you were waiting to release it. Right? That I wasn't ready for it. Can you just send it in? Because I can't find it, right? And if it is,
why don't you go? Well, I can't. I'm driving right now. But if you want, I can tell you where to go to get it right now. Go to discord.gg/flat earth and type in Hafel Keating. Maybe do it properly and just look through the search results.
Discord.
It's right there.
This fucking Discord.
Discord is my
Well, it's right there with links to the articles. So if you're going to hand wave dismiss, fine. I mean, that's pretty much the level of sophistry I've been dealing with out of you all day.
He's a sophist. You look, dude. I'm just pulling you out.
Yeah, because at first you conflated evaluation of data with the data itself, which tells me you don't know what you're even looking at.
You said, "I've got this thing. I've got it. I'm waiting to release it."
I do. I told you all about it.
And
you're
you don't
spiraling hard, kid.
You don't have it, right? So
I do. I do have it. You're just upset.
You said go onto the flat.
You are so mad. It is funny.
Am I?
You come at me with consensus, bro. I trust the science, bro. Consensus, bro. Prove me right, bro. And I say, no, show me the data.
You said you had a debunk, and you don't, right? That's all that's happened.
Well, I'm trying to get you to do it. That's why, and you're not doing it.
And I've gone and done it. I've found
because you're too afraid to dig.
Reads like a schizophrenic's nightmare dream, right? He's just constantly, he's insulting.
Blue, schizophrenic nightmare dream, blue. Yeah, I'm putting you on mute.
Question, Mr. Amish. I just want to ask him one question.
Okay, go ahead and unmute him. I'll sit back. Okay, let me sit back, AJ. You can unmute him.
I want him to steelman your position and your answer, because I don't believe he even listened to what you said, let alone understand.
You know, I think you're absolutely right. He didn't listen. So, how about you go steelman what I asked you to do? I'm going to unmute you unless AJ, can you do it? I'm driving.
Yeah.
You're driving right now? That's wild.
Yeah, I can kick your ass and drive at the same time. How about that?
I'm terrified. I'll tell you that.
Right, Tura, so you're claiming consensus. Now, why did Amish claim you're incorrect?
Because he said he says he has this unknown article from 1979 in a Discord server.
No, incorrect.
No,
that's
the
not
fact
what he
that I
said.
have it doesn't debunk you. You don't get it.
Laugh.
Well, that's what he said.
He actually stated something that was inconsistent with the measurements. Yes. Stating what? That there was inconsistencies, yeah? In the measurements.
Well, I don't know what it states. We haven't pulled the article up. Like, we don't know.
No, because you didn't listen to what he told you.
Well, no,
No, you didn't listen. You can't repeat it because you don't listen. You're too busy trying to formulate an argument rather than actively listening, like I told you earlier.
What a time.
And this is why we call you names, okay? We can stop calling you names when you calm down and listen.
Go on then. Explain what the article says.
I just did. We're trying to get what your take is. So the articles are claiming that the data was fraudulent because it was inconsistent. It was inconsistent because the data showed plus and minus values for the same flight. Plus and minus what they should have been relative to the stationary clock.
So
the end. That's it.
So what are you saying it would have been to be legitimate? Not like what plus, not plus
It's
and
something
minus.
that actually comported to the prediction, and the results did not comport with the predicted values.
So what was the prediction? What did they get, and why is that wrong?
The prediction was that the clocks would experience a so-called Lorentz contraction of space-time, which would account for why they do not match when you put one in a 747 and fly in one direction relative to a clock that's stationary on Earth. Now, instead, the data results showed plus and minus time, that the time was both ahead and behind the clock that was stationary on Earth. Why is that?
That the time was ahead and behind the clock. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, both directions. So the clock on the airplane came back both as speeding up and slowing down relative to the stationary clock on Earth, instead of just the clock being sped up relative to the stationary clock on Earth. That's what the data suggests, because it was plus and minus the original clock values on Earth. And because of that, it's not consistent. And it wasn't consistent enough for them to make the evaluation that disproved Einstein's claims.
I finally found the actual results, and it said that the flying clocks lost 59 plus, right, / minus 10 nanoseconds. So that
Or did you look at the data?
So this is what you're talking about when you say there's plus and minus here. And then it
I'm
says,
looking at the data itself that's showing plus and minus values that don't correlate.
I'm looking at the data, right? It says during the eastward trip, so that was during the eastward trip, it gained those nanoseconds. Gained 59, lost 10. And then gained 273 and lost 7 nanoseconds during the westward trip.
You're not hearing me. Look at the data. They're averaging shit, which is stupid.
I mean, they list the average and the mean, but they also list the actual raw data.
Yeah, they're giving you their final evaluation and results. So, of course, people want to believe Einstein.
It's just scientific to show what the average is. They're not saying that that's what it is. They're saying very clearly this is the average, which means they've...
And the data, meanwhile, showing it's plus and minus all over the place. It's inconsistent. And furthermore, you didn't even manipulate time, which is the independent variable, if this was even supposed to be in an experiment, which it isn't, which is what AI thoroughly went through with you. This is not an actual experiment because they did manipulate time.
They weren't trying to manipulate.
So you're wrong on both counts. It doesn't support Einstein, even if you were to accept it. You can dismiss it because it's not an experiment.
They weren't trying to
Case
manipulate.
closed. Next.
They weren't trying to manipulate time. Like, they just weren't. They were trying to measure it. So manipulate.
Yeah, so they weren't trying to create. So it's not an experiment.
What, an experiment has to manipulate time? You know, it's impossible.
It has to manipulate the independent variable, the cause.
And you're saying we don't know what science is, and we're schooling you on what the elements of a scientific method is?
Variable.
I mean, this is really sad that you're getting schooled by flat earthers on something that you thought you knew everything about. Okay.
No, independent variable is not time in this experiment. I don't know where you guys are getting that from. It's the clocks.
Well, it's not an experiment to begin with because you never had a naturally observed phenomenon. What you started out with was an assumption based off an assumption of Einstein that was not scientifically verified either.
No, what you started out with was the line atomic clock on the Earth.
You said time was the independent variable. You said time was the independent variable. You said it. We have it recorded. Look, everybody heard it. They're even saying this in chat that they heard you say this. So are you lying?
If I said that, I was wrong, right? I clearly said the wrong thing.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So look, it doesn't change the experiment.
So I'm right, you're wrong. because you're wrong, I'm right. Yes.
Listen to this.
It does change it because it's no longer
Listen
an
to this
experiment.
actual child. Like, did anyone just hear him?
Because it's not an experiment, you haven't scientifically proven. You haven't scientifically falsified a hypothesis.
Am I the only one who just this guy scream, "I'm right, you're wrong," like an actual 6-year-old? Like, am I? Are we serious? Like, this is who represents.
Yes, we are serious. You are acting very childish, and I'm matching your energy.
That's a globe.
Sure, bro. I mean,
all right, I'm going to go to work. Like I said, I would. I'll listen.
What? Go to work? Doing what? Like, what? You work at Target? Like, where are you going? What does that mean? Is he like
Why
doing
why does that even matter? He's got a job. He's going to work. How's that anyone on his business?
Because
Or
he's
are you
staying
just going to try and throw out personal attacks at people may work at stores such as Target? Yeah.
No, I don't think you should job shame anyone at all. I
Well,
think
that's what you were trying to do. That's exactly what you were just trying to do.
Inferring, like, how is he working on?
And
call?
you're such a liar, tourist.
I could have said bartending, right? I don't disrespect that. It's just you would not be able to stay on a Discord call while doing that. So it's got to be some.
You can just sit on mute instead of trying to justify your lies and garbage.
It bothers these people that they have no idea what we do for a living. It matters. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's so true, man. Like they expect us to, like, when they try to trigger us, that we say, "Oh, my profession is, and my degree, and I do this and that." Doesn't matter at all, man. I don't care what you think about me at all. You're just a guy on the internet, you know. It's so stupid. Who cares about what you work, man? Oh, you're a flat earther. You must be unemployed. Yeah.
We thought it was weird when we first came here, and like all the pubbies, all the normies are asking each other and asking us what their jobs are, what everybody are. They do that in the other channels in the server too, which is weird. It's because they're used to political debates, which is all subjective nonsense. And because when they're debating subjective topics, they really have the only thing they can talk about are the people involved, and that's what they stoop to. So in this case,
Right.
Taurus is asking me what I do for a living. It's really curious because he's got nothing left but to talk about the personalities, because the information involved in this discussion completely killed any chances and hopes that he had of winning it. So, yeah.
Right.
100%.
What does it matter what someone works? I mean, as long as you can make a living, it doesn't matter at all. Or even if you don't work and somehow you figured out a way to still make a living, then that's on you, you know? But I don't know what it says about a person. Doesn't make any sense.
If you went around all the Target employees, they'd probably be smarter than him anyway.
Yeah.
Post my health eating stuff when I get back to work.
Dude, I appreciate the people who do the filthy stuff that I wouldn't do, you know? I do a job where I never get my hands dirty at all. It's always very, very clean. But simultaneously, I have much higher respect for someone getting the garbage from point one to the other than to my own job, because I do a job where I don't get my hands so dirty and I don't need to work so hard physically, you know? So I don't get people who degrade jobs that are the most important. I think people working at Target can get my full respect, because who wants to work such a job nowadays, especially with all these NPCs walking around thinking they are entitled to some position in their life. We should evaluate the people who still do the jobs that no one wants to do. What a sick society.
Yeah, it'd be rough. It'd be rough working for a company that puts in transgender bathrooms.
Like, imagine there's NPCs.
Guys, we got Sashwat in the chat asking to be unmuted to have a chat. Do we know who muted him and why? Do we want to have a chat with him? Anyone?
Never heard of him. Why not give him a chance? I don't have time to talk to him, man. He screws up, toss him.
Sashwat, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, brothers. So I'm open to being a flat earther. I'm not one currently, but I just want some proofs and some justification. Why would you say that we live in a flat earth? And what's your justification on that?
Take it, Clay.
Can I give him my quick short answer?
Yeah.
I'm going to use a question to answer you. Have you ever heard of a tool called a water level?
Water level, yeah.
Where you have two tubes and you have a vial with measurements on each end?
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
It's a tool that has two vials connected by a hose.
Okay.
Not a spirit level, a water level.
By water level, you mean how deep the water
Nope.
is at this time?
Take
No,
out
he's
your Google
describing
real
a
quick.
hose, yeah?
Take out your Google real quick and type in what is a water level.
Okay, just give me a sec.
Yeah. It's pretty easy, dude. It's just like a garden hose, a piece of tubing that's clear, and you fill it up with water, and then you use it to level over long distances or around corners. They use it in building, fencing. It's been used for thousands of years to level, to build on the earth.
And when I say level, I mean horizontal, which is a straight line.
It
Do
means the
some
height.
investigation on that thing, and you'll see a lot clearer. Thank
like
you
if
very
you
much.
put it, if you were building something and you wanted something that was like far away and you didn't have a laser, you could put it on one surface and like go
Okay, so
50 feet away and
I get this.
yeah.
I get this water level thing. So what about it?
It's not curving, bro.
I mean, but
okay. Then let's go the other way. Then, Shashwat.
Yeah.
You're in the belief that the Earth is a globe. What gives you that belief? So can you tell us what is the radius of the Earth? Do you know what the radius actually is of the Earth that we live on?
I mean, I don't
Without
remember it, but I
Googling?
could Google it. I could Google it.
Without Googling, I'm just asking if you know what it is. I just want an honest answer to what you actually know.
No,
Cool.
I don't. I don't know it.
And so, do you know who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth showing drop over distance? So what that means is that you imagine you're standing on a ball.
Okay.
Now, whichever direction you look, you're going to be on the top and it's going to drop away from you. So do you know who's ever measured this drop over distance to show that the Earth is actually curving?
Okay, so nobody. You're saying no one has measured that?
No, I'm asking you if you know and who has done that and shown that the Earth is actually curving.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I don't know personally somebody who has done it or not. I don't think so. When we're taught in school, so this is something that we're taught like that. It's a given. It's a fact that the Earth is Earth is a globe. It's
Correct.
not given as a question for us to ask.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to establish here, you're asking us how could we believe in the flat Earth? My question would be to you, how can you believe in the globe if you don't actually know or understand any facts about that globe? You're only believing it like you just stated. Hang on. You're only believing it based on the fact that you were taught to believe it. And like you said, you weren't given a chance to actually question it.
No. So what came into my mind when I actually thought that the Earth could be flat, but so I saw this one video. It was just of a propulsion from the Earth into the orbit into space, and it showed a complete view of starting from the Earth till space. So
Cool. So
that
you've seen a
complete,
video,
yep,
and the video convinced you.
yep.
So how did you verify the authenticity of this video? Because I mean, we can watch some crazy stuff on television, yeah.
I
mean,
saw
how
King
have
Kong
you?
on TV.
It seemed pretty real. I didn't verify it. I'm just as here as a very normal person.
Yep. Okay. So then that'd take me to my third question for you, or fourth, actually.
Okay.
Sorry, and that would be, can you demonstrate for us gas pressure without containment?
Gas pressure without containment. What would that mean exactly?
Okay. So, for example,
Yep.
you have a car tire, right?
Yeah.
And you need to inflate that car tire, so you're going to increase the pressure, the pounds per square inch,
Yeah.
pressing upon the tire or the container. So, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Within that of a container.
Yes, like a tire. Because the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. We need something for the gas to press upon, the pounds per square inch.
So you're saying the container is just kept over there, and we need to demonstrate the pressure inside the container.
Can you demonstrate pressure without a container?
Without a container.
Yeah, can you inflate a car tire if it's got a hole in it?
I don't think so.
No. So how do we have a pressurized? So we have gas pressure without containment next to a near perfect vacuum of space. So this also breaks another law called entropy. You know, where high pressure fills low pressure, just like your car tire. If you were have your car tire inflated and you were to put a hole in it, the gas is going to explode out and fill the void, the available space.
Yep.
Yes. So how do we have video evidence from a violation of natural laws?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this.
Cool. So again, you haven't verified anything with your video, or in regards to your video.
I'm not here as someone who has researched on this topic. I'm just here as a free mind.
So then I would say the reason why we would say the Earth is flat is because that's how we view it every day. That's our perception of the Earth. We don't feel like that we're spinning and falling over backwards. When we look up, we see the luminaries revolving around us and moving. Yeah.
Okay.
We measure it that way.
Yeah.
So any type of measurements, as who was it earlier that brought that up? That was Rob. You know, when we do any type of construction, we're using these water levels where we utilize the Earth as flat. We treat it that way for everything. Yeah. It's also measured that way. We use elevation angles to derive maps. Elevation angles, to do celestial navigation on the ocean. So it's utilized, treated, and measured as flat, and that's how we view it every day.
Okay. So I'm a little bit convinced at this point, but there has to be some consideration of what I've been taught throughout my whole schooling and whole life. So, how do you explain what are maps? Are actually the GPS? How the GPS works?
Well, like I
Because if
said,
it
all
is
these maps are originally derived from elevation angles, to
okay,
Polaris, requiring a flat plane. Secondly, these maps that we use for navigation, they are all flat maps. We don't navigate off this globe. Yeah, we don't navigate off a globe. I understand it's a globe projection, and then they're not accurate. So we have to go down to much smaller ground level scales to use maps even close to accurately. And as for GPS and satellite imagery, you can actually look for yourself that anything close to the Earth is all taken from aeroplanes before it zooms out
is
on
it?
your cartoon ball. Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Because the place that I live in, we're not allowed a high definition imagery from the satellites. I live in India, so we're not allowed. We're not, and the maps that we are shown, we do not get street view, and we do not get high definition imagery in our maps.
Well, I wonder if I can see. That'd be interesting. Wonder if I can see India on Google Earth and see if I can actually.
And I don't think so. You will be able to.
That'd be interesting. Well, anyway, there. If you're interested in any information, our original server's got a lot of information, and you're quite welcome to head over there. If you want to have a look in my profile, you'll see a link to our original server that you can click on. And
yeah, and I'm in that server, and I just saw a video that made me curious. So it was a video about all these scientists and NASA astronauts, and they were one clip showed that some astronauts told that they can see stars all the time, and the very next one showed that the astronauts were talking that it's complete black. The space from the moon or the satellites or the International Space Station, it's all void. They don't see any stars. So that made me curious, and I jumped over there.
Why do you use these bad arguments for flat Earth?
Sorry, he's not using it as an argument for flat Earth. He's saying that he read it for himself.
Yeah. I just saw that.
Your argument, Brenda.
No, I was speaking to AJ. I was asking him why he uses these bad arguments.
Brenda, I didn't use it as an argument. The guy was speaking to me about something else and brought it up for himself and said that he had seen
I'm
this
just
for
saying
himself.
that how I landed up over here.
Claim it's my argument, you fool.
No, you made several. You made several.
Be quiet. No one's interested.
Hey, Brenda can come back when she wants to state her argument.
She doesn't have one.
So Brenda. So actually, I just wanted to know: are there any physicists or astronauts or any scientists who work for the NASA or some organization or even privately working as a physicist or an astrophysicist for that sort, who believe that who can state themselves that they're also flat earthers?
Sorry, I missed that question. I was looking at Google Earth at India. Dude, I can go down to Street View. I'm looking at Street View now.
All right, so work NASA and you're a flat earther, they would probably fire you. So I don't think there's anybody from NASA that's
you're not all right.
that's a flat earther. But there's people with degrees, if that's what you're talking about. There's people with doctor's degrees or whatever in physics and
whatever. But I don't know. Huey always talks about the list of professionals.
So I'm curious as to like Sasha. So you know the shape of
He
the
brought
Earth.
up that video about the astronauts, that he knew that at least. Yeah, they have different you know, their stories don't match. The ones that went on Apollo said they saw a deep, deep black, and then you got Don Pettit and the other guys talking about seeing the zodiacal lights, and they're seeing the Magellan clouds, and they're just talking like idiots. So yeah, their stories don't match. So yeah, that was it was good that you watched that video. But I'm sorry to interrupt you, whoever that was.
It's all good. I'm curious though to whatever. What's his name? Sasha.
Yeah, Shashwat.
Joshua.
Yep.
So I'm curious, man. So
Yes. So
have you come to
go
the
ahead.
realization that you hold the beliefs that the Earth is in the shape of a globe because of
Yep.
what you've been told in school?
Yep.
So
Not just in
based
school. What
on
we've
that,
been shown in movies. What we've been shown in movies. What we've been shown in pictures, and everything that's all around us.
okay, so that's great knowledge that you hold right now because it permits you the ability to verify the claims because now you have a realization that it's a claim. And you know that it's been imposed upon you to accept it as a fact. So due diligence is required of you to verify what
That's
you've
why.
been
That's why
told.
I'm here. So that
Yeah,
is the reason I am here and talking to you.
that's awesome, man. Because a lot of people don't even care to know the truth of this matter.
Yep. So actually, my question was that is there any astrophysicist or any scientist, astroscientist or any astronaut or anyone privately working in the space physics who is actually a flat earther?
I don't know. I wouldn't know any that have directly come out and said that they're flat earthers. I know that they debate amongst themselves within the scientific community about certain claims and different things. There's different beliefs on different things, on gravity and etc. But most of them who disagree with the mainstream view aren't out in the public.
Sorry, it just reminds me of something that comedian George Carlin said. It's a big club, and we're not in it.
Yeah.
What town in India do you want me to look at?
What
That's the globe.
I mean, that, so how would we explain the rest of the planets? That is, all the other planets are around and that we can see through telescopes.
They're round, but are they spherical?
Yeah, you need to learn the difference between round and spherical. It can look round. That doesn't make it a sphere.
Okay. No, but We see them. Okay. So, but what about Saturn? If we see it tilted and the rings, we see the rings curving, making it seem as if it is an ellipse.
How about this? Try and stick to Earth. Forget about the lights in the sky. I showed you a way on Earth to verify the nature of reality with water.
Okay.
If you don't want to look at it, that's cool. Go ahead and look at lights in the sky.
No. I'm surely open to anything and everything, but I just didn't get that quite clearly.
Yeah, the best point I can make is don't look at the lights in the sky. Stick to what you can verify on Earth if you want to verify Earth.
Okay. Somebody's pinging me over here. So it's Brenda debates.
No, Brenda's not in here.
In the tech channel, she's typing.
I muted her because we were having a good discussion, and she come in right at the end to derail again and started making claims that I had used something as an argument that this gentleman here had presented to me as something that he had seen.
Yeah, tell Brenda to type her argument in the chat.
So, AJ.
Yes.
What you've shown as the street view, it's not the exact street view. It's these are some popular places that have their detailed pictures, but most of the part, that is, if you want a specific street view, we won't be able to get that.
Oh, see that? See all the blue?
Yeah.
That's all the street view available.
Okay.
All of the blue, colored in blue, that's all street view.
Okay, I get it.
And if you have a look on the picture, right?
Yeah.
See what it says there in the middle? This
Yeah.
data includes from Landsat Copernicus Airbus. Right, so an Airbus is a plane.
Where? Where's that?
In
This
the
map?
white data attribution
This map
picture.
includes data from Landsat, Copernicus, Airbus. Okay. Yep. Got it.
Anyway, that's your
Yeah, right there. I
view.
saw that. So Brenda, where's she gone? She was talking something.
I'd like to actually answer this fucking claim that Quad is going to let me go for fucking time wasting when I'm trying to bring up a video for discussion, and he's saying that there's deviation in the measurements.
Wow, that was a meltdown.
What do you mean people when they try to challenge you guys?
We're not. We're muting people that are having meltdowns. To be honest, I couldn't even understand what he was saying.
Thank you for the discussion, guys. Thank you.
Come on back now, you.
Afternoon, all.
Afternoon, Mr. Man of Mystery.
Yeah, the only mystery is where the curve is. So I think I might be muted.
No. Just your name. Mennonite Man of Mystery.
Yeah. I'm not a man. I'm not Mennonite, and I'm not mysterious. Actually, I am a man, but the other two probably not.
I was a bit confused when you said that. I thought of Brenda straight away.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so ironic, Brenda coming in and saying, only uneducated people are flat earthers. And then you're like, so Brenda, how many degrees have you got? Oh, 0. Right, cool. And it's like, I don't even
She's never
care
gonna.
about degrees. But if you're going to tell people that they're uneducated, you're like,
Never
it's like
got a
when
point.
people, they want to come in and call you names, but they can't even spell. You're just like, you've got to, in that moment, you can't be trying to own someone, but like punching yourself in the face doesn't make sense.
No, I just noticed what they try to do is just sit there on the sidelines and wait till you're having an actual good, decent discussion with someone who wants to actually listen. And then they want to come in and derail and make claims and never get to an actual point to just totally derail that conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Why is Shashwat seems to be lighting up but not saying anything? I don't know if that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Shashwat, you there?
Yeah.
That's weird because you're lighting up, but I can't hear you talk. But if you're there, it doesn't. I suppose if you can talk when you need to, it doesn't matter. But
I think it's just some wind noise. I'm sorry. I just made myself.
I couldn't hear any wind noise, but it's just that your microphone looked like it was lighting up. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention.
I should really go to bed. It's 3 a.m.
Wow. I only just got up. It's, a few hours ago now. Got up about 2 p.m. It was glorious.
Okay.
Nothing can beat a good 12-hour sleep.
That's right. I've got a big drive in a couple of days. I've got to pack tomorrow. So a bit of a cruisy day, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Fair enough. Suppose if you want to get anywhere in Australia, it's a 2-day drive.
Oh, it's not too bad. It's about, I think it's 700 odd kilometres.
If I did that in England, I'd be in France.
We go catch up with Timbo.
Oh, really? Oh, cool, man. You're going to go and observe the flatness that you live on.
Yep. At the pub.
Gee, mate, this table seems rather flat. It'll hold a Guinness real nice.
But is it really flat? If we measure a shadow angle on the table, it could be a sphere.
Yeah, yeah, man. That Jupacabra, whatever, and also this other JU2 Nanas guy. Like these guys, though, they don't even want to engage in the conversation. Like the guy, he said that he drives and he never talks to anyone in the car when he's driving. It's just like that's such an obvious lie. Like everyone who's ever driven anywhere has talked to people in the car. Like obviously.
We got hands free here, so yeah, I even
No,
talk
but
on
I'm talking
Discord
about
in the car as well.
I'm talking about people physically in the car with you, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like, of course you're going to talk to them. And this guy, he's just undeafened, actually. This guy is just lying. And what's funny about it is that they will just continue the lie. They will never admit that they've lied, even though it's obvious. But to everyone else knows that this guy's full of shit, and they will just continue it anyway. This is just who they are. So, I mean, of course, when it's something that obvious, that when something is a little bit more like conceptual, you're never getting a concession out of them, even if they know they're wrong as well.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, the flat table, measure a shadow angle down the pub.
Yep.
Well, the pub is on a flat Earth, right? So
that is true.
Yeah,
It's a flat
I had
pub
to
on
establish level to build the pub to get our table level.
yeah, did they account for the curvature of the Earth when they built the pub?
Probably not. Probably shot some levels and made things horizontal and plumb and vertical.
Scientifical.
Was there a question? Did someone say something?
Oh yeah, there's a guy in chat who's acting like superior but doesn't just said the word scientifical.
Well, Earth is flat. Juananas.
Yo, where the shout is at, you heard me? You heard me?
Are you being serious, mate?
No, I think he is vegan.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's true.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think it's a good thing. Because then I get more meat for myself. And
All right,
all
yeah,
the
my
good
name's...
stuff that they don't
Sounds
eat.
kind of gay.
Well, it just sounds like that because you have thought about this way. So that's actually kind of gay.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm in the frame of mind is like I just do what my I sort of go with what my body and mind is telling me to do. That's what I do. Because I went through a phase 6 years ago where I stopped eating meat. I just yeah. But and fish, just any flesh. I stopped eating any flesh or organs of animals. I stopped doing that because something told me to stop doing it. So that's what I did. But recently I have my body was telling me something inside my body said you need to eat some fish. I started craving a bit of tuna and salmon. So I've recently decided then, yeah, something's telling me to eat salmon and tuna. So that's what I've been doing.
Well,
Yeah.
you're all the way there. Now the next step is just eating some good beef.
Mm.
Well, I've been vegetarian for 2 years, man, and now I'm living my best.
Yeah.
Since I'm just
I
eating
mean-
almost only animal products, I don't eat any vegetables at all anymore because I get a lot of bloating and farting from it. I literally mostly eat beef, fish, no pork, chicken, and a lot of milk, dairy products, but obviously non-highly edited ones. I don't know what the English term is, pasteurized, whatever. Very natural ones. And I feel very, very clear in my mind. I've never been so sharp, also in the workspace, than I have been ever in my life, actually. Because I
Yeah.
come out of a family where I have been taught that, animal products and meat is bad.
Well, I've never been taught that. I've never been instructed of that. I've always eaten meat for the majority of my life, and I've not had a problem with it. But like I say, approximately 8 years ago, something told my brain to stop eating meat. I didn't like looking at the flesh. I didn't like looking at the body parts, and I did not want to eat them. But I said to myself, well, that's how I feel at the moment. I'm not going to now decide that I will never, whatever my body tells me to do, I will do. So I've recently started eating fish again. I've not had an urge or anything for a beef or a ribeye steak or anything like that. But if I do, then I will do that. I've not made I will just go with the flow as what my body and the creator is telling me to do.
I bet you, man, if you eat a full fish, like you're just gonna put it in a pan, the full body, the best part is literally the cheeks, man. That taste, they're actually the best part of the meat.
Yes.
Funny you say that, man.
Yeah, man.
I actually just started only eating. Sounds like we have opposite diet.
Well, people used to say
you started eating meat. What did you say? I didn't hear what you say, man.
Sorry, I just started only eating.
I think he's on a carnivore diet.
Yeah, I mean, I have some carbs every now and then. It's not like strictly meat. You know, I listen to my body when I'm like, when I need carbs, I'll eat carbs. But inflammation has gone down a lot. Like I work out daily, and it's like after 2 days of working out or 3 days, I'll wake up in the morning and my body will be really sore. My back hurts, and I also fast now with this diet. So like, I'm not eating as much. It's not intentional. It's just I eat meat at lunch and then I eat meat at dinner, and my bowels aren't constantly being used, and I feel lighter, feel more agile, and more stamina.
Nice, man.
What do you think? What do you think about when people say like, when you're eating meat, it's usually in your system. It takes about 72 hours to break down the meat and go through the system, whereas eating vegetables is like a 2 or 3 hour process. So with vegetables, you need to eat a little bit more frequently for the energy and everything, but your body's not doing as much work to process it and digest it. Whereas in meat, it's staying there for some time. It's taking your body a long time to break it down and digest it. What do you feel about that?
Well, what's the problem, right?
No. There's no argument. No. There's no. Listen, mate.
Shows. One second. I think it shows there's more for the body to work with than with vegetables. Vegetables you just want to kick out again because most vegetables are actually poisonous. They have substance in them, that normally they use so they don't get eaten by all kinds of types of animals, and what we did is most of the vegetables in the supermarkets
Yeah,
we
but
find
wait.
nowadays,
Yeah, but when you.
they are
Yeah, but wait. I know, but
processed.
but when you think about the cow, that's only eating grass.
Yes, but she also has two digestive systems. It's a complete different type of digestive system.
So
And
you're eating meat.
she also vomited into her mouth again, and the vomit is then being chewed on again, and then it's a very different kind of digestion.
No, I'm not. This isn't an argumentative conversation, by the way, my friend. I'm just like I like to talk about.
I know, man. I
Like
see that.
That's why I always put out from the beginning. I just do what my body tells me to do. I'm not pro this or anti that. It's
Same.
like, if I want to eat a ribeye steak, I'll just go and fucking eat it, mate. If my body tells me to do it, I'll do it.
Maybe eating maybe there's a usefulness of just eating the same thing, like not mixing, but just whatever you need, you eat. But I don't know. Perhaps it's because maybe it's not like carbs and all that. Maybe it's fiber, and mixing it with other things, has a negative effect on my body. But now since my body has one thing that it's working on, it's meat, same thing.
Maybe it's all about maybe it's just all about getting to know yourself and realizing what you need for yourself. And
Exactly.
everybody might have a little different. Like you're saying, you feeling better on the carnivore diet. I tried a carnivore diet 12 years ago, and I enjoyed it. I mean, I was just eating purely ribeye steaks, fillet steaks, some eggs on top, maybe a little bit of asparagus next to it, but I was mainly eating meat. Chicken and beef and steaks, and at that time I felt okay. There was no problem. But then something happened to me. Not happened to me. I always follow my feelings. So something said I just went off meat. I don't know why it was that happened, but I followed the instruction that my brain was telling me. Don't eat meat anymore. I went off the look of it. I went off the texture of it. I felt like I was a cannibal. I felt
what's interesting? You know what's interesting? I have proved to myself through coincidence that my body is always telling me exactly what it needs. Because I started in the beginning of this year to take vitamin D in liquid form, and for some reason I started having cravings for dairy products, especially yogurt, and I don't know what quark is called in English. Quark of 1 second, curd cheese. I don't know what it is in English. Anyways,
cheese.
I then talked to someone that did the same with the vitamin D, and she told me that it is very important to also take calcium when you take vitamin D. And I was like, man, now that makes sense why I suddenly had this craving for this dairy products, So yeah, I don't think that's a coincidence. Anyways, vitamin D is very good.
I do think that the human body and how we're created you will get the messages that if you're lacking some. I remember when I wasn't a proper meat eater, I always remember if I hadn't eaten ham, like ham, I used to enjoy a bit of ham and cheese. I used to get this craving for ham for some reason. I had to, and then something had just come across me. Think I've got to go and eat some ham, and that I always thought to myself at that time that was my body saying you're lacking something. Go and eat it. Sorry, I got the dogs here barking, mate. Sorry.
Yeah. I definitely need
a
fast body.
But I do know people. I do know people who have decided to be sort of vegetarian, and they've decided that because of whatever reason, not like I'm talking about, and they will not go back to that because that's their thing now. Where I've always said, if I fancy a bit of fish and I fancy a bit of meat, and my body tells me I'm craving it, then that's what I'll do. I'll just do it. If I want to go and get a bit of ribeye steak and fry it and smack an egg on top of it and fry an egg on top of it with a bit of asparagus next to it and put a couple of herbs and spices on there, I'll do it.
Dude, how dare you?
You what, mate?
Said, how dare you?
How dare I what?
Yeah. How dare you think that? It's a joke,
Sorry,
man.
what? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, so I've decided I just follow whatever my body it tells me to do. And I'm talking about my body as if it's a separate person than me, but my body does tell me things, so it must be somebody else talking to me. So I might be two people in one. I don't know.
Be careful with that voice control technology. It might start telling you to start eating bugs.
We all have a voice inside of us, mate.
Yeah.
And so even if you said a sentence now, like I'm just gonna say this sentence, and then what I want you to do is repeat the sentence in your mind, right? So the sentence is, if I want to eat meat, I will eat it. Now say that, but don't say it. Say it in your mind. If I want to eat meat, I will eat it. Say it now in your mind.
Yeah, that's funny that you notated that.
So did you hear it?
Yeah. So I got something to add to what you're saying.
So you heard it, but there was no sound, was there?
No, it's my conscience.
Yeah.
But
so you can
fancy
hear. You can. Yeah. I know you're itching to get in, but you heard it, but there was no sound.
Yeah.
You heard something with no sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 3 different voices. You know that?
Well, I might know it. I might know it, but
So
I might know it in a different. I might know it in a different way. If you explain it, then I'll say yes. I know that. I know these 2.
In the scripture, Jesus exemplifies it by pointing out that not all of our own thoughts are our own. Some come from God, some come from our enemy, some are your own.
Okay. That's understandable.
We just gotta be able to distinguish them. Do you know how we distinguish what they are? Where they're coming from?
So and then we've got who makes the decision? If I had a voice in my head saying, I've got a voice in me saying, eat some meat, drink some alcohol, take some drugs.
Mm-hmm.
So now we'll all know which one of them is the one to do, or the 2 that isn't to do. But then sometimes you will make the wrong decision even though you know it's wrong.
Yeah.
And I've done that loads of times.
Oh yeah.
I've done that fucking loads of times, mate, with alcohol and drugs in my younger days.
Gotta cast all thoughts and imagination to the obedience of Christ.
Yeah. So you know you're doing the wrong thing, but you thought, fuck it anyway, I'll just do it. So the powerful voice hasn't come in to stop you. It's all working things out, isn't it? I mean, the human body and brain and the mind and the body and the soul is an amazing thing. Got to work out.
There's another law at work, which is being ascribed within your flesh, that is separate from your spirit, which is the law of sin that dwells within you, and there's nothing good with it. Therefore, we need to, we need to be like iron that is being sharpened by iron, which is the word, stay in the word, and take every thought captive that comes from this law of sin within the flesh. Because the flesh is exceedingly sinful.
Yeah, in this material.
It wants to sin.
Yeah. In this material body that we're in at the moment, there's lots of temptation, material, ego, and it's difficult. I mean, this whatever's going on where we are now in this realm, yeah, it seems like a very testable place. Now, whether there's something below, or I'll say below, I'm just using levels. I'm not saying this. I'm saying like maybe where we are now, we don't know. There might be some other place that we go after here, or we've been before here, but this is where we are now, and it's a difficult place to be.
Well, it's because we're difficult people. Do you remember when you were younger and somebody told you don't touch the stove hot, but we still did it, and we had to learn for ourselves? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. That's what we're doing here, talking about the flat earth, right? Life requires due diligence. You can't be told the truth. You got to see it for yourself. You have to verify and test by practical application, observation, experience.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes it.
It's not an easy ride, is it? I mean, I might be speaking a bit for myself here, but I mean, I could probably say most of humanity, we've not had 100% easy ride. I presume everybody's had difficulties. They've had sadness. They've had problems to deal with. They've had to deal with problems with the self, or mental health issues, or physical things. It's a battle. It's a battlefield.
Depends how you look at it, man.
Yeah. So I mean, this might just be our memory might have been wiped from previous times. We might have been somewhere else before here, maybe that we don't know, and now we're here on this level plane, and this is our the next chapter, and this flat Earth might be part of that. Realizing that you've come through now, you've realized that the globe is a lie. It's absolutely ridiculous. So you've come through that point now. It's like a little test, and then the next level might be something else. So all the flat earthers now are coming through and waking up and realizing the truth. Yeah, and that's.
Well, let's not forget or neglect the implications of the plane of existence being flat, and the fact that we've been lied to and deceived, because that's what we're really dealing with, right? I mean, right here we're battling people who hold beliefs and testing their claims and see if they can verify them. But in our everyday lives, we're battling the implications of that portion of reality. That there's liars and there's people in positions of authority that lie.
Yeah, but listen to this though. I know exactly what you're saying. I'm sorry to when something comes in bed, but like, so okay, we know the Earth's flat, right? So, but I think a lot of us flat earthers, or a lot of the flat earthers, jump on the I realise I've been lied to bandwagon, right? So, but maybe what we should be doing, is like, well, okay, I've been lied to. It doesn't matter really that you've been lied to, because that's irrelevant now, because you know the truth. So the fight isn't trying to point out that you've been lied to, because you've already overcome that now. Do you understand me? Are you with me on this?
Yeah.
So people get hooked up on they've lied to me. Everyone's lying to me. They've told me the earth. Once you've realised that that is a lie, that can go away. That can be tucked under the blanket, swept under the carpet, because now you know that's a lie. You don't have to get hooked up on the lie. Because the moment you've realised the truth, the lie doesn't exist. You with me? Are you with me on this?
I hear what you're saying. I get it. Like, understanding that there's only so much usefulness in saying, like, we've been lied to, but the implications of that lie and what it does to our society as a whole does still affect us, regardless if we are ignorant of that.
But maybe it might be a personal journey. So at the moment you realise that, because we all get on about, we've all got it affects humanity, it affects this. So maybe it's a personal thing. Maybe it's just a thing for you and the creator, and it's give you the privilege of knowing that you've realised the lie, you've come through to the next level. You no longer have to argue about it. You don't have to prove it to anybody. You don't have to debate it, because now you know it's true. And that's another hard battle. Letting them debates go, letting them argumentative challenges go on Discord and within this arena. Yeah. So why are we fighting these people? I know the Earth's flat, and I know it's measured like that. I don't have to.
It's like you got to start at the smallest point, right? Which starts with yourself, right? And then your family, your close loved ones. And then from your close loved ones, you go to your neighbor. From your neighbor, the neighborhood. From the neighborhood to the community to the city. From the city to the state. We have to have this effect on people that we encounter, so that they can come into the knowledge of the truth, so that they can be set free from the bondage, the lie, what that type of bondage puts on them, because it's going to affect generations.
I know, but I'm sorry to I know exactly what you're saying, but that's my argument against that is, and it's been part of my fighting battle, is once you know yourself within yourself, that's all you need to know.
But herein lies one of the problems.
Other people and your neighbours is no concern.
Well, herein lies the problem of life, man. Love makes you vulnerable, and through love, the reason as to why I would care in the first place is love for my neighbor, love for the other. That's the only reason why I would even care.
Yeah, but I mean, I know I agree with you on that. I mean, I love my neighbour, but that's outside of the flat Earth realization. If my neighbour was in trouble and they needed me to jack the car up, or they needed to borrow some money, or they need to borrow a bag of sugar, or they had no money to buy some food, I love my neighbour. So that's what I'll do. But as for the fact, I mean, it's a big one, realization of that you don't live on a globe, and I don't. But if you get to the realization that maybe, and I'm only saying this because I've been into this for fucking years now, and on this roller coaster ride, so it's not my duty to explain to somebody that the Earth is flat. Well, I've realised that, and then I'm going to see that as a privilege now. No, it's not unless it comes up in a conversation. I think if the creator's given me the knowledge, if the creator wants me to express that knowledge to somebody else, I think he'll send me somebody who's inquisitive about it, and I will give him the knowledge that I have learned.
I hear you. I mean, it's not even just the flat Earth, though. Individuals who have cast these beliefs as truth, and it's not just the shape of the Earth. It's a whole span of different subject matters that affect each individual negatively. And so to protect them, in my perception, I view that as they're in harm's path. They're being lied to, and they're believing a lie, and they're accepting things that they shouldn't, and they wouldn't if they knew better.
Yeah, but I mean, me and you've done that, haven't we? We've done that. I've been at school. I've told my kids, the sun looks like it's going down, but it's the Earth spinning backwards. I've told them that on the beach when I've been on holiday with them. I've told them that, this planet we live on is amazing, and the universe is amazing, because if the Earth was any further away from the sun, the water would freeze on the globe. I've had these conversations with my children.
Most of these lies are anti-creator,
Yeah. So it's only what I've been taught. So I didn't know any different when I was younger. I was just listening to the authorities and doing what I'm told. But the Creator has chosen you to realize the truth. And now maybe that's a personal thing between you and the Creator. And you don't have any need to go out and persuade that on anybody else. The Creator's chose you to realize the truth. Just keep it to yourself.
Honestly, I view the flat Earth as just another tool in my tool belt to get their mind process information and to lead them to have a desire to verify the things that they've been told. I just use it as a tool to do that.
I've been on here and FED for years, and I've debated, and even when I've not had this frame of mind, and shouting and angry, and talking about horizontal baseline triangulation, fucking elevation angles and all that, and it doesn't. I get angry, I get worked up, yeah. And I don't need to tell that next person that the Earth is flat, because I've been given the gift of knowing that. And everybody's gift will come at different points. So it's not my duty. The Creator has chosen me, yeah, to show me the truth. It was my time to shine from the Creator's point of view. Now, it's not down to me to tell that individual's time will come with the Creator when the Creator tells him that you don't live on a spinning globe. But he's not ready for that yet. He's got a few more lessons to learn. It might be in another lifetime. He might be, I'm not saying these fucking reincarnation and all that, but I'm saying he might be coming back, and it might take him 3 times to learn this. I might have already been through this on another level, and now I've passed it now. Monopoly game. Do not pass go. Do not collect £200. I'm on that level now where so it's not my job. So if I'm not going to start arguing with people now about the shape of the Earth, where's it going to get me? I know the truth now. The Creator's chose me to know the truth.
I don't know if it's. Yeah? I see why. I see your train of thought.
And that's a peaceful way to be. That is the most peaceful way to be.
For sure. I mean, you can't really control the X, man. You can only.
What you
yourself,
so okay? So you're going to argue, right? You're going to get yourself worked up talking about celestial navigation and the flat Earth elevation. Yeah. So I do it. I've done it. I did it. No, I did it yesterday. I was in fucking Discord for an hour yesterday, battling with people. Yeah. Telling about the elevation angle and fucking distance to Polaris and fucking all this and all that. Yeah. So listen,
understandable.
It's not gonna get me anywhere.
Well,
it's not going to improve my life.
Can I share with something that will improve your life?
I all I should be saying is I'm so privileged that the Creator's given me this knowledge.
I agree.
I was chosen.
Can I share with you something that'll help you?
Yeah, man.
Emotions were created to serve us, but oftentimes we find that they lead us to make decisions, and from our decisions and thoughts and ideas, we act upon them, usually regret them. Kind of just like how you're explaining. So that's something that you learn from partaking of this, something that you're observing, that you're letting your emotions lead you into actions. You later regret them. They're not supposed to lead us. They're supposed to benefit us. Serve as a purpose, a good purpose, a useful one. It's hard to do, though. Easy to say, talk about, but difficult to apply that.
Yeah, so you got to start thinking about yourself now. and why the creators give you the knowledge, and what do you need to do anything with this knowledge now, or is it as he give you this for a reason for yourself? I mean, is it your job to go and like drum this down people now who are not ready to accept this, who are not on the level to acknowledge the truth? Because if they're not ready, you're not ready. I mean, it's simple as that.
You'll never know unless you try, man.
Yeah, but I mean, a child can only stand up at a certain age and walk at a certain age. There's only certain times when people, So let me tell this. Let me just say this now. Any flat earthers in here now? Was you convinced by somebody else, or did it come naturally by the creator?
There's an old saying.
So how did you become? How did you become a flat earther? Was it somebody giving you evidence? No, let me just finish. So was it somebody who was already a flat earther convincing you, or did it come naturally by the creator?
From my experience, what I'd seen.
No, don't. It's a dead simple. I'm just want to get this point across. When
Dude,
you
yeah,
discovered
you're not
flat
letting me
Earth,
talk.
was it somebody who was already a flat earther convincing you, or did it come from the creator?
A little bit of both. Some plant seeds, some water, but the creator brings the increase.
So when was what was the first moment? Because I know you can remember it. What was the first moment you realised the Earth wasn't a globe?
Well,
where was you? Who was you talking to? Tell me the first moment you realised the Earth wasn't a globe. You can remember it, obviously. Hello?
When their math didn't add up. Their measurements were incorrect.
No. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Where was you? Who were you talking to? At what moment in your life did you realise that, you know what? I don't fucking live on a globe.
Yeah, I was by myself.
Yeah, so who told you that then?
Truth.
Who told you it? Hello?
The truth did.
Come on. Yeah, so God did, the creator did. It wasn't some dickhead on Discord talking shite. It was the creator give you the information. And he chose you for some reason or another. Yeah? So you can't now go and fucking give some glober this information. It's got to come from the creator and their journey. Your
Actually,
journey is now.
my brother told me. I kind of heard it from my brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's through obviously some higher power too. I mean, you find out through people. A lot of people do, but you get feelings your whole life.
They lead you. They supply you with some information, right? Seed, and then take that and try and verify it yourself. Go out and observe, and then you come to a realization.
Does anyone have a response to the diagram in the chat? Is there anyone actually here? Hello? Hello?
Toss a globe tail.
Globe tail? I don't know any globe tail.
Oh, shoot.
Maybe here's one. An ellipsoid is better than the sphere for predictions.
How do you rate which one's better?
By comparing to reality. I'm working on making that comparison an easier process. What I got so far.
Finally, someone who can break down the nuances of sphere versus ellipsoid for me.
I'll post in the chat. So that turns an almanac data into a totality path. We can move back and forward in time, see how which locations are under the totality or partiality, and when. And you can switch between the ellipsoid and the sphere. They're slightly different on the map. That's like 100 kilometers on real life, so that's a significant difference. So far you can't zoom in and see the coordinates, so it's not that easy to make a comparison, which is what I'm trying to enable right now.
That's an IP logger.
IP logger? What's that?
I jest. Never mind.
Well, it was a joke.
It was
I missed
joke.
that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm hoping somebody else would tag in. I'm just talking because nothing's going on, but I'm kind of busy.
Fair enough. No, it's harder to make jokes work with someone that is not a native speaker.
That's true. Yeah, that does go wrong pretty often for me.
Even if I like all know all the words, even then sometimes it's not enough, you know. Something about
Yeah, you're like, well, maybe that's a saying or something. I don't know.
yeah, like if like the way sarcasm works is a bit different depending on the language you speak, or maybe the culture you come from. So that's part of the joke usually.
Well, I confuse native English speaking people too, so. They're also like, is he kidding?
Okay, since it's so dead in here, I might as well make this announcement now. You guys ready? You got your recording devices going? because this is important. This is a big statement from me. You guys ready? I was wrong.
About what?
And I owe a flat earth an apology because he was right and I was wrong, but I don't know who it was. And it had to do with the focus of a telescope on distant objects. I was making the argument rather adamantly that you would focus at a different length. You adjust your telescope for a different focus for the moon versus Jupiter versus a star. Teir showed me last night that I am definitely wrong. You do not do that. It's essentially you focus your telescope on infinite, and it stays that way for all observations in space.
Yeah.
So I was wrong.
That makes sense. I mean, at the level of a telescope, all those lights are going to be effectively parallel, right? Even the moon.
Yeah, that's what the Teir convinced me of. Even though I was absolutely positive when I looked at my little telescope at the moon, then I looked at Jupiter, I could have swore I refocused it, but I had to be wrong. No, because he convinced me with the mathematics. He gave me the formula, and it's like, shit. Yeah. 1 over a very large number is going to be 0. So,
essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's true for a couple centimeters, which is the diameter of a telescope. That's not true for thousands of kilometers, which is the extent in which navigation takes place. So you do have to account for the moon being closer on navigation.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'd go with that. But that wasn't the argument I was making vociferously incorrectly at the time.
Right. Oh, yeah, go
And,
ahead.
people have asked me here if I've ever been wrong. Yeah. There's an example where I've been wrong. Unfortunately, it was another globe earther who proved it to me. It'd been nice if, a flat earther could have provided the math.
Scott,
and saved me the subsequent embarrassment.
Hold tight. Apart from that slight little jab at the end, can you remember who the flat earther was you were talking to?
That's what I said. I owe someone an apology that I do not remember who I was talking to, though.
Okay.
But I wronged somebody.
Okay.
And if that person can say that was me, I will apologize right now.
He probably already thought you were wrong anyway.
Oh, no, but still.
Yeah, but it's sometimes nice when somebody turns around and actually apologizes for being incorrect.
Yeah, exactly.
So a little thing called intellectual honesty. Correct me if I'm wrong.
What I'm shooting for.
What other instances you?
He's trying to take the moral high ground. There's no humility in this. He's trying to be the bigger man. Fuck off. No, I don't even buy it.
Which other instances you figured out you're wrong during these discussions with Flat Earth? Remember any other one? I remember one I was wrong about the Analema.
I remember once I thought that flat earthers had some kind of representation of their model. Boy, was I wrong.
Slight weak jab there. You've got, Sunshine?
What? Sorry, what was that, Mr. Mumbles?
Sorry, I'll be clearer. That's a very weak jab you've got there, Sunshine.
Oh, well, I thought we were just sparring at this point.
Well, it's a very
You
weak
want a
jab.
haymaker? I'll give you a haymaker, Jetty.
Go on then.
I don't think you're ready for it.
I just would
You
like
warmed
you to
up?
fucking put your bollocks on the table, Sunshine. And
Are you all
swing.
warmed up?
Yep, swing, Sunshine, swing.
Observed Earth curve? How's that?
You've observed Earth curve?
Yeah.
Where from? And which type of Earth curvature are you talking about?
The one that makes it a globe.
Yeah, there's two types of Earth curvature, Sunshine. One's left to right curvature, one's along the z-axis away from you. So which type of Earth curvature are you talking about? Your haymaker's not too good at it, mate. You don't even know what you're throwing. Ugh, I fucking waste my time in these people.
Maybe if
I wasn't
you weren't in the
representing. I
room,
just
it wouldn't
had a
be
model
wasting
that
your time such a way, right?
accurately represented reality. But boy, was I wrong.
Where did all the hostility came from? I mean, let's.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, this little
That
prick
includes
here.
you as well, buddy.
Okay. Well, you know what? In the vein of our previous
Look, weak man.
honesty and
Shut up,
loving
weak
that,
boy.
I apologize for.
Weak boy. You haven't got a jab, and you definitely haven't got a haymaker because I noticed that you haven't continued throwing any punches. Weak.
Let's just
I
reset.
was, I was merely trying to say that I apologize for getting heated, Bacon. I know that can kind of fizzle you up, so.
Where are your punches, mate? You've seen Earth curvature. Which type are you talking about? Or are you going to not talk about that anymore?
So yeah, the haymaker that I would supply would be the observation of Earth curve from Lake Minnewanka that was included within the Folding Ideas video. Within that, there is his entire methodology and how he went about it and did it. And in the observation itself, you see the other shoreline being obstructed by the water in front of it. And that is correlated with the height of the camera, height of the observer.
Oh, so it's the second Earth curvature that you're talking about, not the left to right curvature when I asked my clarifying question. What was the height of the camera?
Well, I think it was just over 6 feet down to about 1 foot.
Okay. And where was the physical geometric horizon?
Well, that would be changing, right? Because the height of the observer is changing. So
at
the horizon.
So at 6 foot, where was the geometric horizon to cause this physical obstruction?
Well, so the thing is that the obstruction of the other shore did not occur at the full height of the camera.
I want distances, dude. How far away was this island or shoreline?
Again, it is all in the video. So if you want to get like a really good knockdown point for this case,
Your
then
haymakers a video.
all I'm saying is that if you really wanted to have a really good knockdown case for this video, it would. I think it would implore you to watch it maybe once.
Can you describe it to me? So, height of the camera, you've given me that's varied. Awesome. What are the distances to the object in question, and where's the horizon?
7.1 kilometers, or 7 kilometers. Sorry.
Okay. So, imperial and metric measurements, feet and kilometers. Can't we all do it in metric?
Was that a question?
Well, no, it's me pointing it out. So, sorry, how many miles?
But you can convert 7 kilometers to miles, right?
Yeah, I can do. I thought somebody shouted it out. I'll go and do that. No problem at all. See, the thing is, when we show you not a geometric horizon and not that location, you'll just claim refraction. Was there no refraction on this day?
Well, it would be silly to ever claim that there was no refraction, right? Because light is always passing through a medium and always having at least some effect on it. But on the days in question within this video, the amount of refraction is indeed a lot less than
Why?
other days.
What are the weather conditions? What's the temperature of the atmosphere between you and the object? What's the gradation of this atmosphere above the lake, so the water? What you understand?
What do you mean by what's the gradation?
Yeah, so you have a gradient of temperature and moisture coming up from the water.
Yes.
Right? So I want to know the temperature and the density of the atmosphere.
The temperature and the density. Well, I don't have that off of hand, to be honest with you.
All those things that you point out when we give you such observations like the black swan, and other ones where the horizon is beyond the distance markers, sometimes 11, 15, 20 miles, whatever. So that refraction makes us see further. Have you accounted for any refraction, or have you just declared, hey, I can't see the bottom of this object, so it must be physical Earth curve then? But it's not refraction.
Well, I don't understand how refraction could account for the obstruction of the other side.
I'm just asking you what the refraction values were, my friend. It doesn't seem to me that you've questioned this.
Are you saying that if there was a specifically high refraction index, that we would still receive this? Well, I was in the middle of my question, and you kept talking.
I know you were, but I'm blocking your so-called fucking haymaker. Sounds like you haven't thought about this until I brought it up.
Well,
which is why it's
Bacon, do you remember when we were talking about not getting aggressive?
Oh, God, here we go. Appeal to someone else. Fuck off. Where's
Well,
my
that's not
fucking?
fair.
Oh, do you want to? Do you want to stick up for them? Do you want to stick up for them? Yeah, is that what you want to do? You want to stick up for him? Is that what you want to do?
If I want what?
Do you want to be his little white knight? Do you?
Yo, when you do the baby voice, I don't understand really well what you're saying.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to come down to your level. Do you want to white knight for him?
No.
Right, then shut the fuck up. God's sake. There you go,
I
Richie.
just
You're
said
on
one
mute again.
sentence.
He's just making claims that he can't fucking back up because of a video. I start
But
bringing up the
my most recent question to you was: do you feel that we would get this kind of observation via refraction?
Can you make things disappear on the bottom up on the name flat surface in the first instance? Yeah, that can be demonstrated. But if
Well,
you're
that's
going to be
not an
talking
answer
about,
to my question.
if you're going to be talking about refraction, yeah, I can post you quite a few time-lapse images across bodies of water where, as the atmospheric conditions of the day change, you can see and then not see the bottoms of objects in the distance. Now, that
Now,
would
do you
be.
have any of those that aren't time lapses?
What do you mean? Have I got any that aren't time lapses? I could take a
You
still
just
shot.
said that
for you.
there. No, it would have to still be a video, but it would have to be real time, as is what the observation is within the video that I presented.
You haven't presented anything yet. You just mentioned it.
Oh, well, I took it that the other 30 times I posted the video would
I
count
wasn't
as
here,
a
mate.
submission,
Not
but
just
okay,
scroll
well,
back
you're
through
here
the
now,
fucking
so there it
conversation,
is.
just scrolling your fucking shit.
There
Am
you
I?
go.
Thank you.
There's the video.
Thank you. So, would you like my skunk bay footage of where the atmospheric conditions change throughout the day, and you can and cannot resolve the bottoms of objects in a distance just because of the refractive value within the atmosphere?
No, I'd like you to address the video.
Okay, no problem. Then give me 10 minutes, and I will. I'm gonna come back saying the same fucking thing.
Well, I hope not, because that would be pretty indicative of you not watching it.
Well, no, I'm still going to raise the point of refraction, aren't I? Still going to bring that up.
And you're still going to bring up time-lapse evidence when it's a real-time video that I'm sourcing.
That's lovely. You know, time lapse is, you know what that is, right? It's just a sped up video throughout a 12-hour period.
A time-lapse is where there's a bigger gap between each of the frames taken.
Okay. So it's 12 hours. It's just shortened for your fucking...
12 hours as compared to under 30 seconds in the video.
He can't throw a fucking punch to save his life and wouldn't be able to punch his way out of a wet paper fucking bag.
Well,
Mate,
good thing I'm here to have a conversation and not fight, right?
Oh, well, you're the one who started taking fucking weak jabs right at the beginning, mate. You're the one who came in with that energy. I'm just meeting that energy. You started this.
Well, if you were really trying to match my energy, this would be a whole lot more pleasant.
Well, it would be, but your energy stunk when you came into the room, so I'm just stinking right back at you. That's all that's happening here.
What about right now?
You're weak little jab.
Am I being stinky right now?
No, you're just trying to be the bigger man. That's all you're trying to do.
And succeed.
I don't buy that bullshit though. Literally, you'll get out of me whatever you fucking put in. And this attitude you've got, I don't buy.
Maybe you should pay attention to the video if you're going to watch 10 minutes of it.
Maybe you should shut the fuck up and let me do it then.
Happily. Just tag me once you've watched it.
Oh, he fucked off. Any more weak sauce in the house? Bacon, the answers, they're the same angle.
What was that?
Your question earlier that you posted in the chat maybe about 15 minutes ago about 3 observations of the star in the sky, asking if the angle would be measured on the floor is the same as it is in a higher altitude. Yeah, it's the same angle, 45 degrees on the floor as it is at altitude.
For both observers on the ground?
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant one higher than the other who's lower.
Yeah, those are 2 observers, but there are 3 in this scenario. There's a 3rd observer.
I'm answering the question that I saw, buddy, so apologies if I didn't get that correct. But with regards to one observer being higher than another observer measuring the same star, and the higher observer's measuring 45 degrees, what angle does the person on the ground measure? He still measures 45 degrees.
Right. What about that third observer? So I posted the image in chat again. So there's a third observer, 5 nautical miles behind the first observer on the ground, and it's aiming at the same star. Which one would that read?
Apologies, Bacon. I just really want to say, hey Jedi, you could start around 3:23. The first bit of it's just the intro. So sorry about the interruption.
No, I just brought that in because I thought you left. I didn't know you would be back. But you guys had something going on already, so.
That's right, it's gone again.
We can take a little break. I was going back to familiarize myself with the video as well, so I came back to just relay that information that he doesn't have to watch the first 10. It would be the 3 minutes to like maybe 13. It's probably fine.
3 to 13. Cool, no worries, thank you.
21's still around. No one. Hey, what's up, Richie?
You know, just waiting to hear back once the video's been watched.
No
Well,
one's saying anything.
I've watched the first 13 minutes before he starts talking about a mountain.
Yeah, so you saw like around 9 minutes is the
Yeah.
first observation with the 3 different ones, and then he went back and
Yeah, so
did it with the boom.
Yeah, so 2 observations on 2 different days. The atmospheric temperature was 30 degrees and then 15 degrees. He changed the height from 6 foot down to 1 foot on the second attempt. He used boom, like you said, to make a smoother transition.
Yeah.
You know, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface, right?
I did not know that. I would with the camera moving in the same way as well.
Yes. So this experiment's been done on known flat surfaces where you change the altitude of the optic of the camera. The closer you put it to the floor, you can't resolve the rest of the floor at distance. Doesn't mean that the floor in itself is curved. It's just because you lose the ability to resolve the distance of. Sorry, you lose the ability to resolve at distance the floor. Same with this water. You can't resolve the entirety of the lake when the camera's so low down to it. It's demonstrated. I've got like 30 videos of it if you want it.
But it's all, like we're talking about the obstruction of the other shore, not the lake, right?
Yeah, it's just an optical phenomena. Like again, I can got 30 videos of this, mate.
Yeah, I'd love. I've only ever seen the still frames. I have never seen the actual video of the camera moving and showing this on a flat surface.
Yeah, well,
so
if you give me like 10 minutes to try and dig it out, I'll go and grab it for you.
No rush. Take your time, buddy.
And also the Skunk Bay footage that I was talking about how the atmosphere changes throughout the day and things will become clearer or less visible at distance. I can drop that for you as well. It's interesting to point out.
seen that. I don't really think it to be very pertinent to the conversation in that having a time lapse with the change in atmosphere would be like that would be pertinent if we were talking about mine being a time lapse. However, this is over such like a short period of time compared to 12 hours, right?
Yeah, well, you've got 2 different days where the atmospheric conditions have changed with those 2 different days. 30
Yeah, I
degrees
think
to
it would be. I think it would be crazier if he had 2 days with the exact same atmospheric conditions.
Cool. Quick question for you. Do you think, because he mentioned about the temperature and the vapor coming off of the water, do you think that at night time, where the temperature is much, much lower, you would get less vapor coming off of that body of water?
Yeah.
Awesome. So this is why I can also provide you with long distance observations that are done at night time, and you can see things on the shoreline at distances like 10, 15 miles. And that's
Well, yeah, but the whole question here would be like where the cases that you would be showing, right? They would have to be like verified, no obstruction, because even if there was some obstruction, then the point still holds. In that, like if you were just showing something that didn't have, or if you were showing something that had absolutely no obstruction, then that's a case to be made. But like, it reminds me of the photo of the Chicago skyline, right? Where to some it appears to be the full skyline, and to some it has signs of obstruction of what is in the foreground. So it's just like we have to determine whether or not there's been obstruction or not.
Yeah, you're misunderstanding me. So the observations that I can provide for you that are done at night time, again, quite similar to this. You have a low optic like the camera, say 1 foot above the surface of the water, and at distance you have a laser or a light or a reflective source. Now that distance is like 10, 15 miles, as I said, but the altitude of both object and optic are about the same, like 1 foot, 2 foot above the water. And you can see it clearly at night time, where there's less refraction. I'll go and grab them for you, man. There's no point in me talking about it unless I actually show you.
Fair enough.
Cool.
I'm here for a conversation as well. I'm not just completely disregarding everything you're saying because you're a mod in the Flat Earth Room. Just I question a lot, right? Like, I'm pretty skeptical about a lot of things. So.
Yep, that's why we're all here, mate. No worries.
I'm starting to think time and date is using the sphere model, not the ellipsoid model. The eclipse.
What's going on, flat earthers?
Damn it, I have to bite and really fucking get weak at this. Why have you posted not a Professor Dave talking about Antarctica?
Because I felt like I had to come in with something, you know, had to bring a gift or something.
Oh, bless you. Is that your opening salvo, was it?
It's not an argument. I mean, I send those videos in all the time.
Cool. Okay. Is it to prove anything, though, or are you just doing it for shits and giggles?
Oh, for that video, shits and giggles for sure.
Okay, cool. No worries then.
Anybody there?
Yeah.
So.
Jedi, what were your thoughts on the video that I posted in the chat?
مرات بس الخدمة على 10 أقدر. Yo. Wait, is no one talking? There's a bit of a vibe about this. Wait, is no one talking?
What was that supposed to help, Matt?
Yo, where's Shouty dump truck at? You heard me?
What's that?
Where the Shouty dump truck at? You heard me?
No.
Man, what the fuck?
Yeah, turn your camera off.
Why, nigga? You ain't fucking with it?
No, because we're streaming live on YouTube. And it
Yeah,
limits the room to 25.
Because we don't need the face to go with that kind of stupid. Just the way he sounds is enough cringe on its own.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
The hell is a shorty dump truck?
Is that like actual word soup?
I don't even know what he said.
It was something really intelligent. It's too bad you missed it.
Yeah, it sounded like it. I think it was some globe proof, wasn't it?
For sure.
Shorty dump truck, therefore globe.
Sounds right.
Whatever that means. About as much evidence as they got anyway.
Good as anything else they throw out there, so why not?
Oh, why is everyone? Why is no one talking?
Here it is. He's gonna say, "Why is everyone muted?"
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
They're not even.
Yeah, they're just muted on their own end.
Half
They
of
don't
them
want
aren't
people to
even
hear
muted on
them.
their own end.
All right, who's flat earther? Who's globe?
Everyone's a
What-
flat
what-
earther, like it or not.
Well, get it out. You're gonna say something. You want to know why everyone is what?
There's a globe.
No,
it's a globe.
I said, why is everyone not talking?
Oh, not talking. Okay.
Yeah.
We were.
It's a globe.
It's a moment of silence.
It's flat. It's flat. Yeah, it is.
Prove it.
Okay. Google that. Google the distance to why ships disappear in the horizon. It tells you 5 kilometers. Okay. The ship is 5 kilometers away from us. Use a camera and zoom a lot, and you bring the ship back to the screen. Where's the curvature now? Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's a cap. You could literally go to the beach right now and do that, and it won't work, buddy. So why do you think that if it's so easy to disprove that it's round, then I mean people would do that instantly and they know.
I think there's a lot of
Have you
videos.
gone to the beach? Have you gone to the beach and done that? No,
When
I
I
didn't
get
think so.
the-
That's right.
Bro, I was literally going to answer. When I get the camera, I will try it.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah. And I will come right here and I will send the video.
Wow, cool
Do you
LARP you guys are doing.
Do you guys think that Elon Musk
All
is
right.
in on the NASA Jewish death cult that believes
Shut
that
up.
the Earth is round?
Shut up, dude.
You're gonna get booed.
What?
Elon Musk, man. Come on.
Yeah, good one. Elon Musk. Never heard that before. Thanks for
he's
coming
in
on
it?
What do you think?
You know what, dummy?
Maybe he's got pictures of the globe.
He does. So I guess he's in on it.
He's paid, right?
Yeah, he makes money. He's a billionaire. Yeah.
Do you think all the people at Boca Chica in Florida, they're all getting paid off too?
What do you mean? Boca
All
Chica,
that work
Florida?
for
What?
him, man. All the engineers.
No.
What? With top secret clearances?
They're not in it? They're not in on it?
All the engineers with top secret clearances, you mean them? You can't ask them what they do for a living, you know.
Oh yeah, you can. I know plenty of SpaceX engineers.
Well, I'm talking about the ones with top secret clearances at SpaceX, the ones that actually know something.
No, what they can't disclose is certain payloads, like the military.
You don't know what they can and can't disclose, do you?
No, I do.
No, you don't. Not unless you work there and had their clearance and placement and access.
I do work there.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
I'll tell you everything.
All right.
I'm being paid by the
Why don't you go
Jewish.
sit?
I'm being paid by the Jewish mafia.
Damn. Well,
It's not even a good troll. It's just boring.
It is.
It's not even your own troll. Too brick to come up with your own troll, even. Why even waste your time trolling if you're that bad at it? Maybe to get some practice and get better, hopefully. Here's hoping.
do you think I'm a troll here, Tick?
Yeah.
Better troll than that one.
I don't know why you LARP as a kid, though.
What do you mean LARP as a kid? Like why I speak? I don't know.
I just don't understand when the globe, how stars never deviated, and we've been told that the globe has been flying through years and years and doing all sorts of motions. But the Polaris and the other stars have never deviated. They always go in the same motion and the same path. So yeah, that's just. Oh, it's because the stars are so far away. Ah, shut up, man.
Right.
Is there anyone in here who hasn't heard the arguments proving that the Earth is with a horizontal surface?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, the observations and measurements proving that the Earth's surface is horizontal, especially the oceans, in its orientation.
Yeah, like the what's it called? Marconi experiment.
So you have seen the measurements?
Of what?
The measurements proving that the Earth's surface is horizontal in its orientation.
I know the experiment of Marconi where he shot radio waves horizontally, and they got connected.
Okay, yeah. They're traveling farther than they would on the ball.
Wait, they're calling me.
The floor is open. Anyone want to prove that the Earth is a ball, or you want to critique
You want to
our
prove that it's
position?
flat? You want to prove that it's flat, huh?
Yep. So let me show you this. I find it in my keyboard.
I am back.
Give me a moment to look elsewhere. These videos I want to show you.
Hey, Mighty,
Hey, buddy.
have you ever looked at why you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Every single day of my life.
Awesome. What'd you find?
That it is a sphere.
How'd you come to that conclusion?
Well,
Who was the one that asked me for the argument proving the Earth is flat?
it's a combination of things.
Mighty.
Okay.
Where to begin? Ships going over the horizon. That's one thing.
Ooh.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that one. Look in the open chat.
Bro, I literally just told him that ships, they don't disappear 5 kilometers away from you.
You sent me
Zoom
an
in and
entire.
you'll just bring them back.
You sent me an
One
entire
sec, dude.
book. I'll read it later.
That's not a book.
I'm actually looking to have a conversation and not read your gigantic essay thing.
God, do you really have to reply with that petulance? Can you just have a dialogue?
Oh my god, this is why he believes the globe is it's a globe, because he literally can't read this paragraph. It's not that long, bruh.
You think that's a paragraph?
This is what you believe in the bullshit
First of
of the
all,
globe.
Listen, I'm not. Listen.
Can we move past your petulance and I can just actually say the argument, please? Can you do that?
Yeah. Let me respond. Let me respond with my own paragraph. Give me a second.
Respond, yeah.
No, that's
I'll
not what I
read
have
it.
to
I'll
do.
read
No,
it. I'll read
you're
it, and
just
then I'll
being disruptive
respond.
and petulant. Just stop it.
No, I'm gonna respond.
No, I didn't even finish the argument yet. Stop being disruptive.
You're right. I gotta read it.
You said you weren't going to read it.
No, I changed my mind.
Okay. So it's going to take you all of 20 seconds to read. Yeah.
Come on, Gregory. Come on, man. You can't say hi to me, Gregory. Come on, dude.
I didn't hear you the first time. Hello.
What's up, man?
There's
I was just
my own
curious. You
response.
probably.
Hang on, Matt.
Oh,
Hang
go
on.
ahead.
Go ahead, Mighty.
Oh no, I typed in my response. We're having a essay argument.
Okay, so he's being petulant and disruptive. So
Yeah,
besides
was
that,
that in
right?
response to what Gregory put in? I don't think it is.
Oh, Mish, I saw that. So as you
Yeah, this
disrupt
is
my attempt to
exactly
say
what
the
I told
argument
him.
out loud, right? You haven't said your argument out loud, so I'm going to begin with saying my argument out loud. It wasn't just to throw in a paragraph in the open chat and not actually speak in the open chat, right? Because this is actually live on the YouTube live stream, all right? So besides your disruptive petulance, if the oceans are wrapped around a ball, then the horizon, the apparent line in our field of view between the surface of the ocean and the sky, would be the tangible and fixed summit of a water hill. If the horizon is the tangible and fixed summit of a water hill, then objects that move away from us in our perspective upon the water beyond the horizon would be obstructed behind the water in our visual perspective. If objects that move away from us in our perspective upon the water beyond the horizon would be obstructed behind the water hill in our visual perception, then we couldn't see them with optical devices with zoom capabilities to see them again after they disappeared at a given distance with the unaided eye. We do see them again with the optical devices with zoom capabilities after they disappear at a given distance with the unaided eye. Therefore, the horizon isn't the summit of a water hill wrapped around a ball. This is a deductive argument which necessarily indicates the conclusion is true.
So
and then the two links, which are
so-
two distinct videos, one a TikTok post that features a clip
Oh, a
from Nat Geo,
TikTok,
supposedly showing a demonstration of showing that the horizon on the surface of the water is obstructing the boat, even though the horizon obviously behind the boat, not in front of the boat. And then another video that is a patent refutation with a true measurement operation, measuring the surface of the water, especially to be horizontal, even though it would be curving past a certain point. 66 feet, specifically in his measurements that were repeated multiple times, is missing. Though it should be there if we lived on the ball with a radius of 59 miles.
Yeah, so I was actually at the beach yesterday, and I had a Canon camera, very very high tech, very expensive. And I actually did this. There was a ship. I actually live on the coast. There was a ship, and yeah, no, the camera did not capture the ship on max zoom. It did not capture the ship once it was off the horizon. So yeah.
Well, that anecdote, even if it is true, doesn't refute this measurement and this observation where it does come back into view. And so your failure to
All right,
see
so
it in
my
that
facts
instance
disagree
doesn't
with your
indicate.
facts, buddy.
Why do you have to interrupt this answer?
Oh, you're a master interrupter.
No, I
Don't
wasn't
even-
interrupting you.
Don't
You
even
finished
get
your
me
reply.
started.
Now you're being petulantly disruptive again. So as I was saying before you really interrupted, your failure in your particular instance to zoom into the boat doesn't necessarily indicate, nor even strongly indicate, that it is behind a supposed water hill wrapped around the ball. You just failed to observe it because that's not a black swan for our position. Our position has a bunch of black swans where it would not be the case if the Earth were a ball with water wrapped around it. Right? You
So what
can
you're
zoom
saying
in
is-
onto the boats in the distance.
So what you're saying is, even if I disprove your point, you're still right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So your inductive appeal is weak. Right? It does not follow from your failure, either because the failure was on your part or it was a obstruction beyond your control. Does not
Grigor.
indicate that we haven't observed elsewhere in the past that we can zoom in on the boats on the horizon with the aided eye, even though they supposedly disappear behind the summit of a water hill around the ball
I'm
with the unaided eye.
curious. I'm genuinely curious. Not
You
even
can be
bullshitting.
genuinely curious after I
Not even
finish the
bullshitting.
reply.
Not even bullshitting. Okay.
Yeah,
Genuine
you can
question.
stop being
So
petulantly
I'm
disruptive.
gonna turn you down so I.
You can
so
stop
finish,
being
and I'm
petulantly
gonna-
disruptive. If you keep doing it, I'm going to keep
So
admonishing you for
have you
doing
ever
it.
gone to the beach and tried this yourself with a camera? Have you ever done that before?
No, I haven't done it myself. Stop being disruptive.
So who? You're just trusting this TikTok? Come on, man. Anybody can make a TikTok.
Damn.
I've actually gone out there and done it, buddy.
Great. And that is no invalidation of my argument. Like the facts still
Yeah,
stand.
your
the empirical
source is
data
a
is still there.
TikTok.
The measurements
Your
are still.
source is a
Why are you
TikTok.
disrupting the answer again? Can you stop doing that?
Can you give us like a citation, like of this, like measurement of the Earth?
Can you stop talking? I wasn't done finishing my reply to him.
You know what? Sure, one.
So as I was saying before you rudely interrupted again, the fact that I haven't done any of these operations myself is no invalidation to the citations and presentation of the empirical data in the record of other people doing the observations and measurements and my deductive argument. So that's irrelevant.
All right, then can you give me like a citation?
I've had first-hand experience and you haven't, so to me that's all that matters.
But like, can you give me like a
No,
citation?
it's not
Or, like,
valid. It's not a logical prerequisite for my position to be sound. So if you could just repeat that critique after I just refuted it, it's nothing more than an appeal to a repetition fallacy.
But like, can you actually provide like a citation of this? Because like you just said that the citations, like me, like not experiencing it, like does not invalidate the citations. So like, can you actually give me like one of the citations? Because like you keep on babbling.
Just go on TikTok. Just go on TikTok. And then you
Oh, all right. TikTok,
Yeah,
right.
that's not me. So would you like to hear my answer?
Sure, yeah, but like, don't go on a yap session. Just
Yeah,
be straight.
stop being petulantly disruptive and attacking my dignity. Stop that. So the answer to your question is the citation, meaning referencing the source of the information, it's in the open chat. The source for the measurement of the surface of the water to be horizontal, yeah, it's in the open chat where D Marble, cooperating with Mark Sargent, measured the surface of the water to be horizontal, far beyond what will be possible if we lived on a ball like we're taught.
I'm joining this voice chat from the politics server. Like I'm not in the Flat Earth server. I'm joining it from the like the politics server. Like this voice chat is also like on a a different server. So can you just like send me it just like personally? Because like I can't join that server anymore because I'm like banned from that server.
Are you saying you can't see what I posted in the open chat?
The open chat. Oh.
Wait, Gregorian, what's the highest level of education you've attained? I'm curious.
No, but like
My name
what
is
I meant,
Gregory, not Gregorian.
open chat, like the open chat in the politics server or like in the Flat Earth server? Because I'm calling from the politics
No,
server.
in this voice channel.
All right, semantics guy who likes to have semantics arguments. What's the highest level of education?
I can't seem to find it. Can you repost it?
You just have to scroll up like with 2 or 3 swipes. You can't miss it.
Yeah, it's a TikTok link, so it's going to be very informative.
Oh wait, this is it. Oh wait. It's a TikTok, dude.
That's where I receive my.
You see, you're
highly
letting
credentialed
Mighty
information.
spin this narrative that's dishonestly describing the issue.
Okay, but this
The
isn't a reliable TikTok.
Listen,
Isn't
can
a
you just stop
reliable
interrupting
source.
me, please? Can you just stop doing that?
You can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt.
I'm not interrupting you. I waited till you were done. The TikTok is from an anti-flat earther. Okay? The TikTok is featuring a clip from Nat Geo, supposing it as though it is a sufficient refutation to flat earthers. It isn't. That clip is
Look at that
there
line.
to show you the supposed measurement that is supposedly done by globalists to prove the globe.
Yes. No,
and
it's
then
fine.
the other video, why are you, what is going on?
It's fine. We'll pay him off. We'll pay him off. He'll come back to the globe side. We'll pay him off.
Can I stop being interrupted, please? The next video under it
You be careful.
is
The
a video
globe
reporting.
mafia.
Why are you interrupting? The next video is a video featuring D Marble on his channel and Mark Sargent doing a measurement of the surface of the water over 10 miles. So the entire argument that D Marble says is all there in the video, including valid measurements of the surface of the water being horizontal and not in its orientation, not curving in any way.
Wait, did
In
you
fact,
say
when you watch the video, you can see a boat moving from right to left, and they had to turn off the laser because it is really dangerous and harmful to shine a laser at someone like that. So supposedly in the Nat Geo clip, supposedly the horizon was obscuring the bottom parts of the striped flag. But in their observation, this boat that was there was at a greater distance than the boat in the Nat Geo video, or somewhere around approximately the same distance, and the laser was touching it. It wouldn't have touched it if they were going around the curve, if they were behind or somewhat behind the peak of a water hill. It patently demonstrates that the water that they were sailing on, as the laser is parallel the entire time to the other side where Mark is standing, is obviously horizontal and not curving in its orientation.
yes,
So that's the argument.
The
There's
famous,
a deductive argument above, and then the empirical data patently proving that the Earth's surface and surface of the oceans is horizontal.
The famous anti,
But, like, how far were they,
the famous anti-flat earther, Mark Sargent. Everybody knows him very well for being an anti-flat earther. Yep, that's totally right. That's
Yeah,
totally right.
you're missing the point. And way to miss the point again. Mark Sargent is in the second YouTube video. He is featured as the stupid party in the Nat Geo video.
Yo, dude, how far away? Like, what's the farthest the boat got from the laser? Because it doesn't really say.
The point of the video isn't the boat. It was just a minor.
Wait. Answer his
It's a
question,
minor fact.
buddy.
Yeah, I know, but
Can
like,
I
if you
finish the
want to
reply?
measure,
Can I finish the reply? Can I?
No, it's not a reply. You're avoiding it, buddy.
Yeah, you're just disrupting me again. Every time I try to reply, you just disrupt it again.
Listen, man, you better watch
Oh,
out for the Glow Mafia. We
It's
will
like
we
your
will come
replies are
after
like
you.
10 minutes long, dude.
Still
It's like,
doing it rather than not talking.
We are gonna come after you. I'm not even joking. We are the Glow Mafia. We're gonna come after you.
Okay, still disrupting. So before I was rudely interrupted again. Don, you're missing the point. The point isn't the distance of the boat. The point is that the water is parallel to the laser in the YouTube video featuring D Marble and Mark Sargent. And a significant but minor premise is the fact that the laser would have touched those in the boat on the water that is parallel, which surface is parallel to the laser, which is inconsistent with the argument that the Nat Geo people were trying to do in the TikTok clip.
Wait. The laser would have touched the what? Again, can you
The laser would have touched the people on the boat where the surface of the water, right, is parallel to the laser. They had to turn it off.
So you're saying that because the laser didn't touch the people, that proves the Earth is flat? Is what you're saying?
No.
You know, like,
No.
what are you saying?
I don't understand. What is so difficult to grasp? If we lived on a ball like we're taught, then the laser wouldn't have touched them, and there wouldn't have been no risk of trying to blind these people, of accidentally blinding these people in the boat. But the fact that they were going to contact the laser and potentially even be harmed by the laser is patently indicative that the water they're sailing on is parallel to the laser.
Well, yeah, well, of course it is, because over such small distance on a ball, like, it would of course seem parallel, dude. But like, that's why like we need to know how far away were they, because that's, you know, like, that's a crucial thing in our experiment, you know? Like, how far away were they? You know, like, can you see curve from that far? You know, like, we have to
I
know how far
understand.
away were they.
I understand, right? All the details, all the metrics, all the measurements are in the video, right? And it
Okay, so
is
like,
it is
but you just
parallel.
said,
Not it just
but you
seems
just said it
parallel.
doesn't
It
matter
is.
then.
Can you look? It doesn't just seem parallel. It is parallel. It's been measured to be parallel to the laser.
Well, of course it is, like, because over such small distance, of course it would be parallel, or like.
No, the distance that they did the measurement is sufficient. It wasn't too small.
It's sufficient. All right, hold up. Let me watch the video to see if it was actually sufficient. Hold up.
Yeah, they did the calculations. There should be 66 feet of curvature. There's 66 feet of curvature missing.
Discord check. Did my mic break? Is my audio working?
I can hear you.
Sup, everyone?
Hello.
This server, I should say this channel and the panel in it has been crushing. It was crushing hard all weekend. And that momentum was great. It kind of spilled over into the morning. And Monday was a continuation of Sunday's flat smackdown. Things got a little quiet, I guess, here towards the afternoon, Eastern time of the US. But I think if everyone sticks around, we're going to start seeing some more crazy Globers come in. So hang tight. There are many honest moments we had this weekend too, when some of the Globers that came in would re-articulate the same claims that we would make in an effort to emphatically defend their globe. And we, of course, did what we normally do in such cases, and we promptly welcomed them to Flat Earth. And they didn't see it or understand. I'm sure if they go back and listen to the recording, because we're live streaming everywhere, that they'll be able to pick up on it. But those were such great moments, and I'm glad we were here for them.
Whole lot of yapping, bro.
Very good.
Yeah, no, the cog, this is so extreme. People can't see it right in their face. And it's because their imagination overpowers their sense of sight and smell and hearing and taste and touch and everything.
Wouldn't living on a ball be cooler than living on a flat Earth? What do you think?
Nah, man.
Oh, damn, dude. I mean, living in a flat world is pretty just like boring, dude. You know.
Boring. There's nothing boring about it.
I'd rather be upside down on a ball. Seems more fun.
Dude, check it out. We could potentially have extraterrestrials, like what David Weiss says, living beyond our realm that can access this place by just coming here from a longer distance. You don't have to invoke speed of light travel or anything science fiction to do it. They could actually do it in blimps.
Oh, you're talking about the I've seen a few flat Earth maps where it shows that there's other continents beyond ours. Do you think that makes sense possible?
I call that flat earther science fiction. I think flat earth sci-fi is a green field of creativity.
I wonder how they got the continents that they've never seen or anything. They just made them up.
What if you find out that the Bible is literally true and that the whole creation story, just as it is described, is actually the truth that you're living in, and everything described in the Bible actually happened, and there was actually a flood, and before the flood there was Nephilim roaming around, and there has been actually 1/3 of the angels fallen down and created an offspring of genetically modified beings that weren't shouldn't be there in the first place because the creator didn't envision them to be there, and they were a creation of these fallen angels that made themselves gods. And then you have all types of gods all over all different cultures and countries. And what if there has been flying machine, and what if, you know, nothing under the sun is actually new, and everything we now experience as technology has already been in a time that we have already forgot. And even greater, what if this information is publicly available and there's a lot that points to biblical understanding and truth of that historical narrative, including the Earth's shape? Wouldn't that then be a pretty magic and interesting place?
That's a crazy story.
Let's consider that.
Well, by the
And
way,
what if there
Gregory,
is a heaven above?
this is probably an obvious question, but I'm genuinely curious. Maybe you're not. Do you believe in evolution or no?
Nah,
No.
it's not observed.
That question was for Gregory, by the way.
Oh, okay. If you say evolution in the sense of just change over time, of course. If you say evolution in the sense of this ontological evolution, right, from one thing to another, from nothing to something, not living to living, of course not. It's impossible.
So you don't believe humans evolved, then I'm guessing. So
say again.
So I'm saying, like, just to confirm, you basically don't believe that humans like us evolved?
Have we endured
Or that,
change
like-
over time? Yes. Are we descended from non-humans? Of course not. It's silly.
Okay.
I think there has been so much that has been robbed from us understanding the very place and time we live in right now. That would be so easy once to understand once you understand the biblical narrative is true. Then it also will make sense why the world is so weird and why things happen the way they happen.
Very true.
Would clarify a lot of confusion, you know. People would understand why is there so much evil? Why is there just random people that can do all kinds of stuff? And it's just a portion of it.
Are there any folks in here that want to try and give an argument that they know the Earth is a ball, especially in light of the argument that I already just gave?
Let me ask you one more question, then I stop, Matty. I just want to know, do you believe you have a soul?
Fucking, my name's not Matthew, man. I believe I have a soul.
No, I said
I don't
Matty.
know,
Did I say
man.
Matthew?
I don't think so. I mean, Matt can be. It depends. Like you can just short out your name for Matt. That's what I do. My name's not actually Matt. Short.
Would you say there's something like more than just flesh and blood?
I don't have any. The thing is, I like empirical evidence, so I don't have anything to believe that I'm not anything more, like, powerful in the sense of like spiritually than another mammal. Because like we have brains like other mammals, we bleed like them. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any empirical evidence for like spirituality, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
My family's pretty spiritual. My mom is, but I just don't have a reason.
What does your mom say?
I mean, my mom believes she's a Christian and she believes that there's like evil spirits and all these other things. I don't really buy it, but I don't know.
You have a lot to learn.
I was going to say, Matt, do you know what a...
You're going to say?
I was going to say, Matt, do you know what a soul is?
Yeah. Unless you have like a very specific definition.
Well, contrary to popular belief, a soul is simply a living entity. But by the way, even in the common traditional idea, a human is the soul. A soul is not what something possesses, it's what something is, because it's alive. So whether it be the idea that it's a non-carnal ethereal entity that inhabits a carnal body, who we would be the soul inside the body. So there's a very crucial thing to grasp, because when people don't understand that, then of course they think all sorts of other things erroneously, but whatsoever is a soul, not possesses a soul. And so a soul is just a living entity.
Yeah, in that definition, then I would say that I have a soul.
Right.
That definition.
Now, as it concerns humans, we aren't spirits, right? We're not ethereal, non-carnal entities. We are carnal terrestrial souls. We're flesh, carnal. We're made from the earth and are native to the earth. Therefore, we're terrestrial. So we're carnal terrestrial souls. And it's patently obvious. We're alive, we're carnal, we're terrestrial. So we're a carnal terrestrial soul. So to deny the reality of the soul is just to deny a patently obvious fact that reduces your very own existence to absurdity, of course.
You believe that we go to heaven or hell when we die?
Another thing contrary to popular belief, that's not what the Lord ever promised. He never promised the repentant to go up to heaven, nor the unrepentant to go down to hell. That was never what he taught.
I'm saying, like, I'm not saying down or up. I'm saying, do we go to a spiritual place when we die? Do you think that's a thing that actually happens?
Well, I just said no. The repentant don't go up to heaven, right? The unrepentant to go down to hell. That's not what the Lord taught.
I think you can experience hell before you die, and many people do.
Yeah, I'm already in hell anyway, surrounded by demons like Matt Nuclear.
That's right.
Demons like Matt Nuclear is crazy.
Isn't Dis like the capital city of hell? Discord.
Kinda, yeah, sorta. I mean, you can. I think you can. Well, obviously, I'm figuratively speaking, not literally speaking. You can experience hell on Earth. You just go to war or something. It's pretty much hell.
Well, looks like I made it. Out here on the
made
FE
it,
battleground.
Yep. I think you can experience basically. I mean, again, it's figuratively speaking, but like heaven on Earth as well. There's some beautiful places on Earth that are calm and peaceful and beautiful. So.
And then some freak like Matt Nuclear comes along and fucks it all up.
Damn. Who? I'm just anti-flat Earth, man. I'm not anti-life.
Yeah, me neither.
Matt, have you ever asked your mom why she is thinking what she's thinking?
Dude, she's already too deep. She's already too deep in it. You
But
know?
have you ever tried
let
understanding
it
her
be.
perspective?
Huh? Sure.
Have you ever tried understanding her perspective? You know, like
Sort of. I mean, I get her perspective. She's like just deeply religious, has a deeply religious family and whatnot. No.
Well, so do you.
yeah, we all are, man.
What, the globe Earth thing?
There is no such thing
Well,
as
it's
a
like-
non-religious human. We humans tend to religiously give something in life a meaning. Whether it's a guy who loves motorbikes, he will do everything to do with motorbikes. He will drive his motorbike. He has friends with motorbikes. He will go to meetings with other motorbike drivers. He will have probably is going to attend some like shows with where they show motorbikes. They're going to talk almost every weekend about motorbikes, you know. So that you get the point, right? Humans essentially will search whatever it is and make it their idol, their god, whatever, and they will worship it and make a religion out of it, right? But it's important to what do you worship? What do you serve? Who is your master in life?
Globe Earth, he's putting in the reps for that thing.
Globe Earth
Look at
is,
that dedication to the globe.
Yeah, some
Yes,
people
even if
worship,
the Earth wasn't a globe,
planets,
I would still worship the globe.
CGI imagery.
Well, that is the
science
case. That
fiction
is what's
footage.
happening.
All praise beats the globe. Obviously, no, I'm one of
But
the
yeah,
globe priests.
Matty, there
Well,
is no
not
such
really.
thing as a non-religious human being. No one wakes up in the morning and has literally nothing in their mind that they're not putting their focus on, or they're putting it on a high pedestal. There's always something religiously someone is doing. It's not just religion when it's, you know, people going in a church or something. No. There's a big misconception about being religious as a human. Some people religiously put their faith and trust in their girlfriend. You know, that's how far it can go. And if they break up, the whole world is gonna crash down to a point where they don't even want to live anymore. You know, that
Oh,
can
yeah.
be very religious.
Done that a few times. Who hasn't?
Have you guys been there? I haven't been there yet. See, I'm Sigma like that, you know.
It'll happen.
17, dude. You haven't had any fucking experience yet. Eventually you'll get there. Eventually a woman will break your heart and then you can join the fucking man's club. But until that time, mate.
I had my heart broken at 13, dude.
And you're definitely not Sigma. You're nowhere even near stoic, as you claimed yourself to be the other day. Definitely not any of
I'm
those
just
things.
joking. I don't think I'm an actual Sigma. Come on, dude. You're taking it seriously.
Oh no, I'm not taking it seriously. I'm just having fun. Let's be fair. It's
But
downtime.
I am an actual Sigma. Yes, I'm not stoic though. I don't need to be stoic. You know.
Kind of impossible, especially around here.
Yeah, you can't be stoic around here.
I'm too emotional.
Well, choose wisely who you will put a lot of attention to, you know. Who will you get into a relation to, right? We search for people to relate to get into a relationship. And then we make ourselves way too dependent on those people. There's a great book about this, Learning to Love, written by Erich Fromm. It's a German author, he also produced it in English. And it goes very deeply into this whole process of how people fall in love, about the secrets of what the unknown things about them. And then when they get to know each other real close, that spark disappears. And then, you know, it was not really love in the first place. It was just a sheer excitement of, you know, getting to know each other's secrets or the person themselves. And this is a very dangerous portion, especially when you don't even know yourself. You don't love yourself, you don't know yourself, and then you try to relate to someone else and be in a relationship. That's gonna end most of the time very bad.
You're a ray of sunshine today, Clay.
Huh?
You're a ray of sunshine today.
Thank you. Always.
That's great.
Always making people happy.
Sometimes you are.
Man, I just watched a documentary on